It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, October 12th, 2022. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Where have you been? We've been here for the past 9 days, waiting for you, counting down the minutes, the seconds, the hours, till our triumphant return. And here we are. It has been 9 days since we last spoke. We have missed you all so very much. No show last Wednesday, Yom Kippur. Hope it was safe and healthy and meaningful for everyone who partake. No show on Monday. Happy Canadian Thanksgiving. Happy Indigenous Peoples Day. Happy World Day to all. That's not a real day, but I'm happy to be alive. So much to be thankful for, so much to be excited about. Today's my 14th wedding anniversary. How about that? So I'm a very old man. Thank you, Frank. I appreciate that. 14 years today. You didn't attend. You didn't RSVP. You didn't even say if you wanted the chicken or the salmon.
Didn't get the invite.
Yeah. You were just a twinkle in my eye back then, but I'm so happy that we are back. So happy to be back with the crew. We've got the full crew back together. Finally, it has been a while. We got a lot to discuss. We haven't had a Wednesday show in a couple of weeks, so a lot of questions to answer, a lot going on. And you know how I like to do, my friends. I like to come back with a bang. I'm a very guilty person. I feel like, I leave you hanging. I leave you without a couple of shows. I feel like I need to come back with a bang, and I feel, dare I say, I feel like we're back with a bang. I feel like we have a super stacked show. My heart is full. I had one of the best trips of my adult life. Can't wait to tell you all about it. Can't wait to talk some mixed martial arts, some combat sports with you all. UFC back this weekend. As always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. As you know, they are the official sports betting partner of the Ultimate Fighting Championship, and more importantly, this program. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. Use code THEMMAHour for a special offer when you sign up. Again, that's code THEMMAHour only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Please support them because they support us. So what are we doing today on the program? Golly, there's a lot to get to. I'm going to try not to waste too much time off the top because I want to get to it all, especially in this first hour. Back into the show. Last guest of the day will be the reigning defending UFC men's featherweight champion, the one and only Alexander the Great Volkanovski. Now, Alex Volkanovski, as you may have heard, broke his own news on Monday, which you know I love. You might as well do it. It's your news. Own it. Release it. Promote it. Do your thing. And he broke the news that he is going to be the backup fighter for next weekend's, not this weekend's, next weekend's October 22nd UFC 280 event. Of course, headlined by Charles Oliveira versus Islam Makhachev for the vacant lightweight title. Moving up, shades of 2019, when he was the backup fighter in July of 2019 and flew from Australia all the way to Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, just to weigh in, be the backup fighter for the Max Holloway-Frankie Edgar fight. But most importantly, what he did was cement his spot as the number one contender, showed the UFC that he wanted it so bad. And guess what? He got a title shot next. And so he's doing the same. And with the UFC announcing on Monday that they're going to Perth in February, he's doing the same. You know he's going to be involved. He's probably going to headline the card, if we're being honest. Will it be a 55 title fight? Well, if he doesn't get the title shot next week, and we hope he doesn't, right? You want to see Islam versus Charles once and for all, but it seems like he just secured his spot. And the guy's traveling from Australia to Abu Dhabi. I know it's not as far as Australia to Edmonton, but I mean, tell me another champ that's doing that right now. The guy is just a different kind of cat, and he'll be joining us very early over there in Australia to talk about it all, talk about his speedy recovery. It feels like not that long ago we were talking about the surgery that just happened on his hand. He's good to go. He's cleared. He dropped a little video blog as well. Alex Volkanovski, not Beneil Dariush, the backup fighter for the title fight, the 155-pound title fight this coming October 22nd, not this Saturday, following Saturday, pay-per-view afternoon card in Abu Dhabi. So that's at 5 o'clock. 4:30 or so, we'll check in with the guys, Parlay Pals. You'll hear from them beforehand, of course, but we'll make our picks for this weekend's action. We've got Alexa Grasso versus Viviane Araujo. Also some boxing action, a ton of boxing action. Busy weekend in the world of boxing. Relatively quiet in MMA, but that obviously picks up next weekend. There's some interesting fights on this Grasso card, so we'll check in with the guys then. At around 4:15, we'll be joined by Lance Palmer. Been a while since I spoke to Lance Palmer. Of course, he was a mainstay, champion for a long time over at the PFL. Prior to that, WSOF. We'll check in with Lance Palmer, see what's going on. I think he has a few things to get off his chest. Prior to that, we'll check in with Kevin Holland, no longer retired. I don't think many people thought he was actually going to stay retired, but coming off the Khamzat fight, now headlining the December 3rd fight night in Orlando, Florida, against one Stephen Wonderboy Thompson. Love this matchup for both. Feels like a fair matchup for both. We'll talk to Kevin Holland about all of that and what happened with the Khamzat fight, the retirement, all that stuff at around 3:45. At 3:05, we're going to be joined in studio by the founder, the chairman, the CEO of One Championship, Chatri Sityodtong. How about that? In studio at 3:05. I know there's a lot of questions from a lot going on in the world of One Championship. 3:05, he'll be joining us. What about 2:35? I mean, this is a big deal, my friends. The Heartbreak Kid himself, Shawn freaking Michaels. Oh, 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 sing it, Frank. You know I'm cute. I know you're sexy. I got the looks that'll drive the girls while I got the moves. Of course, who can forget JRC walking out to that song back in July? What a great moment that was. Now we've got Shawn Michaels on the show, fresh off the DX reunion in Brooklyn on Monday. All the things going on with him in WWE. Bray Wyatt return. I mean, there's just a lot going on. Of course, NXT is his baby. They've got a big show, Halloween Havoc, also on October 22nd. By the way, it doesn't coincide with UFC 280. Why? Because that's a nighttime premium live event on the Peacock streaming platform, and 280 is during the day. Shawn Michaels on the show. Do I really need to give a lot of background on him? A freaking legend, a living legend. The great Shawn Michaels. Of course, who can forget? I was in attendance back in 1997 when the Montreal Screwjob happened. I may or may not take this up with him. Stay tuned. Aspen Ladd is going to join us, newest member of the PFL roster. She'll join us at around 2:15 or so. Talk about signing with them, what happened with the UFC, the weight, 45, all that stuff. And at 155, we're going to be joined by Brandon Royval, who has a very important fight against Askar Askarov. He's won a couple in a row. Askarov coming off the loss to Kai Kara France. Important fight at 125 on this weekend's card at the Apex in front of a capacity crowd. Raw Dog is one of the most entertaining fighters at 125. First time on the program. I'm looking forward to that. Now, usually on Wednesdays, we like to answer questions. Because we haven't been around for so long, I wanted to do this off the top. I like it. I'm fresh. There's a lot to get to. There's a lot on your mind. I took a gander at what the great moderator Lewis put together. I mean, he is just so good. He put together all the best questions, and it hits on everything I want to get to. And so without further ado, Daddy-O, let's hit that music.
For a good old-fashioned Q&A.
Yes, I called Frank Daddy-O.
We need to talk after the show.
How do you feel about this?
The moment has arrived to hear from the man himself, Ariel Helwani.
That's me, baby. Nottingham Forest with the big draw, obviously, on Monday. We could talk about that. I don't know if it made the cut.
And now, to answer your question,
a lot going on. Of course, I had quite the weekend. One to remember, one for the scrapbook.
Here he is, Ariel Helwani.
Here I am, once again. So much to get to. Last time I did this off the top, thank you very much, Mike Heck, of course. I think I got to 2 questions in 30 minutes. I'm going to try to at least get to 3 in the first 30 minutes of the show. Let's do this. We got a lot to get to, a lot going on. Thank you very much. Let's start things off with James. James leads us off. What's up, Ariel? So my question today is all about the featherweight division. It seems obvious that since there's no standout number one contender, and we know Volk is the backup fighter for 280, he's most likely waiting for the winner of Charles versus Islam, and that'll hopefully happen in the first quarter next year. Perth obviously makes a lot of sense. Well, what about Max Holloway? Is he looking to fight anytime soon? How about Yair and Josh Emmett? Is that fight going to get booked for an interim belt in the meantime? I don't think there should be an interim belt. I mean, he just fought in July. Any injury status on Brian Ortega? Do you have any clue if Korean Zombie is going to continue fighting or hang him up? Geez, that's a lot of questions. Feels like there's a lot up in the air at the top of the division. Just wondering if you have any insight or knowledge on any of these fighters and their situations. I still stand by my claim. P.S. He says that deep dish is just a casserole. You're wrong. Also, I think that oat milk just tastes like dirty water. Sorry, not to, I mean, it was a fine question until the PS, if I'm being honest. Don't forget, by the way, I'll ignore the PS. Calvin Kattar versus Arnold Allen is an important fight at 45, so it's not like everything is stalled. I would do Max versus Korean Zombie. I know Max has been doing some traveling. And remember, a lot of these guys that you're mentioning, Max, Ortega, Emmett, like a lot of these guys fought not that long ago, and the roster is pretty robust. And we've seen this where, there was a period where all the 135ers weren't booked. There wasn't a single one in the top 8 that was booked. And then they all got booked at the same time. And I actually kind of like that, right? We saw that, and it's going to culminate with the 280 card with the 2 bantamweight fights on that main card. So I suspect in the next month or so, you'll start to see some of these guys booked. And I don't think there should be an interim belt. And I think we'll see what happens with 280. I think they wanted to see how that situation played out. And I think it's very clear that Volkanovski wants to fight for the 55 belt. And so I would put maybe one of those guys on that card in Perth. I have no problem with Emmett versus Yair, by the way. What's wrong with that as a number 1 contender fight? And by the way, if Arnold Allen wins, he probably has a very strong case at the number 1 contender. So a lot of this has to play out, is the point. Cool your jets. Hold your horses. Let's see what happens next week with Volkanovski. I don't think Max is in a huge rush to come back. Remember, he hasn't been he hasn't had a lot of multiple fights in a while. Took a lot of damage in July. Wants to take time off. I don't think we're seeing it. I wouldn't be shocked. I would be shocked if we see him at any point this year. Now, I know there's only 2.5 months left, but still. But I would, at some point, love to see Max versus Zombie if they both want to fight. Hola, Ariel. This is from El Cubano. Will the winner of this week's flyweight battle between Askar Askarov and Brandon Royval be more likely to A, title fight with the winner of Figueiredo Moreno 4, B, number 1 contenders fight against Alexandre Pantoja, C, other Viva Helwani? Yeah, that's an interesting one as well. That's another weight class that obviously we know now that Figueiredo and Moreno are going to fight for the 4th time in January in Rio. This is an important fight. According to the UFC's rankings, Askarov 4, Royval 5, Pantoja 2. I don't hate the idea of Pantoja fighting on the January card as a backup fighter. I can see that happening. They're doing more and more of that. And so the question is, who does he fight? Maybe he fights one of these 2 guys. Pretty quick turnaround, but not the worst thing in the world. So I don't hate that. Obviously, Royval has a loss to Pantoja. So you could, if he beats Askar Askarov, you can sell that. If Askarov wins, he has a loss to Pantoja. You could sell that, or you could just have him as the backup fighter and pay him just to be the backup fighter. I don't hate the idea of Pantoja just waiting for a title shot at this point. Feels like he needs like one more big win to get people behind him. His last fight was great. Dominant win over Alex Perez, but it was in July. If this title fight is in January, it's going to be a long time before we see him again. May, June, July, that's a year out. Don't love that. So I would say maybe fight the winner of this fight on Saturday and be the backup. Meaning if one of the 2 guys falls out, you're the one that gets the shot. Or just fight some other flyweight as a backup. I would like to see him fight one more time just to stay active, just to get people, more into him. Sitting out for a year doesn't seem ideal. And you could have made a case for him fighting for the belt right off the bat, like right now, instead of going with the 4th fight. But the 4th fight is way bigger and will get the most amount of attention for the division. I think the majority of people who aren't related to Alexandre Pantoja want to see that fight in the world of MMA and UFC. So I think they made the right call. So let's see. Andres, good afternoon, Ariel. Could you describe the emotions you went through this weekend? From the Blue Jays blowing an 8-run lead and getting eliminated, to the Bills blowing out the Steelers at Orchard Park, as well as experiencing both games with your family. As always, there is no show like the MMA Hour. Okay, let's sit back and let's tell a few stories, shall we? Thank you, Frank. Appreciate that. What a trip I had, guys. I mean, really, it was something else. It started on Friday. I was on a show called One Bills Live with the great Steve Tasker, who I grew up watching, 90s Bills, legend, number 89, wide receiver. He was unbelievable, heart of a line. And then we flew. I mean, it was just something else. There was a lot going on Friday because on Thursday, I was asked to voice the pre-match package for Extreme Rules, the Fight Pit match, pitting one Seth freaking Rollins and Matt Riddle, which of course our good friend Daniel Cormier was involved as the special guest referee, and we'll get to him in a moment. And so they asked me to voice it. And as you may know, WWE, they are the best when it comes to these pre-match packages. I mean, the effects, the storytelling, the writing, the production, it's all top notch. And so they asked me to do it, and they actually sent me like some other pro guy voicing it. I changed the words, gave it my own little feel, but I was like, this guy's way better than I am. And so I just voiced it at home. And then on Friday, less than 24 hours later, they sent me the finished product and said, you could post it. And I was like, wow, you guys made me sound a hell of a lot cooler than I really am. And it was kind of surreal to hear my voice in one of those patented, old school, old fashioned WWE packages. I mean, this is a really big freaking deal for a lifelong watcher, admirer, fanatic, enthusiast, whatever you want to say. So that was super cool. So that happened. Also on Friday, the Bills are like, oh, we can't wait to welcome you. And I'm like, my head is spinning. We fly to Toronto Friday night. And, you know, I've said this, I think I said it last week, like I haven't really done things like this with my kids. You know, weekends are very busy, tons of work, tons of things to do, the show on Monday, blah, 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 blah. Activities, kids are young. And so I feel like we haven't done these things, these spur of the moment trips. The Bills trip was planned for a while, but when I realized that the Blue Jays would be in town as well, hosting a playoff game, I was like, man, we got to do this. So I rearranged the trip, flew into Toronto, one of my favorite cities. It was great to be back there. I hadn't been there since game 1 of the NBA Finals in 2019. I was there for 24 hours. Great to be with my kids. My kids had never been to any province in Canada other than Quebec. So to show them a little bit of that was cool. Saw some friends who lived there. Check out Danny's Pizza Tavern in Little Italy. My friend just opened it up. It's fantastic. And, you know, we're walking around, great. And then I go with my boys. Now, Blue Jays lose game 1. Crap the bed, 4-0. Go with my boys to game 2. And it's just like, I've never been to a playoff game in Canada. I grew up being a huge Expos fan, always wanted to see the Expos in the playoff. 94 happened. Never been to a playoff game, and it was very exciting for me to be at a playoff game in Canada. What are the chances that the stars would align, that they'd be in town hosting a playoff game that same weekend where we were going to the Bills game? So I got the tickets. We went there. Crowd is hyped. There's the rally towels, taking pictures, all that stuff. And it was just so great to be there. It felt special, not an empty seat in the house. And there was a lot of pressure. Here we are outside the Rogers Center. Thank you for that, GC. Here's the family outside the Rogers Center. It was great. The whole crew there. Here's me and the boys, yeah, in front of the postseason sign. Very excited. I mean, I was just a full-on fan. I was loving everything about it. Here we are inside the Rogers Center, and I'm pretty sure the last time I was at the Rogers Center was for UFC 129. I'm pretty sure that's the case. George St. Pierre against Mr. Jake Shields, my good friend. So that was very exciting and a lot of pressure. I think people were nervous. Kevin Gossman is dealing, and it's looking great. 8-1. We're up 8-1. I'm starting to think Sunday's going to be great. Bills, Blue Jays, obviously not at the Blue Jay game, but we're going to game 3, 3-game series. And then slowly but surely, the whole thing, you know, unravels. And in the back of my mind, so we're driving, and I didn't know this. Frank didn't tell me this. I didn't realize Buffalo is so close to Toronto. I mean, I did my research, but it's just like an hour and a half drive. And by the way, did you guys know that Buffalo, like we were in downtown Buffalo, and that is 7 minutes from the border. Like when I drove from Toronto to Buffalo, I kept wondering, like, when is the border going to come? And you're pretty much 98% of the time in Ontario. Only at the very end, you cross the border, and then all of a sudden you're in downtown Buffalo. You go over something called the Peace Bridge. It's beautiful. Have you been there, Frank?
No, but I know a lot about it.
It's tremendous. So in the back of my mind, you know, now it's a 4:00 game. It's getting to 7:15. I'm like, geez, Louise, you know, my kids go to sleep like 7:30, 8:30. this is, I was planning for a nice, tidy 2.5, 3 hour game. I know that's pushing it with a playoff game, but I was starting to get worried about the drive, the 1.5 hour drive. So I'm like, oh, guys, please don't blow this. Please don't blow this. And then my kids, they were excited, and I was being a good dad. I got them a bunch of merch stuff. Also, they each got their own Sprite. Ended up being a huge mistake because they drank the whole Sprite and, no joke, had to go to the bathroom like 8 times. So we kept having to go up. Every half inning, we're going to the bathroom. The people must have hated us. And so top of the 8th, go to the bathroom, but they don't let you go back to your seat, while the play is going on. So we had to watch the top of the 8th from the top on the screen, couldn't see anything, and we saw the whole thing unravel. George Springer, Bo Bichette, they collide. Springer, concussion, gets carted off, and now it's tied 9-9, and then it's 10-9. I'm like, what the hell just happened here? This is a nightmare. Turns out, biggest comeback ever for a road team in an MLB playoff game. I once, lived to see the Bills beat the Oilers in a playoff game at home. Now I got the other side of the coin, and it was a huge bummer. Now I'll say this, massive bummer. Air was let out of the stadium. Like, the place was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. It was unbelievable. I mean, you just saw the whole thing just unfold in front of your eyes, and you couldn't believe they were up 8-1. Hernandez, 2 home runs. I mean, they were cooking. I will say this: if I was watching at home, I'd be pretty pissed. The fact that I got to experience that with my kids, and they got to feel a playoff game, and they asked me if they can get, a ball and a glove and this and that, and I could see them ask me about, Alejandro Kirk and Danny Jansen and Vladdy Guerrero and Bo Bichette and stuff like that. Like, I could see the fandom just building, and I could see how mad they got when they tied the game 9-9, and I could just see it all happening. It kind of took a bit of the sting away, if I'm being honest. Like, there was a part of me that was like, it's happening. It's, some kids, they get into it early, some a little later. I'd say my kids are pretty young, 8 and 10, my boys. I could just see it happening. I could see the fandom. I could see them getting into it. Cheering when there's a strike 2, cheering when there's a strikeout, booing when there's a ball 3 or a ball, like, those moments are just priceless. This is everything that you dream of when you're a dad, especially when you're a huge sports fan like me and you care about it so much. So getting to experience that with them, while it was super, super annoying that they lost, depressing, whatever you want to say, if I was just watching at home, A, they wouldn't have been as into it, and B, I would have been, I think, way more pissed off. The fact that we got to just experience it, I know now that they're bigger fans. Got a hat, they're wearing it. That's what it's all about, just to care, right? And just to feel connected and emotionally invested. So I was not too down. Great experience. Can't wait to be back. Rogers Center's great. Looking forward to the renovations. Very fun. Then drove to Buffalo, and at night, check in. And now we get there. And this is an emotional experience for me. And I'm sorry I'm going a little long here, but this was a really big weekend. In the hotel, everyone's wearing Bills gear. And I grew up, surrounded by Cowboys fans, Niners fans. I had one friend that was a Bills fan, Phil Dirksen. That was it. Didn't have a single other Bills fan in my life. Never been to a home game. Everyone at the hotel wearing Bills gear. The whole family's into it. Even my wife is wearing the jersey. Josh Allen jersey. I'm rocking the Thurman Thomas. Claire's rocking the Stephon Diggs. No, Josh Allen. Walter Diggs. Oliver Allen, I think. Anyway. And I was worried about this, but I convinced them to go early because the Bills, thank you so much to Kelsey Sweet, social media head honcho for the Buffalo Bills. She set it all up. She got us field passes. Now it opened at 11. You get to be on the field 11 to 12:15. So I was trying to plant the seed, like, I want to go early. But you have young kids. Here we are. You get worried they're gonna fizzle out. The energy level is gonna go down come the first quarter. So I had to be strategic. But we left early. Now, guys, this is us on the field, right? I mean, this is just, the scene, Rudy. This is the greatest sight these eyes have ever seen. Like, that was me walking in there. It was unbelievable. Like, I'm standing. That's Rich Stadium. That's the Ralph. That's Eric Wood. Former Buffalo Bill. That's Steve Tasker taking a picture with us, coming over to take a picture with us, with my boys wearing Bills. I mean, I felt like I was home. I felt like I was among my family members, long lost family members. Here we are outside, now known as Highmark Stadium. I mean, I was getting emotional just driving up. And when you drive up to the stadium, I mean, this is giving me chills just looking at it. It's kind of surreal, to be honest. Taking picture. I mean, Claire's into it. She got the hat, tons of merch. We got the blanket. We got everything. GC would have been in heaven. It was unbelievable, us just sitting there. Third row. When you drive into Orchard Park, everyone's out on their lawns, cooking, having a good time. It's truly like a Bills village. I'd never been around something like this before. People are letting you park on their lawns. You pay 15 here, 10 there. It was amazing. Everything about it was amazing. And getting to be there on the field and seeing Stefan and seeing Josh and seeing all the guys warming up beforehand. A member of the Bills equipment team came up and gave us gloves, wide receiver gloves, said he was a big UFC fan. Some people were saying hello to me from the stands. One nice man gave me a pack of UFC cards. He said he was hoping to see me there. It was unbelievable. And there we are sitting third row. I've watched games there since 1991. And I'm just, I kept saying, I can't believe my eyes are actually seeing this. I can't believe my eyes are actually just actually processing this, right? Not through a screen. And there was a part of me that was like, geez, if they blow this to the 14-point underdog Steelers, everyone's going to say I'm a curse, blah, blah, blah. And what happens? First play, nothing. Second play, nothing. And then third play, 98-yard touchdown, Josh Allen to Gabriel Davis, and then it's off and running. Next play, recover a fumble on the kickoff, and the place is just, it was madness. It was madness. We're standing, we're sitting, we sat right in front of Shaq Lawson's family. They were lovely. His mom, his wife, his daughter. It was incredible. The whole thing was incredible. And then they end up killing 38-3. Josh Allen, 4 touchdowns in the first half, almost 400 yards in the first half. Offensive player of the week. It was biblical. It was truly biblical. And now everyone's saying I have to be back. I have to come back. I have to, who knows? But for my first ever trip to Orchard Park, can't believe it happened. Very, very thankful, very grateful. And it was very special to be there with my kids, with my wife, with everyone. I could see that they were into it. They wanted to play football that night. They wanted to play for an hour and a half outside the hotel, jumping around, pretending they're the guys and everything. It was really one of the best weekends that I've ever had as an adult, as a human being, as a father, as everything. It was great. And then the next day, I got to go to Niagara Falls for the first time, and that was a real cool experience. Have you guys been to Niagara Falls? Anyone been to Niagara Falls? There we are. I mean, this looks fake. That's a real place. Frank, you ever been to Niagara Falls?
No.
GC?
Yeah, I've been before.
Tremendous, right?
Yeah, U.S. side though.
You went to the Jabrone side. Why?
I can't remember why, but
Everyone said, you got to go Canadian. You got to go Canadian.
yeah, I guess it was up to my parents.
All right.
Back to Orchard Park real quick.
Yeah, please.
Was it really that windy for the Steelers to miss 2 field goals?
It was pretty windy.
All right.
And Bills had one block, but it was pretty windy. It was, relatively, good weather for a October Sunday, but windy, chilly. Yeah, it was windy.
And then the last quick one, I think you tried to clear this up for me before, but there was a train.
No, third down.
Okay.
Third down, they play sound like, "Wah." It's great. It's so great.
Right. So thank you for answering my question.
Yes. But I have to say, I never really experienced that whole city. It's just all Buffalo Bills. You know what I mean? And I grew up in Montreal where the Canadians are a religion, but there's other things going on. It just seems everything is through the lens of the Buffalo Bills there. And you could just feel it. You could feel that Sunday. Everyone, I mean, I would guess 95% of the households were watching that game. It's just the whole, and there's only 8 home games, obviously, 8, 9, whatever it is these days, the 17-game schedule. The point is, I never really experienced that before. I've been to a couple NFL games, MetLife, this and that. It's not the same. Old Giant Stadium, not the same, because the stadium is in the middle of a neighborhood. It's actually very European soccer-esque. When I went to the Man City game, it's in the middle of a neighborhood. So everything as you're driving up to it through a neighborhood is all Bills, 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 people on their, lawns, cooking, this and that. Now, a lot of people ask me, did I do the tailgate? Did I jump through a table? No, because the kids, I walked through, I looked, it was cool. I saw a VW bus, a Westphalia covered in Bills stuff. But, with the kids, I tried to keep it a little G-rated, PG. I'm not a big drinker, and I wanted to get in by 11 so we could go on the field. I felt like that was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so I wanted to experience that. And it was super cool. It was really, really cool. It's just a really fun thing as a parent. especially when you were a fan of teams that no one else was a fan of in my house, among my friends. They were all Bulls fans, Cowboys fans, to now pass this on to my kids and hopefully they get, to see a championship, unlike me, in my youth. It's really fun to see it start to click. And I feel like this weekend, baseball, football started to click in a really big way. Like, they were fans, they know about the guys and everything like that, but it's different when you experience it and you get this stuff. And I tried to, impress upon them, this isn't normal. You don't get this type of stuff. I used to sit in the bleachers back in the day. I used to sit, in the rafters. I used to sit last row of the Montreal Forum. And I hope they appreciate that. But yeah, it was really, really fun. And then the whole trip, it was just amazing. Canada, these are things that, we didn't really do a lot of. And, maybe it's a pandemic byproduct, but I want to do more of it, appreciate life, and just enjoy these things and try to do as much as possible. So I could go on and on about the trip, but it was really a lot of fun. Now, Big Money asks, welcome back, Ariel. We missed you and the gang. Just looking forward to hearing about your first trip to Orchard Park for the epic Bills-Steelers game. Did you jump through a folding table after chugging a Labatt Blue? No. Did you get a chance to meet any players, celebs? Eric Wood, Steve Tasker were the main ones. And then at the airport yesterday, as we're leaving, I meet Buck Martinez, former Blue Jays manager, now color analyst, who just beat cancer. Best of luck to him in the future. It was great to talk to him. And then minutes later, I see John Schneider with his lovely wife and daughter, current Blue Jays manager, within minutes of each other. No one said anything to both of them. And I wanted to tell, I could tell John was a little down. He was nursing a beer. And I told him, the real fans appreciate him. They wouldn't have been there without him. And that I hope he's brought back. He was the interim manager. He said a couple more of these will make him feel a lot better. He was talking about the beer. And I feel for the guy because I think he's been blamed a lot for the loss. I don't think it was his fault. I think the pen really blew it for him. And you could say, oh, you should have kept in Gosman longer, blah, blah, blah. The point is, that was a super cool way to end the trip. And I was just being a total fanboy, if I'm being honest. Any other player celebs? No. But everyone was very nice. Niagara, Buffalo, a lot of people. Was so cool was because I was on One Bills Live on Friday, a lot of people who aren't MMA fans, I guess, recognized me from the appearance only and were saying, welcome to Buffalo, welcome to Orchard Park, welcome to your first Bills game. The love that I was feeling was immense. It was really fun. It was really fun. Excuse me. I'm reading Sun here. How did your sons react to the rowdy Buffalo crowd environment? By the way, a lot of people say like swearing this, that, maybe because we were low down, but like everyone was super nice. Super, there's some yelling, there's some crazy characters, and they're like, whoa, this is a little different than the Blue Jays baseball crowd. But for the most part, everyone was super, super cool. Very, 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 very warm, friendly. Maybe I was in the other section, but it was tremendous. What other food experiences did you enjoy while in Western New York? Thanks, and as always, go Bills. So we went to Gabriel's Gate, which I was told was the best wings in Buffalo, and then we got there Monday night, and they had a 2-hour wait, and that was a problem. So then we went to another place close to the hotel, and we had the wings, and I have to say, it wasn't like I don't think it was like a sports bar, but the wings were something else. And can I just say this, Frank and GC, and I don't know how you guys feel about it. At the game, Bill's social media had me answer some questions for a video that they're going to post later on this week, I think. Just like some random stuff. And it's like the players asking questions, and they claim that they're asking me questions like Josh Allen and stuff, and there's no chance that they're asking me the questions. I think they just recorded it. Nevertheless, one of the questions was wings or drumsticks, and then ranch or blue cheese.
Flats or drumsticks.
Flats or drumsticks.
Wings or
We had this discussion at lunch.
Yes. Okay, so you know what I said?
Oh, God.
Let's hear it.
So I said drumsticks. That's okay, right?
If that's your preference, that's your preference.
But here's the problem.
Did you say ranch?
Oh,
They didn't walk you right out?
Here's the thing. I said ranch, and the lovely young woman, Kelsey Sweet, who was filming me, made a face when I said ranch.
Yeah.
I'm making
to a Buffalo person.
Yes.
I'm from Texas, and I know better than to say ranch.
Here's the thing.
You actually like ranch better?
No, but I hate blue cheese in a salad. Hate blue cheese in a salad.
This is not salad.
But here's the thing. I was thinking salad, okay? I don't know if I've ever had blue cheese
This is
dip.
such a Seinfeld moment for
I
you.
don't know if I've ever had it. And now here's the problem. Literally the next night, I have wings with blue cheese, and I'm dipping it in. And I asked the guy, by the way, what's this dip? This is fantastic.
You asked this dude in.
I asked the guy, he goes, that's blue cheese. I was like, this is blue cheese? Why didn't anyone tell me that this was blue cheese? This is fantastic. I said, let me ask you a question. Someone yesterday asked me if I liked ranch or blue cheese. Was the wrong answer ranch? He said, yes. 99.9% of people in Buffalo are going to laugh at you if you say ranch. I was like, So then I wanted to text her and say, can you take, I got to own it.
Oh, man, that's bad.
In my defense, I've never had it.
I can't believe you're this old and you haven't had it.
When am I having? By the way,
anytime you have wings, anything.
No, I listen. I've had wings. I've never had dressing like that before, or dip, or whatever you want to call it.
I will say, like in-house blue cheese is going to be better than any sort of store-bought or like a Buffalo Wild.
It was fantastic. It was a little bit chunky at the bottom.
Oh man, yeah.
It was amazing.
Sometimes
my kids
it's just ranch with blue cheese chunks.
My kids were begging me for a second order, and I was like, no, we can't have a second order. You know, they had their own 10-piece. 5 each. I felt like that was enough for their little bellies. They wanted another. They were dying for it.
I did my wings on Sunday in honor of you being at the Buffalo game, and I got like 5 blue cheese sauces. Have to have it.
Why did you guys tell me this?
Embarrassing.
And I felt so much love from the Buffalo fans, and now I feel like they're going to hate me.
Yeah, you're going to get flamed online when it drops.
What's wrong with ranch?
Nothing's wrong with ranch. I love ranch, but with the wings, it's always blue cheese. And then Buffalo people seem to be they're
very passionate. I think a player a couple years ago said, I can't remember who it was, said he hated blue cheese and he got killed for it.
That's your future.
Anyway, it was fantastic. Really enjoyed it. Highly recommend. If you're ever in Buffalo, it's the real deal. It's the real deal. Anyway, that's my trip in a nutshell. It was tremendous. All right, back to the questions. Cross Sama. Ariel, why don't you talk more about ONE FC now that they're in the American market with the Amazon cards? By the way, they were in the American market with the TNT cards too, so they just literally had their version of Amanda Nunes versus Val 3, except Angela Lee versus Shawn. Both had one win going to the trilogy. Having Angela Lee on to talk about the fight would be amazing. By the way, I tried to get her on, but the time difference is too tough, so that ain't on me. I mean, obviously ain't on her either, but I did try. You can ask them. FYI, John Lineker headlines the next Amazon card as defending champ. Will you be watching that? Yes, I have watched both. Why not get Lineker on to talk about his climb up ONE FC? All right, Cross, chill out. Not sure if you heard this, but we have Chatri Sityodtong in studio today, so hopefully that appeases you. There's a lot going on. Ahmed. Salam alaikum, Ariel. Missed the show, but hope you and the fam enjoyed your time. Thank you. I'm back with another unpopular topic in the show. How fun was Extreme Rules? The Wyatt return was expected yet brilliant, and DC should be referee of the year. Also, happy 1-year anniversary of PF Chang's Helwani. Hey! All right. Also, Lewis tells me that the next question is about Extreme Rules, so let me read it as well. Ski says, sup, Ariel, Frank, Connor, Rick, and everyone else who makes this show so great possible. I'll get straight to the point. Ariel, can you talk us through the moment when you got the text from your boy DC that he'd be guest reffing at Extreme Rules? Did it come totally out of nowhere for you? I can just imagine DC saying, my boy Helwani has to be the guy to break it. How did you get to announce it to the world? He's got the whole world in his hand. By the way, did you guys see this? Please tell me you guys saw this Bray Wyatt reveal. GC, you see this?
I got the highlights on Twitter. Wasn't watching live.
No, but you saw the clip. Like, you saw how great this was.
Yeah.
Did it do anything for you? I mean, I know you're not, like, did you think to yourself, like, this is cool, or did you say it was lame? Be honest.
All right, so, like, the thing about Bray Wyatt is, like, I did that real deep Royal Rumble pick. I bet on him. Like, I put, like, 50 cents on him. So I'm aware of who he is, and, I thought the walkout was cool.
Did you see it, Frank?
No.
Okay, perfect. So that was another stressful part of Saturday night because I had the drive and I was trying to make it to the hotel so I can see at least DC take part in the match. Now let's rewind. DC tells me 2 Thursdays ago that, first someone at WWE asked me if I'll be at Extreme Rules. I said no, Toronto, Buffalo, that whole thing. I said, oh, that's too bad. And then I kind of get the hint that my guy is going to be involved. So I called DC and I'm like, yo, are you doing this thing? He says, yes, it's in the works. I was like, man, you're trying to kayfabe me, not tell me the story here? What the hell? So then he keeps me up to speed, blah, 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 gets done. On Saturday, I get the heads up that it's a done deal and, it's good to be broken. Got my guy Spencer to make me a little poster, made me a little poster. We put it out there. Everyone's into it. He cuts the promo on Monday of last week. Maybe helped him a little bit just with the framing. You know, it was all him, but just, you know, to tighten it a little bit, just like to, you know, tighten, you know. We've done this dance before. And then he does his thing. Now, Tuesday, Wednesday, I keep hitting because I'm living vicariously through them. What's it like? What are they telling you? Backstage? What's the schedule? Da-da-da. So Saturday, unfortunately, you know, or fortunately, you know, I had the busy day game and all that. So we were kind of checking in here and there. He's telling me, oh, I saw this guy. I saw Braun Breaker. I saw this guy. He didn't tell me about the Bray thing, even though afterwards he told me that he, you know, saw him for a bit. Then I leave him alone. I say, good luck. Give me the lowdown afterwards. Get to the hotel just as the match is starting. I think it was like 9:30, 9:45, just as the match is starting. So I sit there and I got to watch this. One thing I told DC, when you walk out there, when they introduce you, don't smile. Don't act like you're happy to be there. Don't act like you're the celebrity guest referee and you're just happy to be there. Take it seriously, all right? You're in their world. You're the enforcer. You're there. You've been brought in to be the special guest referee for this fight pit match. No rules, no ropes, no mercy, just the cage, all that stuff. What does he do when he walks out? He freaking is smiling up the wazoo, all right? He's shaking hands, he's smiling, he's looking like the locker room guy. But then, once the actual thing starts, the smile's gone. I was very happy. And I have to say, like, I was legit, it's like, there's my bud, and he's getting to play referee. Who doesn't dream of this? And he's saying, you're fighting him, not me, and all this. My favorite part of the whole referee appearance, cameo, whatever it was, he was continuously fixing his pants, like putting his belly, you know, like putting the pants over his belly, looking like an old crotchety wrestling coach. Like he's like, you know, I'm in charge while fixing his pants, while tucking the belly in. It was fantastic. The whole thing was fantastic. And I thought he did a great job. He added some credibility. He added some fun. He made it feel special. He made it feel real. And Riddle wins. I thought he did a great job. Knocked it out of the park. Saw his clip with Booker T. That was nice. Nice little full circle moment from the DC and Helwani days. I thought he did a 10 out of 10 job. It was really, really fun. And I know how much it meant to him. And I was living vicariously through him. I thought it was so cool that he was there. And then they walk out, and then it dips to black. And then the Bray Wyatt thing happens. And I have to say, that was one of the all-time greatest reveals moments in wrestling history. He should have never been fired. He's one of the greatest characters of the last decade, one of the greatest minds. I know he can be controversial. I know he can be polarizing, but you can't deny his talent. From the Bray Wyatt character to the Fiend, Firefly Funhouse, all that. And then to come out with that, with the music, him singing, and then and then the little reveal. I mean, it was just magic. WWE is on fire right now. The shows are so great. It seems like every week, every show, someone is coming back. The long-term booking is smart. I love all the factions. The stuff with Judgment Day is great. I can't wait to see what Bray does. Pay-per-view is fun. Didn't love the Ronda Liv Morgan finish, but fine. Curious to see what they do with Liv there. Yeah, Seth winning the belt on I mean, it's just a great time to be a wrestling fan. I'm sorry if that upsets some of you, but I really think it's a great time to be a fan. I think they're clicking, and you know, all hail Triple H. I know that's not cool. I know all the and I think the next question is about the AEW freakazoids. I mean, these people are absolute freaks. These people are out of their minds. They're living in some sort of like alternate universe where if you say anything pro WWE and anything somewhat negative towards AEW, they get so mad. It's crazy. It's unbelievable. Like, I get it. You're passionate about your team, your company, whatever. But golly, take a breather, guys. Chill the F out. There is no denying right now that WWE is the superior brand. And by the way, go back and look on this show. Maybe 6 months ago, I said AEW is the superior brand. I tell it like it is. If you want to do selective hearing, good on you. I was on Simmons' show in July and said the product was so boring, so stale. Brock versus Reigns for 1,000th time. Not the case anymore. The change at the top has helped tremendously. It is a completely different product. It is fun. It is entertaining. It is unpredictable. It's what we all want. We want these people back. Bray Wyatt should have never been fired. We want him back. and you bring him back like that, and I hope he comes back as the old Bray Wyatt with a faction behind him. Golly, give it to me. Now, Andrew says, Ariel, as a lifelong pro wrestling fan, how did it feel to be so involved this past weekend at Extreme Rules? Also, what are your true feelings about Tony Khan in that interview? All right. Well, I wasn't that involved in Extreme Rules. All I did was the thing. But yes, it was super cool, and I was honored that they asked, and it was a really big deal, and it was an honor to be involved. And you know what? I had a conversation with New York Rick about this, and I was like, should I be involved? And he said something to me that really resonated with me, breaking the fourth wall here. It's like, it's all right to have fun. I've especially like post 2016, I was so, I was so tense and I was so uptight about like, you got to be down the middle. You got to be this, you got to be that. And I've turned down so many things. I actually turned something else down, not to get into it, leading up to Extreme Rules, because I need to be Mr. Journalist. You know what? I'm going to do things that are fun, obviously I'm not going to stray too far away, but I'm done with turning things down just because I need to be something to other people. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm going to start having a little fun. And that's been a buildup over the past year. So it was an honor to do it. And, not sure if there's anything else on the horizon, but just doing that one-off thing and then to sort of be connected to DC's quote-unquote debut was super fun. Now, the Tony Khan interview. Did this interview with Tony Khan last Tuesday. It aired Wednesday night. It was for the YouTube channel. You could check it out. Look, whatever I'm going to say here is going to piss off the AEW supermarks. But I'll just say this. One of the most frustrating and, to a degree, not so fun interviews of my career. Because, as you may have seen, he didn't want to answer anything. Now, look, like you're going to come on and promote X, Y, and Z. Great. And I'll play that dance with you. And I did at the beginning. But you got to give us something. To not even tell me like how you were feeling. I'm not asking for specifics on, all right, fine, I asked, is Punk going to wrestle for you? Is he coming back? You don't want to get into it? Fine. But just tell me how you were feeling. Give me something. MJF contract. Hey, I don't do business in the public, but I'll tell you, love having him on board. Look forward to many years together. But give me something. Don't just say, not going to talk about it. Not going to talk about it. Doesn't serve me. Doesn't serve me. That's not the way you do it. If you want to be the voice, if you want to be the face, there's a way to do that dance. Look at Eddie. Look at Dana back in the day. Look at some of the great promoters over the last 30 years. There's a way of giving us the answer, even though it's not the answer I want, but you're giving us some sort of answer, something to chew on, as opposed to just shutting it all down. Not very enjoyable. And if I'm being honest, like right off the bat, I was like, I think you didn't like me back in the day, because he turned down multiple interviews with me. And then we get right into the MJF thing and like really deep into the weeds on the PR stuff. And I was like, golly, this is how we're starting? All right. I just, took a shot at BT, the ITV stuff, should have went back at him and reminded him 2 minutes ago that he, was fawning over Warner Brothers Discovery about being the greatest place for AW. Meanwhile, BT is owned by Warner Brothers Discovery, and yet he's telling me that ITV is a better place than BT. Like, just these things that were, discrepancy. He says he never met Nick Khan, then he says he talked to him on the phone. I was like, what are we doing here? Well, what is this? And you're not going to give me one legit answer? I appreciated meeting him. I enjoy it, but like the enjoyment of getting to talk to the guy who founded this great property that has done a lot of great things in 3 years fizzled out rather quickly when I realized the only answers he's going to give me are these long drawn out answers promoting all this stuff and going on these tangents about Chris Jericho and this and that, when, we got a tight window, and I kept mentioning the tight window because they told me there was a tight window, and I can't get to any of the stuff. And then when I get to the stuff, you don't want to answer any of them. You don't want to answer a single one. Not even a single one. I won't get into this. I won't get into MJF, the Punk stuff, the Young Bucks stuff. Asked him about Bray Wyatt. Asked him about, what else did I ask him about? MJF, Punk, Young Bucks. There was another one that I asked him about later on. Oh, Cody Rhodes. Wouldn't even say, like, how did you feel seeing him there? I'm not going to get into that. That's not going to serve me. Like, man, I'm not asking you for the financial breakdown. I'm just asking for your feelings. Yeah, it was tough. We had been through the wars together. We went in the trenches together. I'm happy for him. We're in a good spot. Maybe we'll do business in the future. I wish him the best, but I'm focused on our roster right now. Something. Give me something, for goodness sakes. My feeling on that interview, in short, was, this is me just shooting right here. I feel like Tony Khan doesn't trust me. I feel like he doesn't really like me. And I feel like he came in there with his guard super up and didn't want to give me any sort of morsel because he thought that if he opened the door a little bit, I would walk in and ask X, Y, and Z. And I tried to tell his people like, yo, I have no allegiances to anyone. So I work for the British broadcaster of WWE. So what? When I worked for ESPN, I had Bellator guys and one guys on and whatever guy, Cage Warriors guy. That's what do you think I'm going to do? You think I'm going to come at him and hit him over the head with a steel chair? Like, what are we talking about here? So I don't know. Didn't really enjoy it. Frustrating. Felt like he wasn't giving us anything. And then I felt like there were so many discrepancies, and watch this be cut up and watch all the marks. You know, my favorite thing about the crazy marks are they'll be like, oh, this is coming from, a guy who Nick Khan was his former agent. Every single time I talk about wrestling, I mention that, including in that interview, I mentioned it to him. And they love it. And you know what? I don't give a fuck. Enjoy. Have fun. AEW in Toronto tonight. It's going to be great. My one regret was not asking about the 9,000 titles. Way too many titles in AEW. But here's the thing. If you are saying right now with a straight face that the AEW product is better than the WWE product, you're just a liar. You're just an absolute liar. There's no if, ands, or buts. The WWE product is infinitely better, infinitely more interesting, and there's a freaking brawl happening backstage each and every week, it seems. Meanwhile, it's all kumbaya on the Stamford side of things. Like, if you're going to be a super fan, be a super fan, but also tell it like it is. 6 months ago wasn't the case. A year ago when Punk came back wasn't the case. When Bryan signed, when Moxie came, all that stuff wasn't the case. But right this second, if you're going to sit here and say that it's a better product, you're an absolute liar. Adriano. Hi, Ariel. With the announcement of UFC Australia in February, will the UFC be pushing now to have Jones and Ngannou Stipe in December? March seems like they are pushing for the UK in Leon's latest interview with Nick Pete, and April is more generally a New York card. Is it? Maybe. Will the interest of Jones fighting at heavyweight be gone by then? Feels like this whole year has been anticipation of Jones' return. I could say this. They're making one last-ditch effort to do Ngannou Jones. I don't think it's going to happen, and I think that the addition of the Jan Blachowicz fight against Magomed Ankalaev on that December 10th card kind of feels like confirmation that they're going to go with the Yuri versus Glover route. I know Yuri's losing some kind of patience. I mean, this fight is in 2 months, less than 2 months, December 10th. It's October 12th. Like, let's go. So I suspect next couple weeks we'll get some sort of finalization. I'll be very surprised last minute if it ends up being Ngannou Jones. I'll be surprised as well if it ends up being Jones versus Stipe. I know they're trying. They want that. I don't think the stars will align. And if so, then I could see them doing March and then April, the Leon card or swap. Thoughts on how the Ben versus Eubank fight was handled from all parties and how could or should the situation be resolved? Well, I feel like it's ongoing because now there's talk of the second test. Once he failed the first test, the fight should have been off. And I don't care if it's VADA. I don't care if it's the British Board of Control, the BBOC. It doesn't matter. If you're paying to do VADA, then you have to adhere to what VADA is doing. If you're paying to do VADA to only adhere to what they're saying when you pass, then the whole thing is a sham. If you're paying to do VADA and it says you failed, then you've got to listen to them. And I think that they tried to salvage it. In the end, you got to give them full marks. Look, they tried to salvage it. It was happening in real time, but they didn't go through with the fight, and that was the right thing to do. There's too much of a liability to go through with the fight if you have a guy who failed. By the way, for clomiphene, which we know about MMA, Brock Lesnar, I mean, talk to people who know about that PED. Like, that's attached to other stuff. So, unfortunate. Ben Eubank felt like Chimaev Diaz in the sense that it sort of felt like it was too good to be true. And I feel like it still feels like it's too good to be true. Not the greatest weekend. It happens. It happens to every promoter. Tried as hard as possible to salvage it. Kind of feel like they should move on. See how the whole thing plays out. They went with postponement, not canceled. To me, it's canceled and they'll try to salvage it. But, I mean, it was, we haven't seen that in the UFC in quite some time. It was shades of 232 when they literally moved the card for John Jones, which is still till this day one of the most bizarre things that the UFC has ever done. Shades of 200 as well. We really haven't seen any type of, like explosion because of obviously we had the Chimaev thing. and they were able to rejigger the card. But due to PDs or due to USADA or anything like that, it's been a while. It really has been a while. And yeah, it happens. And it happened to Matchroom. It happened to DAZN. Unfortunate. It would have been great. But we'll see how it plays out. I don't see them fighting anytime soon. Let's put a pin in it there. I'll get to the other questions on the back end. A little bit better than I think the last time, but still.
Good job, Ariel.
Yeah, I tried my best. I mean, the trip was, and I even cut short. I cut out a lot of details, but, I'm trying to keep this as concise. We have 7 guests, and let's kick things off with our first guest of the day. He is fighting against Askar Askarov this Saturday in one of the best fights at the world's most famous Apex. He's one of the top flyweights in the world. He's the one and only Raw Dog, Brandon Royval, joining us right now from Las Vegas with the NWO shirt. Brandon, what's happening? Wow.
Bro, the Heartbreak Kid, Brandon Raw Dog Royval. That's what I wanted to announce you as.
Wow.
Bro, I was so happy. I was going to wear this shirt for the interview no matter what. And then I saw Shawn Michaels was on it, and I was like, hell yeah, I'm rocking the NWO shirt for sure.
That is amazing.
Yeah, I was stoked about that.
Much love, man.
Timing. I mean,
much respect.
I wore it yesterday too. I wore it yesterday too. So I was like, we're going to 2-day this shirt for sure.
Why not? YOLO. Are you a wrestling fan or an old school wrestling fan?
Yeah, a huge old school wrestling fan, huge NWO fan, all that stuff, man. I even feel like the nickname's a little bit because the Raw, like a little bit of the Raw, all that stuff, man. The Raw Dog goes good with like the wrestling kind of like promotion and all that stuff. So yeah, huge wrestling fan, all that stuff.
You still watch?
A proud member of the Rat Pack. No, I haven't watched in like years.
Okay.
I was one of those people that probably cried when I found out wrestling wasn't real and freaked out on all that stuff. Yeah.
Yes.
Heartbroken.
By the way, I know you've probably answered this question 1,000 times, but who did give you the Raw Dog nickname?
Who gave me the Raw Dog nickname? I got 4 kids and 7 baby mamas, so it's just like earned, No, I'm just kidding. I was fighting as an amateur, like an early on amateur, and some dude like kept yelling, Raw Dog him, and we kind of like joked about it in the gym for years. And I had this like World Series I fought for the World Series of Fighting, and they're like, you should try the nickname out, see if they'll say it on TV. And I tried it out. They said it on TV. I knocked the dude out, and I was like, the name kind of blew up from there a little bit, like took like a thing of its own. Like, I can't believe this guy came out as Raw Dog. And then it was like a little bit of superstition, and then it kind of just like kept on. I tried to get rid of it in the LFA for a little bit, and the announcer would just like Mike Kendall, the announcer, was like just laid into it. When I told him like, don't announce Raw Dog, please. I'm trying to go to the UFC. I'm trying to be more professional and all this stuff. So it's like at this point, I'm gonna be fighting for a belt, and they're gonna be yelling Raw Dog Royval. It'll be our Heartbreak Raw Dog Royval.
Hey, it's catchy,
Heartbreak
man.
Kid Raw Dog.
I like that too. There's many different iterations, and I like it, and it's memorable. So why not? As long as your baby mamas and your kids are okay with it. This is a massive fight for you in Vegas this weekend. And I have to ask, I saw you talking, I think it was to John Morgan, and you were talking about how pumped you were fighting in front of a crowd for the first time in your last fight and how great it was. When you found out that you were back at the Apex, how did you feel?
I mean, it was a little heartbreaking because it's just like, I don't know, man. I feel like I go out and try to put on performances to be like a crowd pleaser and everything, like I put it all on the line. So it's like, from going from the ultimate high of being on like a sold out crowd card, and like, I had, this is my first time fighting in front of a crowd was that time. So I was able to gain fans when my first walkout. So when I was walking out, people were cheering for me, and like it was just one of the coolest moments of my life. And then to be back at the Apex was like, all right, well, we're back here, we're back home, but it's all the same, man. It's all the same. I'm just gonna go out there and fight a motherfucker.
And he's a tough guy coming off a loss, so perhaps a chip on his shoulder. In your opinion, by the way, him versus Kai Kara-France, who you have a great win over back in March, who won that fight? I'm assuming you saw the fight. Who do you think actually won that fight?
I scored the fight for Kai Kara-France. I gave him the second and third round. It was a close fight, but I think Kai Kara-France did more damage, and that's how I score fights anyways. Just who's more willing to engage in the fight. I think Askarov had control time, but I think that's the least important part of MMA and fighting.
What, if anything, can you take away from that fight and bring into this fight? He's a super tough, durable guy. Are there any lessons you could take away from that fight and apply to your fight on Saturday?
Yeah. I think Kai Kara-France was able to just like push a high pace and able to kind of like gas him out a little bit. And it's like, when I fought France, I think one of the things that I was able to do is just put a higher pace than France, was overwhelm him in a sense too. So there's this racer in America. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but Steve Prefontaine. You ever heard of
Yeah,
him?
of course, yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's been a little bit of my motivation this fight is like Steve Prefontaine just is known to put on a massive pace and just kind of like take on the fight role as a racer. And like, that's kind of what's been going on in my head. It's just like, I want him to hurt. And I want him to hurt in the sense of like, one, I'm beating him up, but I want him to hurt in the sense of like where I'm hurting, you know, like I want my lungs to be gassed out. I want to push myself beyond my limits. And then I want him to feel that too. And if I feel like, if I'm feeling it, I know he's going to feel it. And then that's when I think I can be able to take over the fight. It's just put on a Prefontaine pace on him and then make it dirty and then try to take the win from there.
Would you rather be fighting him in the bigger cage? Does that matter at all?
Yeah, I was thinking that too. Is that the fight was originally offered in Abu Dhabi, but like my coach wasn't able to make that trip, so we asked if we can get it a week earlier on his card. But the fight was supposed to be in Abu Dhabi, and that was like the original thing. So that would have been like the coolest thing, is like walking into enemy's territory almost, and being able to fight in front of a huge crowd, and just honestly having the feel of like, you know, being like I don't know, being in like the opposing town, or the opposing like I don't know, just like in enemy territory, man. That would have been the cool feel. Like as any fighter kind of wants that a little bit too, you know.
Well, unfortunately not, but still a very important fight. And actually, earlier in the show, I was answering questions from the fans, and one of them was about your fight. And, you know, I kind of answered as best as I could, but I actually want to ask you the question because I feel like you'd have a better answer than I would. So my friend El Cubano sent in this question. Ariel, will the winner of this week's flyweight battle between Askar Askarov and Brandon Royval be more likely to A, title fight versus the winner of Figueiredo versus Moreno 4, B, number one contenders fight against Alexandre Pantoja, C, other? And so I'm wondering, what do you think the answer to that question is? What does the winner of this fight get?
And that's my goal too, is to go out there and be undeniable, man. Go out there and make a statement. And it's like, but the title fight's already made. It's made in Brazil, and it's like, if I go out there and make a statement on Askar Askarov, then I think I should be fighting Pantoja on that title fight card.
Okay, so be sort of like the backup fight, but also the number one contender fight.
Yeah, it'd be the number one contender fight. Alexander Pantoja already has the backup fight. He's already the backup for that fight. So it's like, might as well get myself in position to go fight him again and get that rematch back.
Is this something that you've asked for? Or have they said, like, you do something great, you finish this guy, I don't know, you can get that fight? You know, it's 3 months away, right? So I think it's doable.
Yeah, for sure. And it's like, it's not something I asked for, but I think it's one of those things that it's like, Askarov beat Pantoja. If I go out there and finish Askarov, then it's like, it kind of cancels out my fight with Pantoja, and that's the only loss I really have in the UFC right now. So it's like, I can go out there and get that done, and I don't know, maybe it's just like a wishful thought.
Who do you think wins that fourth fight?
Knowing my luck, I bet you Moreno's going to win, and they're going to do a fifth fight. So I don't know, man. Knowing the luck of the flyweight division.
Do you like that they did that? Continue. That they ran it back for a fourth time, or would you have preferred if they went with Pantoja or something fresh?
I think I would have preferred if they went Pantoja. And it's like, if they went Pantoja, then it would give me an opportunity to fight Moreno. What I just like, I don't think the interim title shot made sense to me at all. It's like, I don't know why there was an interim title fight. It wasn't like Davison was gone that long. It's like Pantoja definitely earned his stripes, beating myself, France, and Moreno twice, you know? So it's like, it's one of those that it's like, I don't necessarily get it, but you know, whatever, I'm just going to try to get myself in position to be there, you know?
Yeah, and the good thing is, I think you would agree, flyweight has never been more interesting. There's legitimate interest in it. There's great fights. There's finishes. There's exciting characters such as yourself. So I think it's great. Not that long ago, I was reading a profile on you. You didn't even know if you would make it this far, right? Like, you were thinking going into your LFA title shot, like, hey, if I lose this, I'm done. I'm not going to even fight anymore. I'm going to quit. Is that accurate?
Yeah. Actually, and one of the times I was cutting weight for the LFA title shot, I was like in the middle of cutting weight. I took it on a week notice, and that's the week they cut the flyweight division in general. So then I won like the next fight. I lost that fight, and I won the next fight, and then got another LFA title shot. But I remember walking out, and I was like, if I lose this fight, then like this is it. You know, I was sacrificing too much. Life was really hard before the UFC for me, and it was like I was sacrificing, doing way too much, and it was like not sleeping. it was just one of those like, maybe this will be the pinnacle of it. And it's like, I made it way further than I ever expected to. It's like I never expected to be pro. I didn't even really like none of this stuff really came into it. It was just like a wishful hope and thought. So it's like now that I'm here, now that I made it this far, and it's like now that I brush elbows with the champion or whatever Moreno is right now, it's like now I know I can just beat the top of the division, man. So it's like my goals changed for sure, especially like from that Tim Elliott fight or like from the LFA and all that stuff. It's just as I was going up, I was just like, dang, you say this in your head like, oh, I could beat these guys, I could beat this, but it's like you never really know. And it's like when I went into that Tim Elliott fight, I was just kind of like, all right, I'm gonna take this loss, but I made it to the UFC, And it's like then I go out there and I brush elbows with then I go out there against Tim Elliott, get the win, and then I'm like, okay, I'm in a position to fight Kai Kara France, and it was like I was pretty sure I was going to win that matchup, or I liked the matchup for me, and it was like, okay, I'm number 7 in the world, and then now fighting for number 1 contender spot, and it was just like, damn, man, I like this is amazing,
You started when you were 18, right?
Yeah, I had my first fight like pretty much right after I graduated high school.
So why, like, okay, so if this wasn't part of the plan, or at least like you didn't think you'd make it this far, why did you get into it?
Oh, I got into it because so there's like this wrestler kid in high school. Me and him became friends, but me and him were supposed to fight, and it was like I knew a little bit of jujitsu, but I was huge into boxing. Like I like boxing a lot, and I knew a little bit of jujitsu, and I was watching MMA enough where like I could triangle people and all that stuff, like armbar and stuff. But I remember I was like, this kid won every state title that you could think of, so I was like, damn, I better learn how to like submit somebody. So after I was like doing jujitsu for a while, I entered a tournament and I won that. And then I just kept winning these like little jujitsu tournaments. And then the day I turned 18, my coach was like, all right, we're going to get you a fight. And so it kind of just unraveled from there. It was like, all right, I want to fight. And next, I'm winning these amateur titles. And then my coach was like, well, we already beat everybody in Colorado. Like, you want to turn pro? And then I'm like, yeah, might as well. And then it was just like something I was going to do through college. And it was just like, I don't know. It was like I never really had any high expectations of myself. I just loved martial arts, and it just kind of unfolded to be what it was.
And were you working also as like some sort of juvenile detention officer or something like that?
Yeah. Up to pretty much the Kai Kara France fight is when I stopped, like in the middle of the Kai Kara France fight camp. So I was like, yeah, I was overwhelmed. I was working overnights, and then I was doing like 3 a days during training. So it was like I literally was not sleeping up until like.
How did you do it?
Pretty much. I slept in my car, man. I was sleeping in my car, and like in Colorado, when like the summer days, it was miserable. But like I was sleeping in my car outside the gym on the winter days, which wasn't too bad. I would just have the heat running, but it was like I was sleeping like 3 hours a day, and like, it was miserable. And it was like I remember thinking it was like like right before I fought Kai Kara France, I got the bonus in the Tim Elliott fight. But like right before I fought Kai Kara France, it was like I quit my job like the month before that, and I was just like, all right, I'm invested in this. And it's like, I have an opportunity to kind of like do as much as I can. And I remember thinking when I fought Kai Kara France, I'm like, I got to win the bonus. I have to go out there, win this bonus. Cause it was like, otherwise I'm going to have to go back to working and doing what I was doing. And it's like, it was just, I don't know. It was just hard, man. And I'm happy that I made it. Cause it's like, if I had to go back right now and do it, like I could never do that again. Like it was just so miserable.
Man, if I don't get like 7-8 hours, I don't feel like I could do this show. I'm not going to train and fight people and get punched in the face. I don't even know how you pulled that off. Like, how did you even make it sleeping in your car? That's wild.
Yeah, honestly, it was one of those things that like when I fought in Abu Dhabi with on Fight Island, it was one of those like few things that I think it was like it played to my advantage because it was like we're fighting at 4 a.m. The sun's up, all that stuff. So it was like I literally woke up. They're like, all right, we have to go to the bus. And then I'm like, okay, like whatever. And then I was sleeping in the back room and they're like, all right, you have to warm up a little bit. So we start warming up. And then I pretty much woke up from a nap and went out there and got in a fight, So it was one of those things that like years of doing some crazy stuff like that and not sleeping and a lot of stuff. I think like it just played to my advantage completely in that specific fight and matchup. So I don't know, man. It was just like I was living off a hope and a dream, man. I was hoping it was going to work out. I was hoping this was all going to kind of unfold. And it was like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I still think to this day, I'm like, I don't know how I did some of that stuff. I would go into the juvie overnights and the kids would look at me and they're like, bro, you look like shit. Like, you look bad. And they're like, did you sleep last night? And I was like, I got like 2 hours. And did you sleep yesterday? I'm like, I got like 2 hours. They're like, how are you going to make it through the night? And I'm like, I have no clue. I have no clue how I'm going to do this.
What was that job like?
It was the best job I've ever had. And like, also like one of the worst jobs I've ever had. It was like, you know, you take a lot home with you. And it's like, you know, in Colorado, the juvie system, it's like a lot of those kids are up in there until they're 21. So it's like if you did something really bad when you're young, you'll be in there till you're 21, and then you go over to the adult system, which is cool and lenient and all that stuff. But it's like these are like almost grown men, you know, like these are men that you're kind of dealing with. And also, it's just like you see the perspective in life of like, man, some of these kids just never had a chance, man. Some of these kids are just like so much potential in the world, man. You see like all the potential in the world in that juvie, and it's just like, damn, some of these kids never had a shot in life, you know. It's like I had a kid I had a kid that like young, 13 years old, man, and he's tatted up and like he has tattoos all over the place, and he's in there for attempted murder, right? So he's in there for like something big. Yeah, 13 years old. And he has tattoos all over, and I was like telling him, I was like, bro, like who tats a 13-year-old? It's like, what tattoo shop did you go in where they let you do it? And he's like, oh, my dad did this. And I was like, what? And he's like, yeah, my dad. And like, it's not like he has like tattoos like mine, like where it's like, you know, like samurai or whatever. It's like full on gang tattoos. And it's like,
damn.
I don't know, man. Some of these kids, like these kids who are like, I don't know, man, just like they're kids, you know, it's just that they're kids, man. And it's like, they have no shot in life, man. And then they're forced to be someone that you're not necessarily like who you really are. You know, it's like I have this 13-year-old kid who's over here having to be as hard as he can be as a 13-year-old kid. And, you know, like I worked overnight. So it's like when they were sick, this kid had like a stomach ache. And it's like, he has a stomach ache. Everybody's sleeping. And it was like, that's his chance he could be vulnerable with me, you know? So I let him outside. I give him some tea and stuff. And it's like, we talk a little bit, but it's just like the moment that he goes back into his room and the next morning comes, it's like he has to be hard, you know. And it's like it was one of those situations where it's like you have to like if you're not being a generous person, or like you know, if you're not like seeing it for what it is, and you're not seeing the circumstances that these kids were born into, then you're gonna miss it. If I went in as like a corrections officer and was just like, this kid in here for attempt to murder, and treat him as such, then it's like you're missing the point, and you're missing like, I don't know, man. And it's like some of those people did do that, and it's like man, you would have been that same person if you were raised into his life, man. You would have made all those same mistakes and all that stuff, and it was just like it was one of the more heartbreaking jobs I've ever seen, the most rewarding job I've ever seen, one of the funnier jobs, like the funniest stuff I've ever like encountered like happened in those jobs. Like one time I was working in the school with them, and they were doing like a sex ed class, and they're like, the teachers at the end of it's like, do you have any questions? And the kids are like, all right, we're going over sex ed today. And the kid's like, all right, well, what do you need to learn? You know? So it was like so many funny moments, but it was just like a lot of real moments. And, you know, like before pretty much every major fight, except for like this one and my last one, is like, I lost, you know, and like, I take this hard, but like I lost some kids that I worked with where they got like in gang violence and shootings, and got shot by a cop, you know, and all the above. Like these kids have hard lives, and I don't know, man, they made some huge mistakes, of course, but it's just like, what would you have done if you were in their situation, you know?
Right.
And it's like, we like to think that we would make the bigger choice and all that stuff, but it's like, this is what they make movies off of, like kids that escape these situations, and like that's what movies are made off of. And it's like, if movies are made off of it, like it's not easy. Like it's not easy for these kids to come out and pull themselves out of it, and pull themselves up by the bootstraps, accordingly, or whatever people say. So it's just like, I don't know. There's some real moments and hard moments in there, but I was so grateful for the opportunity. I'm grateful to even like still like I'm still able to work with like some of these kids and work around Denver and all that stuff, and like part of the community and stuff. So I'm lucky in that sense too.
That's amazing. So you still kind of keep in touch with some of them?
Yeah, I keep in touch with some of them, but I've been working with like the Dream Centers and stuff like that, and like working with like just troubled kids around the neighborhoods, you know. And it's been a good opportunity. The only thing I really know how to do besides like, you know, shoot the shit is teach them fighting. So that's like, but like every little kid, every little boy wants to know how to fight, so it works out, you know. So a lot of times I'll just end up holding mitts or something of that sort.
Well, what a story you have, man. I know you have to go to another interview now, and so I'll let you go. I don't want you to be late for that, but I wish you the best on Saturday. Continued success. Hopefully, for your sake, you get a big win at the Apex, and then you get to fight in front of a big freaking crowd, because you deserve that. I mean, you're one of those fighters. It's like a shame you're such a fan-friendly fighter. The crowd goes nuts anytime you fight, good or bad. And to me, it's a shame that you're fighting in front of hardly anyone. But we can lament that all we want. It's great to see what you're doing. You're an inspiration for your community, and I wish you continued success. And hopefully have you back on many more times in the future.
Yeah, for sure. NWO for life. Thank you, AP Glass, and I appreciate your time, bro.
You're the man.
Have a good day.
Too sweet. Brandon Royval. What a guy. Amazing. Going up against Askar Askarov. And of course, as you know, NWO stands for Knows World Order. Did you know that, Frank?
Got him.
Yeah. What a lovely guy, right? What a lovely guy. What a great story. What are the odds for that fight, GC?
Askarov sitting at minus 240.
That's bullshit.
Royval coming back at plus 200.
H-Down?
Don't tell me with a good time.
Did you, you don't have to tell me now, but did you put a little lumber on that one?
There's a wager on that fight.
Uh-oh. Has this interview changed your feelings, your thoughts on it?
No, it's only made me more excited.
Whoa. Oh, wait, you always do the finish, right, for the flyweights? That's your big thing?
Unders. Yep.
What is the streak on that?
So far this year, we are 7-0.
7-0.
Yeah, I'm not ready to give that O up just yet.
Yeah, all right. Okay. So that is a big one for the men's flyweight division. Of course, the main event is Alexa Grasso versus Viviane Araujo. That's a women's flyweight fight. And Grasso is a minus 215, Araujo plus 185. Also, Cub Swanson versus Jonathan Martinez. Misha Serkinov against Alonzo Menefield. Brandon Davis against Mana Martinez. Rafael Suntao against Victor Henry. Henry minus 360. Wow. Jacob Malkoun against Nick Maximov, of course, of NDA. The great Mike Jackson is back against Pete Rodriguez. Jackson a plus 500 in that fight.
H-Down?
Seems a little rude if you ask me. Feels like I have to make him the H-Dow as a fellow member of the media. So that's this weekend, and of course we'll hear from GC later on to get his official picks on that card. Now, some big news since we last spoke. Aspen Ladd is one of the newest members of the PFL roster. She signed with them last week. It was announced last week, and this comes after she parted ways with the UFC, and now there are reports that she is fighting on the finale card on November 25th, their championship card here in New York City at the Hulu Theater. Drake Riggs of MMAmania.com reporting last night that it's her versus Julia. But let's get some clarity on all of this and a whole lot more now from our old friend, Aspen Ladd. There she is. Hello, Aspen. How are you?
Hi, nice to see you.
Nice to see you again. Congratulations on the new deal. Should I say how do you feel about all this? Obviously, you were in the UFC, probably didn't want to leave. Maybe you did. How would you describe the last month or so in your life?
A roller coaster of emotions. So obviously, initially, there's always that like, oh gosh, what's going to happen now kind of thing. But since the initial parting ways with the UFC type thing, nothing but positivity has happened, nothing but good things. And right now, I'm just on top of the world. I couldn't be happier with how things are going.
Okay. Why are you no longer in the UFC?
Because I clearly cannot make that weight at 135, at least not consistently without dying. And I needed to make the move up. And they don't have an opportunity at 145. I mean, they have the weight class, but honestly, if you're a 145er in the UFC, I would recommend if you can go down, do it. And if not, look at your options. So it was time to look at mine.
Was that ever discussed? Because obviously, as you said, they have Nunes as champ. There's no real contenders. I feel like you versus her would be a fun fight at 45. Was it ever discussed, hey, you can win one up there, and then we could have her defend the belt against you? Any of that discussed, or was it 135 or nothing?
It was pretty much 135 or nothing.
Okay. And did they say to you, hey, if you can make it, we'll keep you? Or was it, hey, it's been too many, really uncomfortable situations, maybe it's best that you look at 45 elsewhere?
It was kind of both parties knew that this was the last straw because, like, if you're only given the singular option, and I can't do it. Like, it's no more after this last cut. I'm not trying again. And when you're told that that is not there, it's like, okay, well, we need to go figure out something else.
How scary was this last one for you?
It was particularly shitty just because it never should have happened. I started extremely low and just stopped sweating. Ended up roasting for another 6 hours without sweating anymore. And it was like, and during that process, like, you know what? I'm just never again.
Never again. So you think you'll never fight at 35 ever again?
I don't see that in my future.
Okay. And I would imagine you don't want to do it, right? Like, even if someone presents you with an opportunity, you don't want to go through that.
No, I definitely don't. And it's not fair to my opponent. It's not fair to me to take something where it's like, maybe.
Right. And so why didn't you make this call earlier? Clearly this has been an issue for, the last couple of years. Why not make this call back then?
That the 45 thing was always on the table, or we presented it like, hey, I want to do this. I want to do this, but it's just not where their focus is. And especially as the years have gone on, they really made a push for it, but now it's dying off. So it's just, you try to go where the opportunity is.
Would it be fair to say if it was more of a thing, like if it was an actual weight class, like 35, 25, 15, you would have been up a long time ago?
Yes.
Okay. And just curious, like the worst one, which was the worst one? And did you ever think legitimately like you were going to die?
It's just the level of the pain and the stuff that I've gone through after from doing these cuts. And even when you do everything right, you get as lean as you can, you diet 10 months out of the year. It's just, my whole life is focused on staying small enough. And I don't know for how many other of the 35ers that's true, or fighters in general, but honestly, it was just the last straw for me. It's like, I'm done living my entire life trying to stay small enough and then feeling this awful and then having to recuperate from that physically.
And could I ask, and just for context, when you're about to start a training camp, like what is your most comfortable walking around weight, where you're not really dieting, but like you're just general in shape training, but not like, a week before a fight type of weight?
About 155.
Okay. And so most comfortable for you, would you say, is 45? Do you feel like that's a doable thing?
Yes, definitely. I've gotten leaner over time because my whole focus has been 35. So I walk lower than that now, but that's a natural weight for me.
When you parted ways with UFC, would you say it was amicable? Like, were you happy with the way things ended? At least, obviously, you never want a relationship to end like that, a business relationship, but like, are you at peace with how it ended?
Completely. I have nothing but gratitude for my time that I was there. And some people within the organization are amazing, and there's a couple that aren't, but that's the same with anything, anywhere. So yeah, nothing but gratitude.
Obviously, most important would probably be Dana White, and it seemed like he holds you in high regard. He had some nice things to say about you, I think, given the circumstances. Did you hear his comments before it was made official? And if so, how did you feel about them?
I was kind of tuned out. Somebody told me after, but as far as Dana goes, I have nothing but respect for the guy. I think he gets shit on a lot in the media, and it's really not warranted, especially during these last couple of years where like the world shut down and we still had the opportunity to fight.
Okay, so no hard feelings there.
None.
All right, so once you became free and clear, it seemed like there was no like exclusive negotiation period or anything like that. You were able to talk to anyone, sign a deal with anyone. Is that fair?
Yes. Yep.
And obviously we end up with PFL, and we'll get to them in a moment, but did you talk, my understanding was there was some talk with Bellator as well, correct?
There was, yes.
Was it just Bellator and PFL, or were there other organizations involved?
There was other options, but really right off the bat, I kind of, because they're strong, we know where the 45 division is,
right?
But as soon as things started to develop with PFL, I was like, ooh, that's really interesting.
Okay, so you ultimately went with PFL. Why did you choose them over Bellator or anyone else?
I liked the options, the options and their fighting style. So for somebody that's for the last 10 years of my life, I fight. You're always like you're always in camp. You're always waiting. You could fight tomorrow. You could fight in a week. I loved the format with them. So even before all this happened, it's like, oh, that's really cool how they do it seasonally. And you know when you're going to fight, you know the number of fights you're going to get. I was very attracted to the format of it. And this was before I knew that they were going to do a 45 division. I was like, oh, they have 55, fine. We'll go walk in and fight. But it just all played out perfectly. And that's really what sold me on it.
Okay, so that was actually my next question. As of right this second, they don't have a 45 division, but you were told as of next year there'll be a 45 division?
Yes.
Okay. But you would have been into the idea of 55.
Yeah, I'm not going to go to an organization going, all right, I want to fight for you guys, but I'm not going to fight at the division that you have.
Sure.
So, yeah, no, I would have, but it just worked out perfectly time-wise. They were thinking about it, and I became a free agent.
Okay. And so you signed with them and found out last night, and I think you were going to come on and break the news, but it got out there beforehand. You are fighting on this card on the 25th of November?
I am, and I'm thrilled. It's pretty much like a fighter's dream to fight Madison Square Garden, and just I'm excited that I don't have to wait until next April, basically, to start this next season. So yeah, no, I've been waiting to find out if I was going to be on it, and I got the confirmation last week, and it's like, yes.
Okay, you're happy, and you're fighting a well-known fighter,
Really?
Julia Budd, and it's at 145 pounds.
It is.
And this is on the pay-per-view main card, so this is quite the debut for you.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're the very first fight on it. So I think that's their first pay-per-view and the first fight on their first pay-per-view.
Yes. And do you feel like you're going into this new chapter, maybe with a chip on your shoulder, something to prove? It wasn't that long ago people were saying, including myself, I had you on the 25 under 25 list up there, I think number 2 or something like that, future champion, all that stuff. And I don't think anyone doesn't believe that, but obviously now it has to be shown. Do you feel like you have a chip on your shoulder to prove to people that all that hype, all that talk was warranted and that you will meet your expectations?
Yes and no. So every time you fight, you kind of have that on you. And the more high profile you are, the more eyes on you, the more pressure as far as that goes. But yes, definitely, I need to go make my mark in this new organization. But it's not something where I'm stressed out about. It's like, it's more excitement. It's like, oh, I get to go do this. I get to go have a fresh start and go try to kill this lady. Like, it's great.
Mm. And, obviously without getting into specifics, out of respect, I have been hearing that PFL is paying pretty good these days. Are you happy with the offer, with the contract that you have compared to what you were making in the UFC?
I couldn't be happier.
Wow.
And yeah, no. I think people think about just like there's one option. There really isn't. There's multiple. And I don't know, you just don't get like the one promotion mindset. It's like UFC or nothing. It's really not. I think right now with what PFL is doing, and they've only been around for 4 years, and look at the impact they've made.
Yeah.
Like, it's incredible.
Yep. And they're on ESPN, of course, so that's a great platform for them. Fair to say, making more in PFL than you were in UFC?
Fair to say.
Wow. Okay. So it all kind of worked out.
Yeah. No, it's like, it's been nothing but good news. Like, you had a awful thing happen, and then everything since then has just been continually getting better.
Wow. That is amazing. I'm very happy for you. And obviously there's the prospect of making the $1 million if you win the tournament. Now, I said the fight to make is you versus Kayla Harrison. Do you agree with this sentiment? I would love to see this fight for the both of you. Do you have interest in this fight next year?
Oh man, I get that question all the time. Yes, definitely. I am very, very interested in it, but that's more up to her and the promotion and what they want to do. I'm the newbie coming in here, but if that fight was presented to me, heck yeah.
Okay, you're into it. She obviously fights at 55. She has fought at 45 for Invicta. Did they give you any indication this 45 weight class will include her next year?
I have no idea. That's not my
Okay.
business.
Okay, because I feel like that would be a really big fight.
Yeah, no, it definitely would be. But if they want to make it, I have no idea what weight it'd be at, or even if,
Sure. Have you seen her work? Are you impressed by her?
I think she's an incredible athlete, and she's very, very good at what she does, but we haven't seen her tested in any way or outside her comfort zone.
Okay.
So I do think she is one of the best, but it's still, there's that big question mark there. So yes and no.
Okay. Is she overhyped?
Well, we'll see if we ever get to fight, and then I'll tell you.
Okay. All right. But this is something you'd be interested in, which is great to hear. And I'd love to see if she can do it at 45. Obviously, there are more options at 45. She's fighting in the finale as well against Larissa Pacheco. So that's going to be an interesting fight. I think it's the main event, last I checked. But I feel like there's some exciting opportunities, some fresh faces, some fresh opponents. Do you have regrets? Like, are there things that you wish you could have done differently that you're going to try to, right the wrongs in this new chapter?
I think we all have regrets, but I try not to dwell on it. For me, this is just completely a fresh new thing. So I'm not going to sit there and go like, oh, I could have done this, or I wish I would have done that. It's over. Time for the future.
Okay. And, sometimes we've seen people move up weight classes and even have trouble because there's like this cushion in their mind. They're like, oh, I don't have to do this. Do you have any concerns about hitting 45?
No, it's never been an issue for me. And as I said, I've spent so much time getting leaner. I walk around like 152 right now. So it's like,
oh, wow.
It's not going to be, it's not hard.
Okay. Have you heard of any other names they've signed for 45? They'll be a part of this weight class with you.
I don't. I heard rumors that they're signing a couple girls the other day, but I'm not sure who they are. And honestly, a lot of their 55ers, those are 45 girls. So we'll see who drops and who they sign.
Okay. Yeah. And maybe that means that they just get rid of the 55 and you have, this whole new crop of opponents to fight at 45. And you said April probably. So you'll get this fight in November. And then, 5 months or so later, you get to fight consistently and no issues with that, right? Even with the weight, I know it's a more comfortable weight. No issues fighting 4 or so times in the span of a few months.
No. So my teammates and I were talking about that the other day, and it's less the weight aspect of it, because I'm going to get that question the rest of my career probably. But 35, incredibly difficult. It's horrible. 45, that's where I'm supposed to be.
Okay.
But yeah, we were talking about it, Fluffy and Max and I was just like, the main thing I think with that tournament format is really not getting injured in between, like trying to stave off the injuries and really make it to the next fight. Because usually you train a certain way, you spar a certain way. It's like trying to find the balance between like hard sparring between not getting injured during the fight, or at least nursing that injury. So it's like, that's going to be where it becomes interesting, I think, with the tournament format.
Did the backlash ever get too much to where you just wanted it out of the sport, that you didn't want to fight anymore? You just wanted to say to hell with everyone?
I tend to be an introverted person, and left to my own devices, I'd be more of like a hermit out in the woods probably. But I love to fight. I always have. It's I've never been a fan of the social media aspect of it. It's necessary. It's part of what we do. We got to promote ourselves. But I have never been called so many things by like awful things. Yeah. But like some fat dude on a couch somewhere. It's like, come on, man. So it gets shitty, but honestly, it's something I've become used to in an awful way. And it doesn't particularly matter to me as long as it's not somebody close to me.
Okay. And you feel like you're getting love from people close to you?
Certain people, and certain ones I found out, it's like, all right, go. This relationship is not what I thought it was.
Okay, because you have been a lightning rod, right? Whether it's the corner stuff, the weight stuff, feels like people want to come after you. That's why I was asking if you have a chip on your shoulder, if you want to just like give the old, the old DX chop to everyone, if you get what I'm saying.
Oh, I want to give the old finger to just about everybody.
Okay, yeah.
But we'll see. Honestly, I look at it as the best revenge is massive success.
Yes.
And they can all honestly go to hell, and I'm going to keep living my life and keep doing what makes me happy. Okay,
and same corner for the PFL career as well? You'll still have your partner by your side?
Yep. Jim will be there. Dave will be there. And my coach Marcus will be there.
Okay. Well, I look forward to it. It seems like your dog wants to play, so we'll let you we'll let you do your thing. Congratulations on the PFL deal. Good luck to you on November 25th against Julia Budd. Thank you for coming on. I wish you the best. No more drama, no more issues. Just smooth sailing from here on out.
That is the plan.
All right. All the best to you, Aspen. Good to talk to you again.
Thank you for having me on.
There she is, the newest member of the PFL roster, one Aspen Ladd. Tremendous stuff. November 25th against Julia Budd on that pay-per-view card. All right, my friends, very excited about our next guest. I mean, this is unbelievable stuff. It's not often that you get to talk to a living legend, one of the greatest of all time from the world of professional wrestling, a man who needs no introduction. He has done it all. He has seen it all. Now a very important part of building the future of World Wrestling Entertainment, working with the NXT stars. He's the Heartbreak Kid. He's the one and only Shawn Michaels. Is it really him? Is he actually there? There he is. Wow. This is surreal stuff. Shawn, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well. Thank you very much for having me. Obviously, thanks for the very warm introduction.
My gosh.
That's very nice.
You are the man. It is a great honor to have you on the program for a few minutes. Congratulations, obviously, on everything that you are currently doing, have done. And there's a lot going on in your world, so let's not waste any time. We saw you on Monday Night Raw, and in particular, the reunion was great. The DX stuff was great. But there was a fan who caught a moment between you and your good friend Triple H afterwards when the cameras went off. You guys had a little moment in the ring. And then he kind of, you walked out. He had his own moment in the ring. Could you tell us, what did you guys say to each other, or particularly what did you say to him in that moment?
Well, look, we said we love each other. You know what I mean? And I don't know. Can you believe it? Can we believe that we're here in this place, in this time, right now, where, again, it's sort of. It's always kind of been us against the world. We felt like, and now we're really feeling like we've got an opportunity to. We love this job, and to have an opportunity to really, make it everything you hoped or wanted it to be is now real and realistic, and so it's extremely exciting for us. And so it's where we find ourselves, being like we're 15-year-old wrestling fans again, but trying to make sure we have the maturity of the grown men and and being responsible with everything we've sort of been given, especially from Hunter's standpoint. It's big shoes to fill. But as I feel, trying to fill his shoes here in NXT are big shoes to fill. But we're very excited about the challenge and the responsibility. And so, again, it was just a bit of a surreal moment for both of us in that moment. And again, both of us have been through enough now in our lives that we make sure we don't not appreciate those moments when we have the opportunity.
And there's great symbolism, of course, for longtime fans, because you guys were, members of the Clique. You were DX. You were the Outlaws, so to speak. And now to see you as executives wearing suits, shot collars, the guys at the top. Was there a moment back in the day where you were like, man, if we can do this or that? Like, could you imagine if we were running this joint? Because essentially, I know there's obviously Nick Khan involved, Stephanie involved, but like, you're running NXT, he's running the main roster. It's a pretty incredible, journey from the mid 90s. Did you guys envision this, or has this exceeded your wildest dreams?
Yeah. And look, nothing would throw me more than be able to say like, oh yeah, we had this big, great genius plan. But no, I mean, look, when we first started, there were a couple times we were out there walking back up the aisle, wondering if we were going to get fired, because of what we just did on live television. So no, I mean, not by any stretch. No, I think certainly from Hunter's standpoint, look, he's been preparing for this for a decade. And certainly when I came to NXT 5 years ago, I didn't envision this, but I certainly, I guess envision.
Waiting for that to unfreeze.
Yes. Did we lose him?
He's still on.
We'll fight through it. Maybe dropped off.
We're gonna have him rejoin.
Okay, that is Shawn Michaels, by the way. I mean, the Heartbreak Kid, former champ, every single title, the Rockers, IC, World Championship. Now, of course, running NXT, which was the baby of one Triple H for many, many years. There's so much to get to with him. And usually when you have these big interviews, you have there's a thing in the business called a hard out. So you want to get to as much as possible. But there was the big 25th anniversary reunion for the Generation X, which famously, as you all know, back in the 10th grade, I once told an English teacher of mine to suck it. I mean, I did the thing, I did the chop. So they were very influential, is my point. They were very, very influential. And now they're even more influential because, as we've discussed, Triple H, head of creative, he is the man running the show, and the product is great. And now his old friend, Shawn Michaels, is running the developmental program, if you will. But they have a TV show every Tuesday, and they've got a big event on October 22nd called Halloween Havoc, which, if you're a longtime fan, is a very familiar event name. Halloween Havoc, of course, longtime WCW World Championship Wrestling pay-per-view event. Now, since WWE owns all the intellectual property of WCW after they bought that promotion back in 2001, they're able to use the name. So they have Halloween Havoc on October 22nd in Florida. And the roster is getting big. They've got Braun Breaker, who of course is the son of Rick Steiner, as their main guy. On top, also Julius Creed, aka Jacob Casper, who's a longtime training partner, and his brother Brutus Creed, a longtime training partner of one Daniel Cormier. I met him at SummerSlam. They've got names coming and going, doing a lot of big things over there. And there was a period, probably back, I remember New York Rick went to an event in Brooklyn, probably back in 2017, 16-ish, where NXT, you can make the case, was the best promotion in pro wrestling. And they had Nakamura and Sasha Banks and Bayley and then Bobby Roode and all these guys were coming in from NXT, guys who were established in other promotions around the world. I mean, they were selling out the Barclays Center. They were doing incredible things, and now they're getting back to that point. Do we have Shawn? Is he back? There he is. Sure. Oh, in a whole new spot. Wow.
Yeah, apparently this one's hardwired in this office.
Okay, you're back.
I don't know how to do this stuff, Ariel. Sorry, I'm
No problem. I appreciate you fighting through it for us. So we'll get back to it. Like you said, you could have never envisioned something like this. But could I ask, now we're almost 3 months removed from the big change, right? Yeah. Like, did you ever think you would live to see a day where Vince wasn't leading charge? Like, you're at an event on Monday. He's not in Gorilla. It's a whole new ball game. It's a whole new world. Your best friend is leading the charge. But did you ever think you would actually see this?
No. Again, you can talk about it, but again, you never look. I never envisioned a time when Vince wasn't there running stuff. I mean, all of us that know him and have worked for him for as long as we have, everyone knows that, and I mean this lovingly, but he wanted to pass, at his desk.
Yeah.
That's who he is. That's how he's built. And we I had every reason to believe that's exactly what he was going to do. He's always kind of sort of made jokes that, if I die at gorilla position, the show's got to, don't move me. We got to get to seg 10 and 11, and finish the show. And so, yeah, it's again, you can talk about it. Again, there's lots of big talk in our line of work, but very rarely do you see it get delivered on. But he's always done what he felt was best for business. And every time you think you know him, you don't. And I think that's what we had here is him believing what was best for business.
I was talking earlier in the show about how great the product is right now. No greater example than Extreme Rules on Saturday with the big Bray Wyatt return. I mean, that was Emmy-worthy stuff. And like I said, you were just there backstage. and on the show on Monday. Could you describe, you lived through so many different eras, could you describe what the atmosphere is like? Just talking to some people, everyone keeps saying fresh air, so much fun, being there and feeling it. What is the difference now as opposed to 6 months ago, a year ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago?
Well, look, so for me, again, it's back like it was when we were there in 96 and 97. It was fun. And that was, look, and I guess that's the thing. It's unfortunate, but honestly, what Hunter created here in NXT, and obviously what I have absolutely tried to keep here again is the joy and the fun of the job that we used to have with Vince. He was out there with us the entire time. We really don't, the coaching and the teaching, that's what he used to do with us all the time. He absolutely enjoyed the process and was out there laughing and ribbing with us. And that's the environment that we've created here in NXT. And now, look, over the years past, that had changed, but it is now back in full swing. And that's something that, I certainly noticed the difference between this Monday and certainly the times that I've gone back in the last 5 to 10 years. But even when I retired, again, it was a totally different environment than what it kind of became. And I don't know, honestly, I wasn't there, and I don't know how that happened. It's unfortunate, but what I do know is that there is a revival, shall I say, going on, and it's a great thing to be a part of.
Back in 2017, 16, 18, I think you could made a strong case that NXT was the best promotion in the world. The stuff that they were doing, the takeovers, the Brooklyn events, all that stuff, getting guys from all over, established names, the Nakamura's of the world, it was on fire. And I hope I'm not offending you when I say this, because I said it to Triple H himself when we spoke about a month ago. I didn't like in the past year what had become of NXT. I felt I didn't like the rebrand. I didn't like the new logo, even things like that I didn't like. And I felt like it had changed dramatically from what it was. Could I ask what you thought of the past year and all the changes as you were seeing them all? And he was less in charge. He was dealing with his health, of course, most importantly. How did you feel about all the changes of the past year?
Well, look, nothing sucks more than to have to follow in those footsteps and then have all these abrupt changes that you have to then take over. Now, I will say this, and this is from at my knowledge at the time. Like, for instance, the logo where that came at the last minute, and even from Hunter's standpoint, to the best of my understanding, it was, this is what it is. And I think that's maybe something that a lot of people. And I saw, the interview that you did with Hunter, where he said, look, I know there are a lot of things that people thought that he wouldn't have done or decisions he didn't make, but they actually were. So there were some things that were, that he did know about, but then there were others, especially as it started going and he wasn't there, that were very different and very difficult, to sort of deal with. And again, me having, stepping in from the outside, really. You can be here in Orlando, but not have any idea what's going on sort of, from a corporate standpoint in Stamford. And that's where it was really difficult for me. I stepped in and no longer was really answering to Hunter. I was answering to other people. And quite honestly, I wasn't really sure who that was because it was different people at different times. So it was very challenging. But look, I will say the one thing that in this company that you have to make sure you adjust to is change. Things can change overnight. But it was my understanding that Hunter did want to get back to the developmental. Now, I don't think we would have done it as drastically. For instance, starting out on the first shows with 75% new people, we wouldn't have put anybody out there before we were ready. So there were some things that were sort of insisted upon that we couldn't control, that I certainly couldn't control. And Hunter, because he wasn't here, had no say in the matter. So look, make no mistake about it. It was challenging and it wasn't fun, having to be that guy to try to balance both sides. Putting on a 2-hour live wrestling event with people that had never done it before, it is not easy. But again, I will say this, what this crew has been through in the last year has really brought us closer together. And I think you all watched, I think the fans got to see there, watch the progression of these young men and women over the last year. And I don't know, I think over time you've come to at least respect what it is they went up against, because it wasn't easy for any of us. But you know what? You sort of do what you're told. You take that hill, whether you think you should be taking it anyway. And that's what we certainly try to do. And when everything's said and done, I think we're all better for it. We're going through the challenge. But I'd be lying to you if I didn't say it was freaking rough.
Now that you are the face of NXT, you're not just you are the guy leading the charge in all facets. Ultimately, could you tell us what is your goal? What is your vision for this brand? Do you want to get back to the sold out Barclays Center days, or is that really not a part of the dream anymore? Are you not looking to get guys from Japan and things like that, established names? Is it really all about developmental?
Well, I think right now it certainly is about developmental, but that is certainly not from the standpoint of forsaking real talent and real ability that's out there. I don't know. To me, you're crazy if you don't see people that are out there that are very valuable, that can be valuable to the WWE, even if it's coming into NXT, just trying to get maybe a feel for how life is here in the WWE, and then quickly moving on, if that be the case. But I know it sounds cliche, and I don't know, maybe not honest, but nothing really is off the table. I've always been one that. And if it's a good idea, I'll steal it from anybody. If there's a really talented guy out there and we think he can help this company, we're crazy not to take him. And because we can still develop people at the same time. And again, because all of our younger talent here is going to benefit from being in the ring with those guys, even if it's just a handful of times. You know what I mean? They're going to glean, such experience from that. But again, I don't ever want to take off the table not getting guys out there that can really contribute to Raw or SmackDown in the future, because that's what's all of this is about, is feeding the machine. But I don't know that, and I guess I don't want this to be Hunter's NXT. I don't want it to be Vince's NXT. I mean, and I don't even want it to be mine, to be perfectly honest. You know what I mean? I do. I feel like I'm filling some pretty big shoes. You can never do the first and be the original. Hunter's already done that and established that. I've been fortunate to be a part of a lot of firsts and a lot of originals. So I've learned that you don't come back and try to copy that again. You know what I mean? So we are at the forefront. I'm more focused on developmental, about developing the young men and women that we have passed through here, getting them prepared for the main roster. In the process, again, if we are able to build back this brand where we can get back into those arenas and start selling them out, that's a bonus. But I can't say honestly, Ariel, that that's the goal right now. To me, I'm focused on the development of these young men and women. But I tell you, the more people we can get that have experience and that we can filter through our system, it's only going to help.
Now, I'd be remiss if I don't bring this up. Full disclosure, my first favorite athlete as a youngster, I grew up in Montreal, was Bret the Hitman Hart. My great claim to fame in life is that I was in attendance in 1997 at the Molson Center in Montreal, Survivor Series. I was there to see my guy.
I appreciate you still having me on.
Yes. And I would be lying if I didn't say that there was a period where I blamed you for a lot of the bad things that happened to Bret Hart. But I did see, and obviously I've seen everything, all the confidential, all the videos, all the documentaries. I've seen everything on Wrestling with Shadows. I saw it all. I saw a clip of you guys reuniting, so to speak, at WrestleMania in April. And it was lovely. And I mean, it's amazing, like the emotional attachment that we have to you. I've never met you before. I've only met him once, but like, I felt like it was, my long lost brothers talking to each other. It was so beautiful to see the love and respect between the two of you. When was the last time you saw him in person? And could you tell me what that felt like, talking to him and feeling, at least from my vantage point, like there was no animosity, no heat whatsoever, just love and respect?
It was that at WrestleMania. It really was. I mean, we've texted each other back and forth since then, but that WrestleMania is the last time that I can recall.
And prior to that, when was the last time prior to that?
Oh, gosh. I mean, quite some time. I think we might have been at an appearance with one another briefly. But yeah, that WrestleMania was the last time. And look, it really is. I mean, it is genuine. That is not, there's nothing put on there. That was, look, when everything's said and done, that was hard on both of us. You know what I mean? It really was. And for two very different reasons. And we both, again, I don't had to go through this process. And I do know that, I was so, it's kind of weird. I hope you can understand this. I don't mean to prattle on, but it's like an out-of-body experience. I have nothing in common with the person that I was then. You know what I mean? And I do. That's why I always get emotional about it. It's so strange to me. I don't know how I got there. You know what I mean? But I always go like, I'm sorry if you don't think drugs affect somebody. I'm telling you they do, because not my wildest dreams would I think of doing something like that to someone. I mean, that's the one thing that we talk about in this business is the trust that we have when we're out there with one another. And again, Brett and I always talk about it. There was a friendship there before. There really was. And to have damaged that, you know what I mean? And then to have wanted to mend it for many years and it not being possible, or he didn't want to, or, again, we can never get it done. I don't know. Again, it's one of those things. It really sucks. I mean, it isn't a fun place to be. It's not a fun experience to be that guy. And as I say, it means a lot to both of us when we see each other now. And I always appreciate it. He always looks at me and says, we're good. We're good.
Wow.
You know what I mean? And that means a lot because I know it's genuine. Brett doesn't say stuff just to say it. You know what I mean? Brett is not a mincer of words.
Yes.
And he means that. And again, it does. It means a lot to me because it's one of those things that, you don't want to go the rest of your life not having that healed.
I know this is a loaded question, but if given the opportunity to do it all over again, November 97, what do you wish you would have done when presented with the plan?
Oh, done everything I could to find an alternative, or I don't know, or have some of it is so much I wasn't afraid of controversy. I wasn't afraid of being hated. I was almost into it dangerously. And so I would have again, it would have had to have been I would have needed to be a different person, the person that I am now, and think about long-term. You know what I mean? I didn't have the ability then to think past that moment, let alone 10 years from now.
Wrestling with Shadows, there's that great scene. Well, I don't know if everyone thinks it's great, but he's getting undressed and you're sitting next to him in the locker room and he asks you if you knew anything and you say, I swear to God, I didn't know. And I always wondered in my mind, how were you not worried about sitting so close to him? Because later on we see Vince come in and then leave and it looks like he got, punched. He's all disheveled. And you were sitting literally feet away from him. It never got tense enough or, awkward or uncomfortable enough where you felt like you needed to go change somewhere else or just leave the building.
You know what? Again, I know because it's funny because I have the reputation for being such a wuss. But the thing is, I just wasn't afraid of anything back then. I just wasn't. Again, to a dangerous standpoint. That's why I always try to make sure I preface it. I'm not saying I was just Mr. Billy Bad, tough guy. I just wasn't afraid of anything. I wasn't afraid of getting my clock clean. Wasn't afraid of dying. Look, and that's why when people always ask me, gosh, do you think you would have been able to do the job as well as you did it if you didn't have that attitude? I'm not sure because, look, I am at my, soul, a pretty conservative. I don't like the spotlight. I don't, get doing interviews and stuff like that. I'm getting back used to doing them, but I liked being, away. That's why I was on a ranch in the middle of nowhere for so many years before I came back to NXT. But at that time in my life, I had no fear of anything. So it just, whatever would have happened, and I wouldn't have lost an ounce of sleep over it.
Okay, two last quick things, so I know you have to run. Could I just ask, when were you your happiest? There's obviously the lost your smile moment, and so I feel like people kind of connect you with happiness in terms of, oh, he was happy then, he was on top then, he wasn't happy then. Could you tell me, at what point in your career, what era, what chapter, what few month period you look back with the greatest fondness to say, man, that was the best. I was truly at my happiest during that run.
So, coming back in 2002, from a career standpoint, coming back in 2002, having a second chance, getting to do it differently, getting to be, again, still with my friends, getting to leave the business a bit different than I did the first time and being someone else, having the support of my family, and I don't know. And again, like, when I came back, Vince said to me, he said, look, you remember in '96 when you won the championship and I told you to enjoy it. And I said, yes, sir. And he goes, and you didn't, did you? And I said, no. I said, this one, I want you to remember, I want you to enjoy. And I said, I will. And I did. And that's why I'll say that's why when I stepped away, when I did, it wasn't hard, and it's never been hard. You know what I mean? Because it did. I got to finish it on my terms, and also relationally with the people, you know what I mean, that I worked with for so long, that were a part of my life, my family on the road for so many years. I got to mend all of that as well. And so that's when I have to say that again, when I was the happiest is when I, getting to complete all of that.
Gosh, you're such a legend. I could pepper you with questions for 2 hours. Alas, we don't have time. I just want to end on this. We had a fighter in July. Her name is Jessica Rose Clark. She fights for the UFC. Do you know about this story?
I do. Well, heck, I sat there and watched it, and then I watched it, and it's like, oh my goodness, she comes out, and then of course she
lost. Yeah,
just like HBK, she gets tapped out pretty.
Yes, unfortunately, but her nickname is Heartbreaker, awesome. And I said to her, you should come out to Sexy Boy by the Heartbreak Kid. She wasn't quite aware, but she listened to it and loved it. And I said, I would put her on our wall. I would immortalize her forever. So now she's right over here. Her picture, she lost that night, Shawn, but she will live on forever because her picture is right here because she walked out to your entrance song. And she told me, despite the result, she's coming back soon. She's going to continue to walk out your song because it put her in such a good place mentally and emotionally. So I hope you know that. And I was curious, first and foremost, I was just curious if you had seen that and what you thought when you saw a UFC fighter come out to a fight, a female, by the way, come out to a fight to your song. Yeah.
So it was awesome because again, because look, they do it to the Undertaker's. He's got cool music. A lot of people have had other performers do that. Not my songs. It's snappy. It's cool. Everybody loves it, but it isn't really that machismo song. Yeah. And so to have a fighter come out to my music and go like, okay, they get it. It's like because I don't know a dude in the world that doesn't love my music.
It's the best.
Toe tapper and it's a snappy tune. But it's one of those things like, yeah, but I can't come out to that before a fight. You know what I mean? So again, to have somebody do that, be proud of it, and enjoy it and understand and appreciate, how cool that music is. That's why I've never changed it over the years. I mean, it is absolutely one of the greatest songs ever. And so it's very cool when it lives on past you and transitions into other sports.
It has and it will. I wish you nothing but the best. It's so great to see you involved at the level in which you are involved, both you and Hunter. And I wish you nothing but the best in this new chapter with NXT. This was a massive deal for me, a massive honor. So many people were so excited that you'd be on the show today. I can't thank you enough. And I'm rooting for you guys. I hope you guys continue to kill it with NXT. And I hope you continue to kill it personally and professionally in this new role for yourself.
Thank you very much. And I got to say, this is a big deal for me, too. I mean,
come on.
You know this area, but you're big time, dude.
No,
you really are.
Stop it. I am not big time.
It is, I appreciate you're very supportive of what we do, man. And that means a lot to us. Again, seriously, for those of us that give every ounce of our lives to this, thank you very much for helping us out. Wow. You are very good to our business, and we appreciate it.
Golly, that kid in 1997 sitting in the rafters at the Molson Center, if he would have known that Shawn Michaels would have said that to him, sheesh, that's amazing stuff. Thank you for that. That means the world to me, Shawn. Take care.
My pleasure. Thank you so much, man.
All right, there he is. Golly, guys. You got a towel for me or something? I mean, did you hear that?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Come on. What in the world? Let me just put this here. Frank, what just happened? Frank, I can't put this.
You might have to stand up and do that.
I mean, that was a big deal. Oh, you want me to stand up? Can you just talk for a minute?
Yeah.
Well, let me just, that was, I know Joe, you get it. Joe gets it. Joe's popping hard over there.
Joe is super excited.
That was Shawn Michaels, living legend, one of the greatest ever. Sure, he broke my heart in 1997 when I was sitting at the Molson Center rooting my guy on. And I saw him get screwed. But now he's leading the charge. So how do you think I feel? On the one hand, you've got, the owner of the Jaguars giving me the stiff arm when I'm asking him his feelings. On the other hand, I got Shawn putting me over here. How would you feel? You get what I'm trying to say, Frank?
Absolutely.
GC, you picking up what I'm putting down?
Picking it up, man.
Come on.
Big deal. Big time stuff.
And he knew about the JRC walkout.
That was pretty incredible.
We made it, guys.
Just like she's gonna know that that picture is crooked.
Yeah, she is. Let me fix that 1 second. Shawn Michaels. He reconciled with Bret Hart. Did you hear that?
Yeah, that
I
was pretty
asked him
awesome.
about the screen. By the way, have you ever seen Wrestling with Shadows?
No, that's the documentary, right?
Oh, you got GC. You got to see it. Wrestling with Shadows. Do yourself a favor. Now that you got this taste of the backstory, I mean, it's like you got a morsel. It's one of the greatest sports documentaries of all time. They follow Bret Hart in 1996, 97, leading up to this moment in Montreal. Please do yourself a favor and watch it. This is your homework. Between now and Monday, can you give me 90 minutes and watch it? No? You can't give me 90 minutes?
I'll commit to this, yeah.
Frank?
No,
Yeah,
Frank was
I'll
shaking his
pencil it
head.
in.
That's why I was thrown off.
1 second. I'm just going to fix this. 1 second.
You don't have to yell. We can still hear.
What did I miss?
It's a little
Just
crooked.
an in-studio guest, you know?
Oh, okay. Oh, jeez. Okay, all right. Guys,
It's good enough.
Everything's falling. It's a
no.
whole mess of a situation here. We've got an in-studio guest, so I have to make this place look a little nicer. Yeah, good thing I was wearing a lav this whole time. All right, without further ado, let us say hello to our next guest. He's joining us from all the way in Singapore. He came in just for this moment, just for this interview. He's the great Chatri Sityodtong, chairman, founder, the man for One Championship. Hello, sir. How are
How's it
you?
going, man?
Great to see you.
Thank you so much for having me.
First time in person.
Yes, first
Yes.
time. Am I allowed to put
Please.
this?
Yes, this is my Nottingham Forest jersey. Don't mind this. Joe, this is for you. Thank you, sir. Wow, all the way from Singapore just for us. That's what they told me.
Not quite,
No,
but yes,
okay.
we can stick with that
You
story.
could have run with that. You're here for a big deal, the sports awards, right? The CAA Sports Award. Tell me about this.
It's just the World Congress of Sports. It's the
Got
biggest sports business conference in the States, and so I was a speaker yesterday.
How was that?
It was awesome. I mean, they literally had the commissioners from all the major leagues and all the sports media executives, and it's amazing. It was also today. So
Right.
yeah.
I saw Dana White was there today.
Yeah.
You see Dana,
I spoke.
by the way?
No,
No.
I spoke today yesterday, and he spoke today.
Right.
From my understanding.
I was wondering if you crossed paths at all. You spoke. No.
No,
Have you ever met him?
no,
Never.
no,
Ever spoke to him?
no.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm surprised. No interactions whatsoever.
No, I mean we're on opposite sides of the planet.
Sure.
Right? So
Yeah, I know, but technology, even with the trade and all that.
trade.
The
DJ.
Yeah.
No, that was done by Matt Hume and Hunter. Yeah, so I was minimally involved. I was involved on the economic side, but face to face was I believe was Hunter and Matt Hume.
Who actually deserves the most props for that? I mean, it worked out tremendously for you guys, but who conceived the idea of doing this? It's historic. Never happened leading up to that point. Never happened since.
Right. So I think Hunter and Matt Hume and Malky was involved. So you got to give them props. I didn't have much to do with it, really.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, behind the scenes, yeah.
Sure,
I mean,
sure.
In terms of how much we're going to pay for DJ and stuff like that. But no, I wasn't. No.
Obviously, in retrospect, you would do it 10 out of 10 times, right?
Yeah. I mean, to get a retired, injured Ben Askren, I think he was 2 years out of the game.
Right.
And he was retired for, DJ, who is still in his prime today, as he proved,
Yes.
a few weeks ago on Amazon Prime 2, or rather Prime 1. He's the GOAT. So to have the GOAT in his prime, it's amazing.
Why haven't we seen more trades?
I don't know. I mean, I think the free agency market. Well, we've been very, very selective about who we like. So we had Roberto Soldic, who I think is literally the next big thing in combat sports. But we've been hyper selective, and we will talk. And of course, I think it just hadn't come up.
That was a really big signing for you guys. We had Roberto on when the news became official. That was really cool. People who watch KSW know all about him. Really big deal. How difficult of a deal was that? Because I know he had talked to, UFC. Everyone was interested.
Yeah, he had offers from everybody.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things when you click. So Ivan is his manager and longtime manager. Actually, literally found Roberto when Roberto's 18. It's a crazy story. Roberto, is from Croatia and literally dirt poor, and went to a random bus stop because of a friend, in Germany, in Dusseldorf, waited for 4 hours and he thought that he got stood up or something, or something fishy was going on. And then Ivan, the manager, shows up. and he sleeps in the in a small little closet in the gym, and that's how Roberto started. Wow. And Ivan, they became best friends and everything like that. And I don't know, we all just hit it off. Like the first call we had, we really hit it off. They came to Singapore. I think they'd received an offer from UFC, maybe a couple other organizations, and then Ivan reached out to me and said, "Hey, can we come to Singapore?" I said, "Yeah, of course." And then they came to Singapore, and then they came to one of our events, talked to a bunch of the athletes, and then I don't know, just
clicked.
Yeah, we just hit it off.
And one of the things that really, at least for him, I mean, it felt like a really big deal that he was able to have flexibility to do other martial arts. And so, like, first things first, the first time we see Roberto, will it be in MMA or will it be?
Yes, he's debuting December on Amazon Prime. I think it's 4 or 5. He's in December in Manila, the Thrilla in Manila.
Oh, nice.
He's going up against the number 1 Dagestani wrestler right now, literally the number 1 guy is Murad Ramazanov. If you ask any Dagestani, this guy is, he's the killer. He's 12-0. I
want to see Roberto strike. I don't want to see him get wrestled.
Roberto has a full-on game, man. Like, he's legit, he's legit. Funny story, so I was in Zagreb, Croatia, when we were closing things out, and then Mirko Krokop invites us to his house.
Oh, God.
And it's like a surreal moment, I was a Mirko fanboy, as a kid. And so Mirko heard I'm in town. He's like, "Hey, come over to my house." And, so here Roberto, myself and Mirko and Ivan were at Mirko's house, and Mirko is a madman. He's like training every day, 3-4 hours a day. So he's like, "Come down to my basement, come to my gym, and let's all train together." And so we ended up training. Like, I thought it was gonna be like a half an hour just show me session. We ended up training for like 3 hours straight.
Wow.
So it was a really fun.
What kind of stuff were you doing? Like hitting?
Grappling, kicking, everything. It's everything. And Roberto is one of those phenom athletes where it's just his balance, his explosive, his speed, his IQ. Man, he's a rare talent. He is a really rare talent.
And that fight in December, what weight will it be at?
It'll be welterweight, which is one hydrated 185 in one.
Okay. Recently, obviously, we heard from Eddie Alvarez. You guys parted ways. I heard his side of the story. Could you tell us why, from one championship side, it was time to say thank you, but we're going in a different direction?
So I have nothing but love and respect for Eddie. It's just one of those things, like, in every situation, you want to make it win-win. And if both sides are not winning, then what's the point, right? So, we had our issues, he had his issues, but again, nothing personal or nothing, upsetting. I think he wants to have one more big run in his career, and I think he's of that stage, and obviously he's a legend, and it just wasn't happening for us as well. So I think both sides, we weren't completely, satisfied. But again, no hard feelings. It's like as amicable as possible. We just got on the phone and just talked, and that was it. So,
if you could do it all over again, were you happy with the deal? Like, are you happy knowing how it all played out with him? He didn't win a belt, but I think he brought you some attention, especially here stateside. Are you happy with the deal that you made with him?
Like, I have, again, nothing but love and respect for Eddie. He's a consummate professional. When he came to fight, he came to fight. A professional in and out of the arena, like just all around legend. So I'm happy for him.
A few years ago when you signed him, when you had the DJ deal, Sage, it felt like you were really gearing up for an American crossover debut. Obviously, the pandemic may have changed things. Is America still in the plans?
Yeah, that's why I'm here speaking at this conference. Okay, yes, definitely.
Okay.
First on-ground event is going to be Q2 of next year.
Okay.
I announced it at the business conference yesterday.
Do you have a date?
We do, but I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm so sorry.
Month?
I do, but I'd rather not say it yet.
Okay. Fair enough.
Although you are the master, but of getting information. But no, so Amazon's global head of sports was there yesterday, also speaking, Marie Donahue, and so we have big plans together, working together. It's a 5-year deal, so we really are in earnest. And the thing about Amazon as a partner is, obviously you saw the NFL numbers, right? Streaming is for real. You're seeing the whole industry migrate, and Amazon's not playing around. They really are extremely, obviously, data-driven, process-driven, phenomenal people, and they have a real dedicated team. So I feel like this is our real, beginning, if you will, day one in
a new chapter, if you will.
Well, no, literally day one.
Right.
Because when you have like a super hyper engaged partner who's going to do everything to see this property succeed together. And the thing too is Amazon only has like I think 5 or 6 properties in the U.S. It's not like they have 20 properties,
Sure.
right? I think they have NFL, they have Champions League, they have NBA, they have us, and I think one other. Yeah.
So far, you've had 2 shows. Are they happy? Are you happy?
They are very happy. Yeah. So
Are you not?
No, I am, but I mean like it's just the beginning. So
Yeah.
for me, unless like. I don't know if you saw like a few weeks ago, like, what happened in China for us when Tang Kai won the featherweight world champion. We were #1 trending topic on Weibo, Kuaishou, and Douyin, which are Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok of China. We were #1 trending social topic of China.
So he had a great homecoming as well.
Yeah,
right?
like several thousand, 1.4 billion people. And so that's 4.5 years into our official entry into China. So it takes time, right? Because you can't just come into the country and expect to be #1. It just doesn't happen. But if you do all the right things and have the right roster, the right heroes, and tell the right stories, and have the right partnerships, and it can happen. We've seen that in many countries in Asia. And so again, with Amazon, with Marie Donahue and her team, we really believe this is going to be a home run. So she set out in the conference to say she was super happy. Her words were, the partnership has blown away the numbers or something like that. Yeah.
Great. And obviously it's huge that it's in prime time here in America. When you actually come to America, do you think it'll be just like one event a year, or is it going to be multiple events here?
So we have 12 primetime U.S. events, with Amazon, and ideally they want it all on ground, right? So,
Oh, wow.
And we were the ones that said, okay, wait, can we scale into it? It's the pandemic, it's COVID, it's our first time in America. We want to get it all right. So it's not like, I think in this situation, it's not about coming as fast as you can, but it's getting it right? So our first show, we want to make sure we get it right, and then we build momentum from there. And Amazon also, they're new to combat sports, so they're building a whole team. And again, they're experts in sports. You can just see it from their team that they've hired, but they're still relatively new to combat sports. So you want the whole, partnership on both sides to be a well-oiled machine before you go full steam ahead.
So maybe it's just like 1 or 2 for the first year, something like that.
Yeah, we're playing a little bit more than that, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And which city will it be in, the first event?
So we've locked down venues in a few locations, and I can't say it right now.
Why not? Do
can't.
you have one like finalized for?
We have a few venues already locked down.
Wow.
Yeah, with dates.
Big city, big arena.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now. Do you need to sign more American fighters now that you're going to be doing more shows in America?
So again, like, when you look at our roster, I don't really go by, which country they're from, et cetera. For me, the number one thing about roster is getting the very, very best strikers in the world, the very, very best grapplers in the world, and the very, very best, all-around mixed martial arts in the world. That's, if you look at one as a platform, as the world's largest martial arts organization, we have different stacks. And what we found is some people cross over. It doesn't matter. Just, like, let's take a guy like Rut Tang, the Muay Thai world champion. He's a superstar no matter where he goes. He just did a seminar tour in the States, and everywhere he went, he's just like in the martial arts community. So I don't know that it's relevant. You got to have a U.S. superstar. Of course, we'd like one. We do believe we have a bunch of athletes who could end up being it, right? But you just don't really know. I think one guy that's very, very interesting, two folks that are very interesting is the Rule Tolo brothers. So Cade just won the ADCC World Championships, and then his brother Ty won the IBJJF GI World Championships this year. They're 2 of the best grapplers in the world, and they're going to transition into MMA. But they want to do both sports. So I think that, and they're from the States. Then you have a guy like Mikey Musumeci, who's the most decorated grappler in history of American grappling. I mean, in terms of submission grappling.
What a character too, because he looks like, he doesn't look like your typical fighter, right?
No, in real, and he calls himself a super nerd. In real life.
Okay, I didn't want to be disrespectful, but
in real life, Mikey he's the nicest, kindest guy, but he literally is that kid in high school that was the nerd, that whiz kid at math and academics, and he really is that smart, by the way. But he happens to be a killer. Like, I've rolled with him. I'm 180 and he's 135, and he runs through me like it's like water. And obviously he's a multi-world champion. But the point is that I've never seen anything like it. Yeah, I've rolled with many black belts, and this guy is next level. So we have a lot of guys like that, but I can't predict who's going to be the star. But again, across the different disciplines, right? We've seen the rise of different stars, irrespective of nationality, truly global stars, right? And it's just beginning. So, but yes, of course, the team is signing more American athletes. We would love, any of the hottest free agents that come up, in their prime. So we have a little bit of different strategy than the other organizations. The strategy is to sign people in their prime, typically.
So I don't think he's going to go this route, but even when an Nate Diaz becomes available, is that a phone call you'll make? Maybe not you, but Matt Hume, the company. Is this, or do you feel like you have a certain kind of fighter that you're looking to go after?
What makes Nate interesting, obviously, is that he wants to do multiple sports.
Sure.
And so that is definitely the platform of one, right? When you look at Roberto, he says he wants to win world titles in all the major disciplines, and he wants to be the greatest combat sports athlete ever. So you have guys like Alistair Overeem that have been a K1 superstar, and then I think he might have won the belt in UFC, I can't remember. Did he?
No, he didn't, but he won the Strike Force, the Dream Belt.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I think having all on one platform, that's kind of Roberto's thing. And so when I look at Nate, there's a possibility of that as well, like in boxing and grappling, and I know he wants to do that. We'd be interested, but it's not our typical path. How about that?
Sure. Yeah, and you said earlier, and I can already see the people, the wheels turning, you said the world's biggest martial arts organization. Now, I know some people will refute that, right? They'll say the UFC is the most dominant brand. When you say that, what do you mean?
So Nielsen came out with a report, an industry report on the world's largest sports properties. This is 7-8 months, and you can go onto the Nielsen website and download it.
Right.
And we were surprised too, actually, internally. And it showed us in top 5 in TV, in social and digital platforms, in engagement, and we knew we were growing exponentially, but we didn't know to where we were relative to everybody else. And then they came up with this report. And then the global head of sports at Facebook, or Meta, Peter Hutton, gives me a call end of last year saying, hey, did you know that you're number 1 in organic video views out of all the sports properties in the world, actually? So these kind of things, we knew were growing, but we didn't know, And so, it was pretty surprising. And then if you look at the stats, I think we were number 4 on TV. I think UFC might have been number 7 or 6. I can't remember.
I think we have the graphic. Guys, can we show? Because I think you posted it, or maybe
it's on my
one
Instagram,
championship.
But
can we put that up? There it is, right?
That's directly from Nielsen. It's from the Nielsen report, right?
Okay.
And this is the thing. There's 4 billion people in Asia. Okay, so people don't realize how big things are on the other side of the planet. So what you can see here is the combat sports industry has become a global duopoly. UFC is a predominant market share of the Western Hemisphere. We have a predominant market share of the Eastern Hemisphere, and we're the only ones at this. I think when
these are incredible. I'm looking at it here. Yeah. My eyesight sucks. Mm-hmm. I'm seeing one championship over F1, over NFL, over NBA, Premier League. Could you maybe understand why people in the Western Hemisphere would be like, wait a second?
No, just go to Nielsen.
I'm not calling. But initially, it's staggering, right, to see that, right? Because these are legit behemoths.
Yeah.
When you see yourself, do you believe it? When you see yourself among those giants?
I think how you can believe it is this: Amazon Prime 1. We trended number 1 on Twitter, US, number 1 Twitter worldwide. In China, when Tang Kai won the featherweight belt, we trended number 1 on Weibo, Kuaishou, and Douyin. When Tang Kai comes home, first of all, how many sports properties can trend number 1 in 2 of the biggest countries in the world on opposite sides of the world? And then on top of it, trend number 1 on Twitter. And these are irrefutable facts. I mean, that's just, they are what they are. And then Tang Kai comes home. And this, I was taken by surprise. I did not know that this was going to happen on Amazon Prime 1, that weekend. And after he won the belt, he comes home. I mean, you saw the video.
Yeah.
Several thousand people showed up, and then so I held a company meeting a few weeks ago. After this happened, talking to my teammates, and I said, "Why is this significant? How do you get to be trending number 1 topic in 2 different countries on the opposite side of the world, different languages? How do you trend number 1 worldwide on Twitter?" And ultimately, it's 2 things, I said. One is you need the reach, frequency, and engagement numbers that the Nielsen report has, at that scale. Because if you're not that scale, there isn't gonna be a mass tweeting about it. But equally important is the belt has to be of significance. It can't be like, I just won the Mickey Mouse belt, even if you have the reach frequency, it means nothing. You have to generally be the world champion, the world title. And so again, in China, a nation of 1.4 billion people, the central government came out and they wrote about it, and it was just, huge accomplishment for China. And you saw the video. He came to a hero's welcome. And so I was genuinely like, wow. So I held the company meeting. I said, everybody, this is significant. This is a significant moment in the company's history. We're only 10 plus years old or whatever it is, 11 years old. And I never thought that we'd be here this quickly, or even that we'd be here. I mean, I was hoping, right? And actually, I was saying at the conference yesterday when I was speaking, I was like, in many ways, I'm like the Forrest Gump of sports. I didn't envision this. I just kept running and running and running. And the first 3 years were complete disaster, Ariel. Disaster. When I started
Why disaster?
Rejection after rejection, failure after failure. No broadcaster wanted us in Asia. They said it was a dumb idea. We already have EPL or NBA, whatever it is.
Right.
No brands wanted us, no governments, no investors, no employees, no athletes. It was like for 3 straight years. And at the end of the 3rd year, I called my mom, who's this conservative Japanese lady. And, I called her, I'm like, Mom, man, I'm thinking about quitting, and then she said, well, you see, you should have listened to Mommy. Mommy told you so, like literally like that Japanese thing. And then she said, why don't you just quit? And I hung up the phone. I'm like, why don't I just quit, man? I've been doing martial arts my whole life. This is my greatest love. And I really, really believe that, every region of the world has several multi-billion-dollar sports properties. U.S. has NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball, et cetera. Europe has F1, EPL, Champions League, et cetera. Asia had nothing, like literally nothing. And I thought, as a lifelong martial artist, I can unite 4 billion people around Asia's greatest cultural treasure, which is martial arts, a 5,000-year history. Asia is the home of martial arts. But man, I was naive. Like for 3 years, I got my butt
How close
kicked.
do you think you were to actually quitting?
No, that day, if my mom had used the wrong words with me, I think I would have quit.
Really?
But a mom knows best. You see, when my mom challenged me, when she's like,
You
hey,
think she was doing that? You think she was?
Yeah, in hindsight, yes. But
Okay.
I was in a bad state of mind. So when she was like, yeah, why don't you just quit? I was like, you're not even going to convince me. Mom, this is what I love. This is, my martial arts is my everything. And so when I hung up the phone, and then I was like, there's no way I'm going to quit this. Especially when my mom says something like that. There's no way, So I think that, and then we got lucky, and then our organic video views took off.
What was the turning point, in your opinion?
So I said, we got very lucky. To be very honest, it's like social media, Facebook had just entered Asia like a few years earlier and just began to get a little bit of steam. Smart mobile devices began taking off. And that combination. So when I think about Bernie Ecclestone creating F1, that is, how did he do it with nobody? He had to go city by city, and there was no news coverage around the world. Here, you put a clip of DJ knocking out Adriano, and it goes viral all over the world.
Yeah.
So social media and mobile phones together enabled one to grow very, very quickly. So we kept on putting on content, on Facebook or Instagram or TikTok, whatever it was, and it just kept on growing and growing and growing. And then, it was just a lot of right place, right time. Like if we didn't have smart mobile devices, if we didn't have social media, I don't think one would be where it is today.
So if I may, I'd love to ask you about the financial story that came out recently. Bloody Elbow reported that last year, one championship, and I'm reading this because I don't want to get anything wrong, that you lost a record high $110 million, and this coming off 2020 where losses of $48 million. This is from the annual financial filings with ACRA, which is Singapore's close equivalent to the SEC. I remember having you on the show last September. We talked about this, and the quote is, you said the internet is a dangerous place. If you believe everything you read, there was a ton of inaccuracies, tons of errors. It's not even like one or two. If it were just like one or two, I would point it out. It's not even worth addressing. Again, it's like I said, I like to let the truth speak over time. So that was your response when I asked you about the 48 million. Now it's 110 million according to this report.
Yeah.
Is the 110 million accurate?
I think if you want financial information, go to the most credible sources in the world, like a Bloomberg or Financial Times, which also wrote articles on one. Are you going to go to an MMA website, right? So that just on that level. But on the bigger picture level, okay, so it is inaccurate again, but I will
It is inaccurate?
Yeah, go to Bloomberg, go to Financial Times.
What did they report as far as what the number was?
What I'll say, Ariel, is we are in investment growth phase. To be number 5 in the world or whatever, in those Nielsen charts, you have to invest in the brand, the product, the roster, geographies, and you have to expand the footprint. And this takes a lot of capital. It's a very different approach, right? Than let's say, if I was going to open a coffee shop today, you sell coffee, you're profitable that day, but you're not scaling globally, right? So the strategy that one is used is literally like, let's have maximum reach, put us on TV everywhere across the continent of Asia, but around the world. And I don't know if you saw, we just announced a broadcast deal in Middle East with Bein Sports. And then, so the idea is, again, is increasing our footprint everywhere we go, and of course, having to throw events in. But you have to create a content. You have to create tons of content for each region, for each broadcaster. We have 154 broadcast partners around the world. So the strategy, again, is you have to get this scale before, and not worry so much about, what are the coffee store economics, right? And so that's the overall strategy. And we're very lucky that we have, blue chip institutional investors like Sequoia Capital, like, Guggenheim, like Qatar Investment Authority, like Temasek. Google these guys. These are like the very best and smartest investors in the world. And they just believe in what one is doing. So, that's, and likelihood, our plans, I'll raise another $1 billion to continue the strategy of global expansion.
Is the $383 million number accurate in total losses?
So we have raised a little over 500 million since inception.
Okay.
And
10 years, right?
Yeah, correct. Over 10 years. And we have burned approximately, I think, 350 around there right now, right? So we have about 150 on the balance sheet. But again, like, I won't go into super deals of what conversations are happening right now, but I can say that our investor base has literally trillions of dollars in assets under management. Just Google the size of their balance sheet.
But is there a cap, right? Like, is there a number where you're like, we can't reach this number in losses before we're in trouble or before anyone starts?
So again, let's take a story like Tesla or an Amazon, right? It's not about a cap of losses or whatever. It's investment. It's investment in growth. It's investment in the brand. It's investment in product. For us, it's investment in brand, product, athlete roster. It's investment in geographic expansion, et cetera, right? For us to throw an event in America this year versus next year versus this year, it's an incremental event. We're tripling the number of events next year. So this year, our event will be about 22 events. Next year, and I've already said it publicly, is 64 events.
Wow.
So that requires investment.
Is that not too much? 64?
No, pre-pandemic, I think we're, right before the pandemic, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was 40-something events, including our smaller events.
The 64 includes everything, right?
Yes.
The Muay Thai events as well.
Yep.
That's a lot of events though, no?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. But again, what is the strategy, right? The strategy is to have the widest distribution, the very, very best athletes in the world, the world championship martial artists, and then distribute the content, live content around the world, and grow that fan base and really invest, keep investing in the brand, keep investing in the product and the platform, in the roster, in the geographic expansion. So again, we're very, very lucky. It's not like, not every company gets this opportunity, right? Most companies they don't have investor support, institutional investor support.
Right.
And I think, if you just take a look at the Tesla story, let's say, I think Elon, I don't know how many billions of dollars he lost, but it's not losing. To him, he was investing in factories, investing in new batteries, investing in new technology, investing in scaling his production facilities, right? It's the same equivalent, except for us, it's brand, product, platform, roster, and geography. Again, inherently, sports properties are massively profitable when you reach scale. NBA, NFL, the list goes on. You can go, I'm not talking about sports teams, I'm talking about the actual league itself.
So you say that the 110 is inaccurate, right? Regardless of what that number is, when do you think you will start to be profitable?
So again, like I said, Bloomberg and Financial Times are probably the most credible, amongst the most credible financial publications. Read there, and I've given interviews there, and I believe profitability will be within 3 years based on our current trajectory.
Okay.
So this year we'll hit record revenues. It's going to be up double digits. I did say in Bloomberg it'll be a minimum of $80 million this year. I do believe we'll beat those numbers. So
the sky isn't falling. You're saying nothing to be worried.
We're tripling the number of events.
Yeah.
Ariel.
Do you feel as though, I get this sense, I want to know if you feel the same way. Do you feel as though sometimes the MMA community, whatever that means, are rooting against you? Do you feel like there is this sort of grudge against you? Because I do sense that. I mean, like when I said you were going to be on, are you going to ask him about that? Are you going to ask him? I'll be honest with you. This is me shooting here. When I have Scott Coker on, I don't have people asking me, are you going to ask him about the financials? Are you going to ask him about that? Why does it seem like everyone is trying to like poke holes in whatever one is doing when there's these numbers out? When, let's be honest, like I don't think...
You know what I care about, Ariel?
Yeah.
I care about the fact that Amazon Prime did well. Trending number one Twitter. I think somebody told me, I didn't go, but somebody told me that Reddit was on fire about production and the fights and all that stuff, and Amazon Prime too as well. The fact that Marie Donahue comes out at the business conference and said, and they asked, I think the question was asked, and it's videos online. They asked her, what's one trend that you want to talk about, or one big thing in sports? And she talked about one championship, and she said, her number, again, her words in the videos online, her words were something like, really through the partnership and we blew away numbers or something to that effect. That's what I care about. I care about our fans enjoying the show. Ultimately, that's what matters. And are our numbers continuing to climb for viewership and reach frequency engagement numbers? And right now, I'm going to just tell you, like, I would not be tripling the number of events if I was not optimistic about the future. Okay.
So, in other words, screw the noise, screw the haters.
Again, yeah. I mean, like, look, as long as we have, I'm obviously biased. I think we have the best production. I think we have the best roster, and we have a very differentiated strategy from anything that exists out there. And I think we have the investor shareholders, the investor base that truly supports our vision and our, unique path to building a global sports property.
So I asked recently, I did a poll, who's the number 2 or what is the number 2 promotion in the world? One, PFL or Bellator? You would be offended by this question. Fair? Like you're number 1. It's crazy to say that one is number 2.
All you have to do, again, is Nielsen is obviously the world's authority on viewership data, okay? On the media
But
industry.
just like from like what is, I guess, what is moving the needle here and stuff like that. I don't think any fan would say, oh, I'll, check out the one event over the UFC event just because the UFC has been here since 1993, right? I mean, they have a 20-something year head start on you guys. But I'm just wondering, like, when you see people talking about who's number 2, I'm sure there's a part of you that's like, no, we're number 1. Like, that's not the conversation that should be happening, correct?
Well, the way I think about it is, combat sports is a global duopoly. UFC is the largest MMA organization. They only do one discipline.
Got it.
We're the world's largest martial arts organization because we do striking arts, grappling arts, and we've even done boxing world title fights, grappling arts, and mixed martial arts. So we have the full platform of different martial arts of content stacks, right? So whether, again, it's the world's greatest strikers, the world's greatest grapplers, or the world's greatest mixed martial artists, our platform is much bigger in terms of martial arts, right?
Yeah.
So, and then, again, Nielsen. I mean, this is a report that it's from Nielsen. It's on the website. So,
when you
you see, I think American fans haven't fully grasped that on the other side of the planet, there's an organization that's putting on amazing fights with an incredible world championship martial artists, right? So,
when you come here, because the rules are a little bit different, not just the actual fighting rules, but like the hydration, all that.
Yeah.
Will you have to alter a lot of your your sort of day-to-day operations when you do events here?
No. So we have Rich Franklin working with the various athletic commissions and getting our medical system, our hydration process, and our rule set, approved. So he's going state by state, and so we have a few states that have approved it.
So will you still do the hydration stuff?
Yeah. Everything that we do.
Knees to grounded opponents will be okay?
Yes,
wow.
yes.
It'll be the same show?
Same show.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Do you have any relationship with Saki Kibara?
No.
You never met him?
I met him once, maybe 10 years ago.
Yeah. I was just curious if there was ever any talks of like some sort of co-promotion or like a Ryzen versus One event, something like that.
No, I'll just share a very simple story. And I don't want to name names. One of their champions came unannounced to Hawaii to quote unquote challenge or Christian Lee.
Okay.
Our lightweight champion, and
like to his house or gym?
No, to the gym.
Okay.
And Christian Lee tooled him. And I don't want to name bad name, but like destroyed him. And that was one of their best champions. So I don't want to go into it, but if you're in the know in Asia, I mean, it's not comparable. It's not, the skill set level is not comparable.
As far as the reach, like there was once a time, as you know, Pride was the biggest thing, right? Millions and millions of people were watching. Is there any chance that we could get back to that in Japan? Do you feel like, or was the damage done? Is there just too much of a hole?
No. I think it's possible. You know, I think it's possible. I'm holding a press conference on Monday in Tokyo. So right after this, right tomorrow I fly to Tokyo. And yeah.
What is it about?
No, I mean our event.
Okay. I thought you were making a big announcement. No. I know you've held events there, but can we ever get back to like the New Year's, 50 million people watching type of thing?
I believe so.
You think so?
Why? First, Japan is a country of 110 million people. Maybe 120 million. And it's a martial arts culture. Just like almost every Asian country, it's a martial, meaning that kids and families and parents and grandparents all have black belts or have all martial arts. I mean, there's a culture. And, in Japan, it's karate since kids, it's aikido, it's judo, it's kendo. Like literally, I don't think out of the 110, 120 million people in Japan I don't think there's a single person who's not done martial arts. Like,
sure,
whether it's a child or high school or, et cetera. So, with that level of engagement and knowledge, it's just, there's a real Bushido culture in Japan that I think it's just the right product, right timing. And again, I think we were doing really well in Japan before the pandemic, and then obviously it put a screeching halt to our progress. But yeah, I mean, I believe in Japan.
Speaking of knowledge, like if you could have talked to yourself, if you have the opportunity to talk to yourself 10 years ago when you were starting this out, with the knowledge you have now, right, the ups and downs, almost wanting to quit, all that stuff, what do you think you would have told the young version of yourself as this was about to kick off this journey?
It's exactly like fighting in life. Just life, any big dream, whether you're an athlete or a business person or a musician or whatever it is, you're going to follow your heart, but you're going to encounter tremendous obstacles, setbacks, failures. And so you really got to really, really love what you do, because it's just, the path is just littered with obstacles, right, and failures and setbacks and naysayers, haters, and doubters. That's part and parcel. I mean, Ariel, you've experienced it, so you know that journey, right? To get to where you are, how many times did you have your heart broken, or how many times were you discouraged, right? It's just part of because you're doing something, you're chasing your dream, your passion, you're doing something big and at scale. So I think that's just part of the journey of anybody who wants to do something in life, and you want to chase your dreams. You got to understand there's always going to be good and there's always going to be bad. It's not like from the outside, you're like, oh my God, look at Ariel's life. He's got this cool studio and all this funky stuff. But no, behind the scenes, like with your wife and, there's many times dark moments, right? Right. And actually, you and I talked about that a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah, for sure. No, 100%. It's not all rainbows and lollipops.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think a key thing is to not feel sorry for yourself, right? You can either be like, oh, woe is me, I'm going to quit. Or you can be like, hey, you know what? I'm going to dust myself off and I'm going to punch back.
That's exactly, and that's why I said Forrest Gump, just keep running.
Right.
That's how I think about that. Doesn't matter what happens. I try my best. My team and I, we try our best. We're very blessed to have the smartest blue chip institutional investors, backing one who have trillions of dollars of assets under management. They believe in the vision. They believe in our strategy, as crazy as it may be. And I genuinely have the greatest teammates in the world. So I count my blessings every day. Definitely count my blessings, but I didn't think the road would be so hard. How about that?
Wow.
The first 3 years, like I said, it was the hardest. The first 3 years, from a professional perspective, was the hardest 3 years of my life. Yeah, definitely.
Do you feel like it's getting at all easier now?
Oh, infinitely, definitely.
Okay.
Definitely.
Okay.
I mean, if remember, the first 3 years, I couldn't raise a penny from any I met with like 100 institutional investors.
Wow.
Nobody gave me $1. They just didn't believe in it. And then as we started getting traction on social and digital and TV ratings and all that stuff, that's when investors, and then that's again, like, I was just joking yesterday at the conference, but it's true. Amazon, to do a deal with Amazon, they are the most data-driven company, full stop. They poured over the data room all of our social media, digital metrics, TV. I mean, they went through a fine-tooth comb, like as if they were going to invest like $10 billion, right? I mean, it's. And I was joking that they're just as tough as Sequoia Capital. When Sequoia Capital invested in one, who coincidentally is our largest shareholder, institutional shareholder. And Sequoia Capital has invested in companies like Apple when there was 3 people. They invested in Google. They invested in, all the iconic Cisco, Oracle, Yahoo, any of the iconic Silicon Valley companies. In Silicon Valley, Sequoia Capital literally invested like since day one when there's only 3 or 5 or 10 people. So they've had a tremendous track record over the last 50 years of picking the winners in various industries, and we're their very first sports investment in history.
Wow.
So,
well, there's a lot to be excited about. 2 Amazon events in the books. Third one coming up, not this weekend, next week, next Friday.
So after Tokyo, I spent a few days in Tokyo for work. Then I fly to Malaysia for our event, and then then I'm back on the road flying around.
And you've got the great John Lineker headlining that one. So, he's always very exciting.
I think he's the underdog in this fight.
You think so, as champion?
Yes. Fabrício Andrade is next level talent. I mean, obviously, I have a lot of respect for John, and he's a big monster KO puncher. But you got to keep your eye on this guy. Fabrício Andrade, just elite level striking, and just a very talented guy. And actually, it's funny because my buddy Rafael dos Anjos sparred with Fabrício Andrade back in Brazil, I think a couple years ago, and said, this kid is special.
Wow, okay. Yeah. That's high praise.
Yeah.
And you've got my good friend Mike Mansouri over on the TV side. He's doing well? He's okay?
Yeah, he's awesome.
He's not causing trouble?
No, he's awesome.
Okay, he's the best. He's a whiz coming from WWE. I'm a huge fan of his, and I wish you guys nothing but the best. I appreciate you coming on. Continued success. Selfishly, I love the Friday night, prime time here in America. I don't know if the fighters love it as much in the morning over there and the fans, but love it here, and it's very easy to get to. On the app, the Prime app, you don't have to sign up even more. If you're a member, you can get it. So keep it up, and I look forward to the American debut. And when you want to announce it, come back on the show and let us know.
For sure.
All right.
But maybe not in person.
Okay, fair enough. Yes, it's
Thank
a
you,
long
man.
journey. Yes.
Thank you, man.
And I'm so happy that you didn't have to wake up early to do this, unlike the other times. Thank
I
you
think
so
the last
much.
time it was like 2 a.m.
Yes,
whatever,
yes,
so.
I appreciate it.
Okay,
Joe's going to walk you out. Thank you. All the best to you, Chatri. Thank you so much.
You.
There he is, the head man over at One Championship, the founder, the chairman, the CEO, every title under the sun. The one and only Chatri Sityodtong, kind enough to join us. That was great stuff. Always great to talk about the the business side of things, and I appreciate him coming in, and I wish him and the brand nothing but the best, and I appreciate him answering some questions about the financial situation. Now, speaking of finances, let's talk to someone who knows a thing or two about that. He was heavily involved in the UFC 279 situation. There was a whole mix of plans. There was, the Khamzat Chimaev situation that had to play out, and then there was a whole rejiggering of fights, unprecedented stuff. In the end, we ended up with Nathan Diaz versus Tony Ferguson. We ended up with Kevin Holland versus Khamzat Chimaev, and it was crazy. Daniel Rodriguez, of course, against Li Jingliang. Kevin, of course, got his new contract, and then afterwards retired. But now he's back, and he's fighting December 3rd against Wonderboy Thompson. And so all is good in his life. Without further ado, let us speak to Kevin Holland, who is joining us right now via the Magic Zoom. There he is. Hello, Kevin. How are you?
Doing pretty good. How you been, my man?
Man, Kevin, there was once a time where it was like your grandfather hitting me up, this and that. And it's like, I can't say yes enough to Kevin Holland. Now I've got to go through like 3 layers of management. I've got to go through this person, that person. You're officially you got your own podcast now. You're too big time for us little people. I mean, I feel like you've officially graduated.
Stop it. Yeah. Podcasting. Shout out to Realize, Recognize. I got to get you on there one day so you can show me how things are truly done. So you can show me how it's truly done. Me and the whole crew,
Yes.
Learn from the best. That'd be awesome.
Well, you're doing big things. Congratulations on the new deal. You've got the new fight. Could I ask you, first and foremost, was the retirement ever real? Or was it always just, because you're a great marketer. You've always come out with these great videos to promote your fights, to announce your fights. Was this all just, a mechanism to get to the December 3rd fight? Or was there a period there where truly in your mind and soul, you were actually retired?
I think, yeah, for a second there, I was like, hey, I could walk away right now and be happy. You know what I mean? No stress. People were like, even with the last performance, I was like, even with the last performance, I was like, I'm cool with it. You know,
Why?
samurai code, ready to die at any time. Fuck it, Bushido. It is what it is. You know what I mean? I seen D-Rod get the Neil Magny fight. We had talked about some different things, you know, when the whole negotiating thing had went down for the Chimaev thing. And, you know, we talked about some things, like I said, and some things was talked about. So I thought, you know, this or that would happen. And it didn't look like nothing was really playing out. And I was like, man, you know, it's like, damn, it's been a long road. I was like, you know, I don't really want to sit down for a long time to get the name back right. You know what I mean? I want to get right back in there. It didn't look like that was going to happen. So I was like, if I got to sit down for a while, there's a couple of things in my body I could take care of. You know what I mean? A couple of things I could do. So I'm just going to you know, gracefully bow up out this thing, take my little chippers, take my little checks, invest, do some smart things, work on some other things in life, and, you know, be done. I wasn't going to get out of the USADA testing pool or anything like that. I mean, I was just going to be done on my own sake, you know. It's like I never have to get out of the USADA testing pool, even when I am officially retired, because I don't never plan on doing steroids.
Right.
So
how long did that period last?
Hopefully they approve the blue chews, though, because your boy been hearing about them blue chews. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. How long did that period last where you were, in your mind at least, kind of done over it?
Until I got hit up with what I wanted, and I was like, hey, I can't turn that down. I said if I got something magically wonderful or delicious, you know what I'm saying, I would step back up, and, you know, what's more wonderful than Wonder Boy?
That's
you know?
right.
So, yeah.
I had D-Rod on the show, and he said that you were the one who hit him up and told him before anyone knew that, hey, some things are happening here, that things were going to get rejiggered. And so if I'm reading between the lines, like, did you feel because you hit him up and you guys had some sort of understanding that when that was all said and done, that you guys would fight later on, and you were upset that that wasn't the fight that was happening for you? Is that what you were alluding to?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely wanted that fight. You know, I seen him get the Neil Magny fight, and I'm like, what the you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, hey, out of all due respect, you know, nothing against nobody, but, you know, it's like we were lined up to fight a couple times. You know, first time my part, second time nobody's part. Shit just happened. You know what I mean? So, it's like, you know, it was unfinished business that needed to be done. You know, no offense to anybody. You know, nothing. I like D-Rod. He's a good man. But business is business, baby. You know, and if I ain't mistaken, the boy got that number now. So, you know, I was looking to grab what was supposed to be mine.
But could you not now say a main event fight against Wonder Boy is a much bigger fight than that one?
Oh, yeah, most definitely. I mean, I would never turn down a Wonder Boy fight. You know, a young Kev, an old Kev, no Kev would ever turn down a Wonder Boy fight. I think I can strike. You know, the whole world seems to think I just got a right hand. I think I got a lot more than that. Kung Fu black belt for a reason. Like I said, everybody's Kung Fu fighting. So we got a Kung Fu versus karate. Come on, bro. It's old school stuff. This is fun. This is very, very fun. I'm excited about this one. I'm loving it. You know,
is this like a dream fight for you? Fair to say?
Yeah, it's fair to say. I mean, you know, fair to say. Yeah. Veteran striker, been around the game for a long time. You know, what he's done speaks for itself. So, yeah, I mean, I'm really excited, you know. Yeah.
So if I can, because, you know, we haven't heard much from you since September 10th. Obviously, you have the podcast, and you've done a couple of episodes, to the best of my knowledge. But I'm just wondering, in retrospect, do you wish you would have done things differently? Do you not like, does it not sit well the way things panned out for you?
Nah, I wouldn't do anything different. That's the golden thing about Kev. Kev doesn't want to change anything at all. Nothing.
Okay.
Ever. Nothing. I mean, it is what it is. You live and you learn. How else are you going to learn if you don't live? So,
when were you first approached with the idea that you're going to have to now fight arguably the toughest guy of the 6 people involved here, that things are going to change in an unprecedented way? Like, when were you first approached with this?
The morning of weigh-ins, you know, I got called, asked what my weight was. You know, I was on point on what I was supposed to be, a little under. I was like, yeah, this is what I am. You know what I'm saying? And they were like, let's talk. So we went and talked. You know, I think it was a fruitful conversation. So, you know, no complaints here. No complaints. I'm not a complainer.
And my understanding was, while all that was going on, even when they announced it, you were the last one to sign your bout agreement. You were kind of like the last, the holdout, if you will. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we had talked, and you know, I'm myself. I have my manager Oren Hodak, and then, you know, you have the UFC, and they have all of their staff and all of their people. And I think something had got crossed in between the lines on their half. And, maybe something wasn't clear on me and Oren's half. But then once everything got cleared up, it just so happened I just happened to be the very, very last one to sign. Things just happened.
Was there a chance that you weren't going to fight, that you were going to say, no, I don't like this, whatever you're offering, and I'm going to go do something else?
I mean, I used to work at Walmart way back in the day, for a little while, and the customers are the business.
Right.
I say customers, people are the business and stuff like that. And I, maybe I act like I was, but there was no point in time that I was going to let the people down. This is what they needed so that the people could get a big card and they can get everything they ever wanted. I mean, I'm a warrior squad on the Shield. The Shield wasn't that strong that day, but hell, we still went on the motherfucker. So it is what it is,
Can I get your side of the story on Thursday? What happened there between you two?
I pushed Chimaev. Chimaev threw a push kick. It hit me, and I got mad because he almost fucked up the Burberry. You can't mess with a man's Burberry. So
why'd you
I got
push
a little
him?
pissed off, and because I told him don't step in my bubble. He stepped in my personal space. You remember last time we was in each other's personal space? He pushed me, so I pushed him. Then he got the push kick. So long story short, Chimaev just keeps whooping my ass. I might want to stay away from that guy. That's why I was going to retire. I could post all the memes I want with no repercussions. But now I'm back, so I got all the repercussions. So I better watch myself.
Do you think that they would have booked your fight against him had that not happened on Thursday? Like, do you think they would have gone in a different direction? But because there was that seed there, they're like, oh, this is the one to make now that everything got rejiggered.
Probably so. Maybe I stirred up some shit and got more shit than I could take, huh?
And he actually push kicked you, legit, because I think at one point you refuted it, or at least I thought you were refuting it.
I mean, I'm a striker, so
right.
Yeah, I guess
Okay, and then but you got a new deal.
No, I mean, it was a good night that night. Circumstances was different for everybody on the card.
Sure,
everybody had different circumstances. You know what I mean? Let's talk about that for a second. I see this fake media BS going around talking about I got this amount of money or that amount of money. They're wrong. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's pretty annoying because now my whole family thinks I'm rich, and then my son looks at the number and he thinks I'm poor. So it's like you guys don't know what I made, and my financial business is my financial business. Not to you, Ariel, to these people.
Yeah, I got you.
Financial business is my financial business. Don't worry about what the fuck I made. And if you really want to know what I made, just go ask my jeweler. You see that new piece I bought? I spent all my whole check on that. So I'm broke. So don't worry about what I made last fight. It's all gone on one piece of jewelry and a new card. So that being said, let's just worry about what I make on the Wonder Boy fight. I'm pretty sure that'd be public information.
Okay, we're showing that jewelry piece right now. You posted this on your social media. Could I ask how much that? I mean, that is something. I mean, it's just like I feel like I need sunglasses to look at that thing. So much ice on that, Kevin. I could skate on it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I mean, everybody kept saying I wasn't never going to get a championship belt, so I had to prove my dreams right. I had to go get my own championship belt, octagon-shaped TB. I might put some red rubies in the tongue. Just
oh, my gosh.
Make it look good,
How much is that? Can you tell me how much that was? Ballpark?
Oh, dude. I mean, a lot of people can go online and ask my guy Ice Bake. You know what I mean? I got him tagged on that one. Hit up Ice Bake, ask him how much it was, and he might be able to tell you how much my check was. So there's always a way to find out. I've been watching that show Blacklist. I'm really late to it, but man, you could always find out something watching Blacklist. Blacklist got me putting my hat on before I watch it. Got me ready to play Call of Duty. Blacklist is really good.
I've never heard of Blacklist. Where's that? How can I see that?
It's on Netflix. It's old, but it's good. It's good.
Now, why spend the whole paycheck on one piece of jewelry? Doesn't that feel like a lot of money to spend on one thing?
I could be lying, Ariel.
This guy. What was the car? Could you tell me the car?
I just finished off. I had got the CT4 Blackwing before the fight, because just sounded real superhero-ish, and everybody kept saying I was a superhero, so I felt like I needed a car. And I'm almost 30, so every grown man should get a Cadillac at one point in time in their life. So yeah, I just finished paying it off. Oren was like, you got to quit buying stuff and not just buying it all at one time. He's like, don't do that with the cars. So, Oren has his ways of what's smarter and what's not smarter. So I just listened to Oren, paid off the vehicles, make sure every vehicle was paid off, make sure everything was taken care of, just took care of my responsibilities.
Listen, when in doubt, listen to the Jew when it comes to financials.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Although not me. I'm very bad at when it comes to that stuff. Speaking of Oren, by the way, just signed Terrence McKinney to the KO Reps squad. And it seems like you guys have a bit of a bromance situation going on. Did you know Terrence before he signed?
No.
Wow.
No, actually, Terrence had reached out to a few of my people after the, I think it was the Brunson or the Vittori loss, and was like, yo, I can help Kev out. And I never seen that, or I think my bro did tell me, but I was like so pissed off. I don't want to hear that shit. So now here we are. Got to work a little bit with Terrence, and it's funny because kind of like similar athletes. So he was showing me a few little things that he likes to do, and that was fun to learn. And just it's cool to have an extra person like that around. Another UFC caliber guy, fastest knockout in the lightweight history, right? So dude's a monster. Dude's fun to play with in the gym. So yeah, I'm very excited for Oren to sign Terrence. I'm very happy to have Terrence part of the team. You know what I mean? I love KO Gang. You guys know I think every other management company is pretty much trash. So yeah.
Could I ask how you felt in the locker room after the Chimaev fight?
I was like, fuck. I was like, that sucked. I was like, the fuck was I thinking? It's like, why the fuck did I tap? But it is what it is.
What do you mean? What were you, like, you tapped? Were you in pain? Like, what do you mean? What was I thinking?
And just, me, I don't make excuses. So, it's like, props off to Chimaev. Like I said, he's one hell of an athlete. He did a fantastic job.
Tougher than you thought he would be? Better than you thought he would be? No.
No. I always thought the kid was good, Never thought the kid wasn't good, and it's like, not tougher than I thought he was, though. I thought he would have subbed me a little faster than that. I thought his initial takedown would have been a little different than that. So yeah, it's whatever. No big deal to me, A
lot of people were very upset. They thought that he bypassed the glove touch to go for the takedown or faked it out. Is that true from your perspective? Did he do that?
Anybody who thinks that I'm going to block a jab this high in the freaking air, I mean, that's a discredit to my striking. And until I beat Wonder Boy, we'll decide how good my striking is after that, right? So, yeah.
Wait,
don't ever after the Wonder Boy fight, just don't disrespect my striking ever like that again, thinking that I'm parrying a jab that's over my head. Like, what the fuck are you? I mean, but my fault. Protect yourself at all times. I didn't protect myself at all times. So
did he fake it though?
No,
like did he ever extend? You just regret, or maybe not regret, but like you're saying you shouldn't have put it out there to begin with.
I should have probably just moved differently to begin with.
Right.
That's my fault. It's all me. Always me. Can't put the blame on nobody else. All me. Like when I go on Call of Duty right now and I carry the whole team, it's all me.
Yeah, that's right.
You know what I mean?
Is that one that you'll even watch?
What do you mean?
Like, will you even go back and study that tape, watch that tape, or is that?
Yeah, I've watched it several titimes. I was trying to see little things. Yeah, I watched it several times. Yeah, fun fight. For as long as it lasted. Some good scrambles, high paced stuff. It's good. I wouldn't say high level shit, but high paced stuff.
Right.
It was fun. It was good.
What's more likely to happen? You train with him in the future, or you guys fight again?
It's more likely for the universe to change and we all look like cartoon characters. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm not training with that guy. I don't know what the fuck he was thinking. I guess because I asked him how many times a week they work wrestling, but hey, I'm just trying to steal the recipe for me and my guys.
That's
he
right.
shot a fast shot. So, it is what it is. To me and my team against the world, I'm not training with no other squads. I may stop in, say what's up to some people that I think are really cool. Shout out to those boys out there at RVCA, everybody except for Luke Rockhold. Yeah, I think those guys are cool. I think there's a lot of cool people out there in the world, but my squad is my squad. My team is my team. And, ride together, die together. Bad boys for life, baby. That's how we're going to do it.
So thanks, but no thanks to the training offer.
No thanks whatsoever. There's no thank you even involved. It's two middle fingers. I ain't going to throw it up on Ariel Helwani's show unless he wants to buzz it out.
No, it's all good.
Yeah. Nah, Call of Duty shit, bro. Sniper rifles and 9mm. We ain't fucking with those guys.
And you and Luke still not seeing eye to eye.
Oh, dude, nothing against Luke. It's Luke. I'm Kev. Luke and Kev. We're just not eye to eye.
Okay, fair
I'm
enough.
naive. Remember when he did that and said that little interview? He said I was naive and stuff. Might have been on yours.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. So I'm naive. I'm naive because I worry about my paycheck and not everybody else's. I thought that was a grown-ass man taking care of his responsibilities. I show up to work and everybody else sits on the couch. I fight a lot while everybody else sits on the couch. I say yes when everybody else says no, and therefore I'm rewarded when everybody else is complaining like little female dogs.
Okay,
you know?
fair enough. By the way, Dana obviously likes you a lot. When you were retired, did he call you up? Did he talk to you? I know he talked about you, but I'm wondering if you guys actually spoke about, anything that was on your mind.
Nah, he was probably like, this kid's a dumbass. So, knowing Dana, Dana keeps it real trill. That's my dude right there. I love him. I love that he keeps it honest. Love that he keeps it real. That does not bother me, not whatsoever. I didn't know I was an emotional person until he said it.
Are you?
He's probably really good at reading people, so I probably am an emotional person. So yeah, things don't really bother me. No, he did not call. It doesn't bother me that he didn't call. We still had some messages online. If I hit him up, he responds. If he hits me up, I'm gonna respond. That's, like I said, that's my dude. It's like when you and the neighbor clip each other on the bicycle, you just get up and keep riding. You don't complain about it. It's life.
Right.
So no big deal.
And he got you some shoes, right?
That was way beforehand. So you remember when we had went to the shoe surgeon, and I had went and seen my boy Box and everything like that. So when we went and did all that, we stopped at the shoe surgeon spot, and I was going to get the shoes myself, but Dana was like, boy, put your little chunk change away. I got you this time. And so that was pretty cool. But, me and him, we just go back and forth on shoes. So he got me something that I truly wanted. I got him something that he thought was pretty cool. I actually see another pair of kicks that I want to get him that are pretty cool. But, I like them a lot, but there's another pair that's kind of similar to him out there in the world, and he got those already for somebody else. So I don't want him to have to look at them and compare them and try and compete. You know what I mean? But I might get it just for that simple fact, so he can compare and be like, yeah, I like this for the bang of the buck, and I like that for the bang of the buck, and yada, yada, yada.
Which ones? Which ones are those?
Dude, I don't know if I'm allowed to say.
Okay.
I'm gonna say it anyways because I think they already dropped the preview for it. But if you look at my boys, The Closet, The Death of Dreams, they're dropping some the Chuckies, and my guy over there at the shoe surgeon, they make some Chuckies. So two different versions of the Chuckies.
Got it.
You know what I mean? Slight differences. It's gonna be fun, but to each his own. You know what I mean? It's like everybody plays the game. This guy kind of gets creative with that idea off something he might have seen, and I know that the other company does the same thing as well. So it is what it is.
Okay, fair enough. By the way, speaking of fun, are you happy with the idea that at least in this fight with Wonder Boy, there probably won't be one takedown attempt? Not to say that you can't do it, but I feel like both of you kind of have this agreement that you have no interest in doing it for this fight. Crazy thought or no?
I can't say that, bro. It's a mixed martial arts fight.
Okay.
There's some people I never thought were going to shoot for a takedown. They shot for a takedown. There's times I thought I never was going to shoot for a takedown. I shot for a takedown. So, at the end of the day, it's mixed martial arts. People always think that I'm like, oh, Kevin's this and that. Kevin's against wrestling. I'm not against wrestling. It's just out of mixed martial arts, it's not my favorite style. We all have a favorite style. It's not my favorite style. And since it's not my favorite style, it's probably my least, dominant style. So, that being said, yeah, I don't plan on going in there shooting for any takedowns against Wonder Boy. To be 100% honest with you, I plan on knocking Wonder Boy the fuck out. So I think Wonder Boy is a fantastic fighter. I think that his style it's wonderful. It's fits his name. But that being said, Pettis was able to knock him out, and I think that I'm going to be able to knock him out. I think Pettis was able to find his chin. I think I'm going to be able to find his chin. So. And I think when I find his chin, I think I hit a little bit harder than Anthony Pettis. So we shall find out.
Would you like to retire him? Would you like this? Like, is that a badge of honor for you?
Not really. I didn't retire Jacare. I can't determine whether these guys take another fight or not.
Right.
But I'm for sure going to make them think about some things. You know what I mean? So, yeah. And, that's just what I'm going to do. I'm going to put my right hand on his face. And that's the thing about it. We all know that. Like, we know he's going to do all these different things. And we all know that I'm looking for one specific thing. It's a right hand on his face. He knows that's coming.
Right.
So don't worry about all the other things that I can do. Just worry about this one. You see that ring right there? Worry about that.
That's right.
Smackaroo.
I feel like
right across the
I feel like the UFC likes you a lot. And I feel like this is almost like, hey, we know that you were put in a tough spot. This is, this is a make good. Do you feel like it's the same?
It could be. It could be. if I go out there and wrestle to make good. But at the end of the day, let's not get this mistaken. A lot of people who go out there and strike with Wonder Boy usually look crazy. Jeffrey Neal, a friend and a foe. It's like, dude can strike. Dude can strike really well. He couldn't strike with Wonder Boy. Vincent Luque, strike really well. And these are two different styles of striking, two completely different styles of striking. Couldn't strike with Wonder Boy. Pettis is a crafty motherfucker. He figured it out. Excuse my language, but he figured it out. I like to think I'm pretty crafty too. So I think I can figure it out, and I think my Kung Fu beats his karate.
Okay. By the way, no drama recently, right? No issues. No, I feel like we've gone a good stretch with no like superhero stuff, no crime, fighting, nothing like that. Unless we didn't hear about
nothing being reported. Nothing's being reported.
There's stuff that's happened that we don't know about.
I live a fun life.
Wow. Anything you want to share?
No. I live a fun life though. I love life.
Yeah.
Always. I have a good time.
And by the way, why start the podcast? We've seen a lot of athletes do this in other sports. I feel like you could be like the Draymond Green of MMA podcasts. I'm not the fighting, obviously. I don't know if you saw he punched his teammate out, but I just mean you're very opinionated. Yes, you heard about this Draymond Green character?
I heard a little bit about it, but I don't pay too much attention to it. I'm not really good at remembering who celebrities and people like that are. So
okay.
I just don't really pay attention. So it was like Draymond Green, and I was like, oh, who the fuck is it? And then as soon as I seen his face, I was like, oh yeah. I knew exactly who it was, and I was like, yeah, that guy's always doing something crazy.
Yeah.
And props to that guy. I like it. Yeah. Don't apologize, man.
He punched his teammate out. He took a leave of absence.
Fuck it. Sometimes tough love is the best love. Punch that motherfucker. Don't be soft. Sometimes a good punch is good for you. I'm in a fighting sport. Of course, I'm going to say that. Sometimes a good punch is good for you. A good punch should not kill anybody. So you're good to go.
But have you ever fought with a teammate? And obviously not like in a spot, like argued
all the time.
Really?
Yeah, bro. So me and my boy Joel Guzman. That's my brother. That's my dog. That's my buddy. We argue all the time. We've had some bad arguments, but we know that we're gonna fight. So usually I'm like, catch you at the gym. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna catch you at the gym too. And then we go to the gym, and it's like people usually clear the mats because we're going at it pretty hard, and find each other through the fire. Come out on the other side like F you. All right, see you tomorrow. Let's keep going until we figure it out, and we always figure it out. That's my bro. My boy Austin Powers. Sometimes we don't see eye to eye. He said something crazy one time after the fight. I looked at him and I was like, tuck your chain. He was like, tuck your chain. So we tuck our chains, start grappling a little bit. You know what I mean? I can't grapple. So, he almost got the best of me.
Right.
It was what it was, and it's like, I looked at him, he looked at me, and said, let's go get a burger. He was like, let's go get a burger. And so we got a burger.
His name is Austin Powers?
Yeah, his real name is Austin Powers.
Holy smokes.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Born before the movie too.
Okay,
So he's the original.
Yeah. Fair enough. All right. And so the podcast is a weekly show.
Yeah, it's a weekly show. We plan on doing 10, and then we'll take a short break and figure out, get some advice from the people that's around the road, the fans and stuff like that, and just figure out what we can do better, and come back at it again, come back harder, try and line up bigger and better names each time, try and line up people who, try and get some big names in with some small time businesses, 30 minutes here, 30 minutes there. So that way we can, people can be excited about the big company, but then they can also hear from the little company who's starting their way up. So they can kind of hear some of the struggles and then kind of hear some of the struggles to the success.
Right.
So that's eventually the goal, to have all lights of different things,
okay,
from the bottom to the top, realize, recognize real. So, we see some real shit, we recognize it.
Well, welcome back. We missed you.
Thank you.
It was quite the sad time when we thought you were leaving the MMA world, but I hope you don't take this as an insult. I never believed that you were going to walk away forever because I still think you have a lot more left in you. So I thought maybe you were a little bit, down. I'm not saying I didn't believe that you believed, but eventually I felt,
Brawler didn't believe me either. He was like, "You're gonna get the fight you want, then you're gonna be right back." See, my boy Brawler Bible, he knows everything. He knows when everything's going on. He knew before the whole world knew about the fight change. Like Brawler knows everything. Brawler Bible, that kid knows everything. So I actually owe that kid 20 push-ups because he was like, I bet you're not gonna. And I was like, bet, trying to get him to convince him.
Yeah.
He never fell for it. But yeah, he knew why I pulled the plug and why I didn't, so, and everybody who thinks that I pulled the plug because I lost to Chimaev, like, get out of your, if I was going to pull the plug because I lost to somebody, I would have pulled the plug because I lost to Derek Brunson. Now that was fucking embarrassing. Everything else outside of that has been pretty much okay. I promise you. Yeah.
And so it was really because of the Rodriguez? Like you felt like you had a deal?
I was pissed. I was like, I was pissed. There was just one person that wasn't aware of everything that we had talked about in the back. And I feel like they were kind of giving us a little bit of a hard time. And so I was like, bro, I don't feel like dealing with any more politics right now. I just want to get the fight. You know what I mean? One of the 2 fights that you guys guaranteed me. That's all I want. I want to do that. I don't want to think about nothing else. You know what I mean? I want to focus on my other crafts while still doing something that I love to do. And like, that's all I want to focus on. So like I had said in the video, like, it gives me 6 months to practice on my wrestling. And then, maybe I'll take a couple months off after 2 active fights. And then I get a couple more months to work on the wrestling as well. Still got to keep working on it. It's like, so yeah, I just knew the game plan that I wanted, and they're not easy fights. They're still tough fights, but, they're striking fights. And, fans like a good striking battle. And I like a good striking battle. I'm still a fan of the sport. And when I go back and watch the fight, I don't want to watch some fucking guy's butt in my face for fucking 5 minutes to 15 minutes. I don't want to see that. I want to see punches being thrown. I want to see knees and elbows. I want to see kicks. I want to see what I call beautiful art. The grappling is dope if you're actually grappling around. That's why I can say props to Chimaev. We were grappling around. Guy did good. You're just sitting there, laying there. It's like, bro, fuck you, dude. It's like, fucking go do a jiu-jitsu match. That shit's fucking boring. Nobody's paying to see that. So yeah. Some people do, I guess. Some people have that weird fetish. They want to see 2 men on top of each other, getting all luxurious and shit. Hey, pull that scene out right there, and we're putting it on my OnlyFans.
And by the way, last thing, the 2 fights, were they D-Rod and Wonder Boy?
Yeah, honestly, I would have loved to get D-Rod right away, even though I had to get a little PRP. You know what I mean? It's like just a little continuous thing. PRP and me, we just talked to each other well. So it was like, I was like, I really wanted D-Rod because if I'm not mistaken, I was like, no, this would be the 23rd win. So yeah, I could take Wonder Boy for the 23rd. And then I know it doesn't make sense to backdoor to D-Rod, but it's like I wanted to backdoor and beat D-Rod for the 24th win so I could have 24-8 on my record like Kobe with another motherfucking Kobe practitioner.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it sounded pretty sick.
That is pretty sick.
Hey, we all got to have a little fantasy in our room. You know what I mean?
Man, well, welcome back. Thank you for doing this, Kevin. I appreciate it very much. Good luck to you on December 3rd. Should be fun. Always fun to talk to you, my friend.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you. All right, I'm about to go Call of Duty it up.
All right.
Boys are waiting for me.
Enjoy. There he is, Kevin Holland. Yeah. I mean, is there anyone cooler than Kevin Holland? I mean, I'll never be cooler than that guy, right? Wow, that was a lot of fun. And by the way, speaking of people who came out of retirement, we had Uriah Hall coming out of retirement last week, and he's going to be fighting Le'Veon Bell on the October 29th Jake Paul versus Anderson Silva Showtime pay-per-view card. And I'll be hosting a press conference tomorrow involving those 2 guys, my old friend Uriah Hall of Fortis MMA and Le'Veon Bell, the former Pittsburgh Steeler / New York Jet, but really Pittsburgh Steeler. Should I bring up the Bills win over the Steelers or inappropriate?
Inappropriate.
Yeah. In any event, I look forward to that. That's tomorrow at 1:00. You can watch it on the Showtime pay-per-view, Showtime Sports, Show Sports YouTube channel. How do you feel about that, GC? Le'Veon Bell fighting against Uriah Hall.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. He's a massive underdog, too.
Is he?
Yeah, there's betting odds for it. I think I saw Uriah Hall's like minus 600.
Wow. You know, I can't wait. I can't wait till later. I don't know if let's just say I had a Wait, Bell is the underdog, right?
Bell is the underdog.
Okay,
yeah.
Yes. Oh boy.
These odds are not on DraftKings Sportsbook.
But wait. So Hall is minus 600, you said?
Yes, I believe.
And what is Le'Veon?
Plus 400. Gosh. Le'Veon looked all right against AP.
Yeah, but let's be honest. Well, let's just say a member of the team has some thoughts that don't mesh with those odds. Does that make sense?
I guess, yeah. I'm looking forward to hearing it.
That's October 29th in Glendale. The Gila River Arena is where it's going down tomorrow, 1 o'clock on the Show Sports YouTube channel. I'll be hosting a virtual press conference, nothing in person. I'm not flying to Arizona overnight, but I look forward to doing that. It'll be fun. It'll be kind of like a little tete-a-tete like we had with Alistair Overeem and Badr Hari. By the way, congrats to the Reem, the Demolition Man, on his big win over Badr Hari this past Saturday. Pretty much the only thing that happened in combat sports as far as MMA, kickboxing, boxing, because actually, no, Fundora had the big win Saturday night, but we also lost the Conor Benn versus Chris Eubank fight. All right, looking forward to talking to our next guest. Haven't talked to him in quite some time. Multiple time season winner, championship winner for PFL, obviously a WSOF champion back in the day as well. He's our old pal, Lance Palmer. Is he really there? Lance, long time no speak. How are you?
Doing well, man. Good to talk to you.
Yes, it has been a while. I'm very much appreciative of your time, and I think the Fu Manchu is great. What's going on over here? What are we doing with this?
I think it's more just knowing my wife. I had some chops earlier today, but I figured I'd clean it up a little bit at least to be on camera.
Okay, fair enough. I like the look. It's a different look. I like it. Well done. All right, so there's a lot going on in your world. Last time we saw you was a few months ago with PFL, and PFL obviously has their big event coming up in November. But the last couple of years, it has felt increasingly like you were unhappy with PFL. Would that be an accurate way to describe the state of your relationship with them?
Yeah, I would describe it as tumultuous, to say the least. Basically, since the year of COVID was kind of the start of things where we didn't see eye to eye, I guess.
And what didn't you see eye to eye on?
I think the main thing at first was that I felt that we could have still had events towards the end of 2020 at least. And there were talks about it. They kind of assured us that we were going to, maybe have one fight at least by the end of the year, once things started clearing up. And then when the UFC and Bellator and other organizations started having fights again, it kind of made it a little more tumultuous. And that was kind of when I started to get a bad taste in my mouth. And it wasn't that I didn't agree that COVID was serious and that we shouldn't have, people traveling around and stuff. That was not my intention whatsoever. It was more that I disagreed with any type of back pay or some sort of support, because that was the time period also where they weren't going to give me a release when I had asked for the release, because they weren't able to fulfill my contract with the fights that I was supposed to get that season.
So
that's kind of where all that started.
You asked for the release and they said no. And what was the reason for them declining?
Well, the reason was that it was a pandemic and that it wasn't a breach of contract because of a pandemic. And that was kind of their wording on it. And then I started making the moves to file arbitration, because you can't, the way that my contract was set up, you can't just file a lawsuit. You have to go through arbitration. And it was in like Washington, D.C. So I had a New Jersey lawyer that is really close with Henzo and some other people who was helping me go through all that. And basically got to the point where I could either send it or not send it. And Ali suggested that I not send it. And that was kind of the end of that situation. And there was a few different reasons for that. But then we got into 2021 and I just felt like I was kind of stuck in the mud. And it's not, fighting is hard enough of a sport. And it's very hard if you don't feel like the place that you're fighting for is on the same page with you, whether no matter what it is. I just felt like we just weren't on the same page and didn't see eye to eye since then. And it kind of took from my love for the sport. And so that was kind of, getting through 21 and the first fight of 22, I was like, man, I got to change this up. It's my career on the line every time I fight. It has nothing to do with them. And I had to get that through my head of being angry or holding a grudge doesn't do anything for me if I'm losing these fights. And so my last fight against Shaman Marias, I really took it, upon myself to see a mental coach. And he's actually a guy a lot of the UFC fighters see in Las Vegas. And he helped me a lot just to kind of be present and be in the moment and go out there and kind of get back to having fun. The reason I fight is because I like to do it. It's not because of the money. I mean, my first fight, I barely made any money, my first few fights. So the money is just something that's come along the way. It was more of get back to having fun with it and do what I like to do, and get back to where I was. I was on a 11 fight win streak. I was doing really well. And then kind of felt that I was shelved for 18 months. So that it just left me with a bad taste. And after my last fight, I talked to Don and talked to Pete over text, and there was no hard feelings about the situation of, the things that went on. It's just, we didn't see eye to eye on it. And I think it's always going to be that way. But I was glad to end that part of my contract on a win, at least.
Okay. So I want to get to the end in a moment, but just curious, do you now regret not going through with that lawsuit in 2020?
I mean, hindsight's 2020, so I should say yes, I do regret it, but I don't know where it would have taken me. I mean, there was other guys, guys that I actually had fought this year that were messaging me before 2021 season when I was in that position, and they were saying they weren't even going to get signed back to PFL, and unless they cut down to 45 and stuff like that. So, I mean, it wasn't just me that was going through this stuff, but the arbitration would have been, me versus them basically. And I don't really know how that would have worked out. I mean, I could have gotten out of my contract, but it would probably just cost me a lot of money to do it.
Right. And obviously no one wants to make excuses, but would it be fair to say like all that hanging over your head led to some of the performances and specifically the losses of the last couple of years?
Yeah, I would say that, from the time that I lost my first fight in that time period was, when I lost to Bubba Jenkins, that was my first loss since March of 2017. So, that was a long time. It was 4 years and some change, but it was one of those things where there's a lot that went on for that fight because 2021, we had the 17-day hotel sentence thing before the fights. I'm sure you know about that, where we basically couldn't
the quarantine and all that. So,
yeah. I had no coaches or anybody with me. I was by myself for that whole period. And so on top of all of the feelings I had before that, I'm sitting in a hotel this whole time in Atlantic City, just stewing and being angry that we have to go through this protocol of getting tested every day for COVID and sitting in our rooms and having to DoorDash all of our groceries or whatever, that whole time period. So that didn't help my cause at all. My mentality towards everything just was by the time I weighed in, I wanted to go home. I was and I had a newborn at the time. So I was dude, I'm sitting here in this hotel and I just felt I don't know. I felt like all the cards were against me at that point, and I just wasn't in love with what I was doing at that time. So I would definitely say it had a lot to do with my performances.
As you mentioned, though, you did end on a very strong note this year. Obviously, you wanted to get to the finals, win the $1 million, all that stuff, but you did end on a win. So now, is your contract up with them? Are you a free agent?
Yep, unrestricted free agent.
There it is. Wow, I didn't notice that. That is big. Okay, so you are a free. That was the last fight on your deal?
Yep.
I would imagine. Correct me if I'm wrong. Do you have any interest in re-signing, or do you want to go elsewhere?
Honestly, I don't think they have interest in re-signing me. So it kind of gives me the freedom to do whatever I want to do. Obviously, I have interest in going other places, and there's a lot of fights that I would like to, get involved in, hopefully to, push myself over this next run of wherever it is. But, the Bellator featherweight division is stacked. The UFC featherweight division is stacked. And even after winning 2018 and 2019 seasons, I still feel that I didn't get any credit for it as far as the guys that I beat because nobody knows who they are. And you could be the champ of any organization, but if it's not the UFC, you're really not going to get the notoriety of being a world champion. And so that kind of was something that was looming as well. Is, I've made a lot of money fighting for PFL over the last few years, but it's also like I didn't come to this sport for that reason. And it's great that it happened that way. And I've taken a different route from a lot of people. And I think, like, I was just on the phone with Eddie Alvarez last week, and he's a guy who took a different route also. I mean, he was in Bellator for a long time and then won the UFC title and then went to ONE FC. And, now he's might be doing some other things. So it's like all these different avenues that I've taken from the beginning. I mean, I haven't really been an actual free agent since I signed with World Series of Fighting in 2013. So it's been a really long time since, there's negotiation phases and things like that, but not like an actual unrestricted free agent.
So it's interesting because I remember even talking about your situation a couple of years ago. And I think at one point you thought I didn't like you, which was never accurate, just for the record. I want to put that out there. Obviously have a lot of love for the alpha male guys, and all of you are incredible and legends of the game. You had benefited greatly from the PFL model, and you were probably one of the highest earners at 145 in the sport, right? Because you would go through the tournament, you would win back to back. You're getting $1 million in addition to your purse. But yet it didn't seem like you were a household name, or at least the guy that should be getting the credit for those wins. And so when you look back on your time with the PFL, do you look back with fondness? Do you wish you didn't stay as long as you did? How do you look back? Because on the one hand, it's the prize fighting business, right? Make as much money as you can. But on the other hand, you didn't get that notoriety and recognition that some of the UFC guys are getting.
I also didn't really get into the sport for popularity, but I also, like, you want people to like you. You want them to watch your fights. You want them to like your style. I feel like that some people just don't like my style because I'm more of a grappler than a striker. And even though I stand in my fights and I'll box and kickbox with guys, obviously my bread and butter is my wrestling and my grappling. So when I want to win a fight, I'm not going to go out there and just stand 50-50 with a guy and just swing for the fences just for the views.
Right.
And so I think that's something that has kind of pulled from my notoriety is my style of fighting. People don't appreciate it unless they know the ground game. And that's kind of one thing as well. But I do look back with fondness on the 2018 and 19 seasons, because I feel like that's before that 18 season, there was a lot of people that didn't believe in PFL. And there was a lot of people that didn't think PFL was going to pay at the end of the year. Right. And I know John Fitch was one of those guys because I had talked to him a bunch over the phone, and he never ended up signing with them because of that reason. And there was just a lot that was going on during that time. In 2017, I actually fought Steven Seiler at the very first PFL event, I guess it was, in Washington. And it was like a black tie event. There was like a bunch, it was in like a cigar room, like this, you couldn't even see in the cage. Like there was smoke everywhere. And it was like the first event for PFL. And after that event, I was like, dude, there's no way that they're going to be able to like put on a production that's going to make any money for anybody. And I just, I stuck with it because I believed in it. And I believed in Carlos at the time was running the show, and Ray was still there, obviously, but those guys were genuine good people. And obviously Ray Seppo, I love the guy. I'm in the gym with him in Vegas a lot. And he's always been straightforward with me. He's always had the fighters' backs because he understands the fighter's side of things. But also, it's a business too. So he has to, kind of play both sides. But those guys were the first season, and that was like really genuine business deal the whole time. Like everybody was really good. Everybody was cool. The PFL employees have always been awesome. Terry Wade is one of the guys that I really look up to because he works his butt off behind the scenes and doesn't get a lot of credit for that. But just everybody with PFL, I don't have a problem with. It was just kind of the way that some of the things were handled after the 2019 season that really kind of put that bad taste in my mouth. But I've kind of let that go because the only person that it hurts is me. You know, holding all that weight on your shoulders on a daily basis is just terrible for you mentally.
How do you feel now seeing them sign all these names? They're very active these days in the free agent market. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, it's awesome. I saw they signed Shane Burgos, and that was a fight that I've always looked forward to in the UFC. I was like, man, if I ever sign with the UFC, I'd love to fight him. He's an exciting fighter. I felt like I had some areas that I would do really well with him in there. And after, like, Josh Emmett's one of my, longtime friends. He's a guy who we both started at the same time together, and seeing his success in the UFC also and watching their fight. And I'm just like, man, it's cool that PFL signed him, and that they signed Marlon Moraes too. That's going to be a good fight. And, I was looking forward to actually fighting on the finals card, but I was like, oh man, maybe they'll give me that fight, even though my deal is done. Maybe I'll get a bridge fight and then renegotiate or something. And that would have been really fun to do, but that just wasn't in the cards.
So, have you talked to any organizations? Are you out there yet? Where do we stand?
I've just been laying low. We just had a son 4 weeks ago today, so
wow.
I've just been focused on my family and.
And you had a newborn,
Yeah.
back in. Wow, that's a quick turnaround.
Yeah, we're 19 months apart.
Holy smokes! How many kids total?
Yeah, just 2.
Okay.
We wanted to do the whole 2 under 2 thing and be done.
Okay, God bless. And all's okay.
Oh yeah, everybody's good. Mom's good. Baby's good.
Okay. So you had the son. Now. Okay, so 4 weeks ago, you're laying low. What's the game plan?
Honestly, I just want to, I'd like to talk to Shawn Shelby. I'd like to talk to, Coker, Mike Kogan, kind of see what they're thinking also, because I've been around a long time, but I don't feel that I'm done yet. And I don't know, I've had talks with different people and they're like, man, you've done really well. You've made good money. But for me, it's not about the money as much as it is about proving that I can hang with these guys and that I am one of the best in the world. And I've never really gotten the opportunity to do that, because when I did win those 2 seasons, I fought guys like Seiler and, Almeida, who were all tough guys, but they're people that if you're not a UFC vet or somebody who's involved with the UFC, they don't really know what to gauge you on. And so even though I went on an 11 fight win streak and beat a lot of tough guys, they have no idea how good you are. And I would have fought Pineda in the finals in 2019, but there was a problem with his drug testing. So then I ended up fighting Gilpin a 3rd time that season. So it was like, there was just a lot of crazy stuff that went on. And I was looking forward to fighting a guy like that who was going to, kind of put me on the map. Like, I've won so many fights, but I never got the chance to fight anybody yet that could really say like, oh man, Palmer's a real deal.
Oh, do you have like a dream scenario? What would be a dream scenario, dream fight, dream opponent situation for you?
I've always, like, a guy that I look up to and, I follow on Instagram and I've always loved his fights was Max Holloway.
Oh man.
And when he was the champ for, I still consider him a champ. He's once a champ, always a champ in my book, but he's one of the guys I really look up to in the featherweight division in the UFC. And he's a guy that I would love to fight, if the opportunity came. But he's a guy who's, he's a super dangerous opponent. He's really good striker. He's really good on the ground as well. You just don't see it as much because a lot of his fights are on the feet. He's a guy he's young, but he's been in the game for a long time. So, he's a seasoned vet, and that would be an awesome fight. I respect the guy a lot, but
yeah,
I would love to fight him at some point. That would be cool.
That would be incredible. Yeah, and you guys were on top at around the same time, so that would be a fun full circle moment, if you will. Any advice that you would give to a younger fighter? Like, do you feel? Obviously, I think you've learned a lot about the business of MMA over the last almost 10 years. If a fighter asked you, like, hey, like, what type of wisdom would you impart? Anything that comes to mind that you've learned, especially in the last couple of years?
Yeah, I would just say go with your gut feeling on things. whether it's that you're ready to make the next jump or you're not ready to make the next jump, just you don't always have to listen to what other people are telling you to do. You can make the jump or not make the jump, or if you need a few more fights before you hop into the next stage of your career. I feel like that's something you should do, because I took a route that not a lot of people chose. I mean, I was RFA champ and then went to World Series of Fighting instead of the UFC at that time. And, that was just a decision that the UFC wasn't an opportunity for me at that time period. So I just went with what I could do. And, it's not always about who's going to give you the most money. Obviously, everybody wants to make the most money they can. But I think when it comes down to it, it's, do what you want to do. Why'd you get in the fight game? Like, what's your reasoning? Some people just want to get super popular and, be a household name. Some people want to make a ton of money. Some people, their only goal is like, man, I want to be a UFC fighter. And just whatever your goal is, just stick to it. Because my original goal was to be UFC champ. When I first started fighting, I still have the UFC belt on my background of this computer, because I've had this computer so damn long. But that's that was my goal from the beginning, and it still is my goal. Whether it accumulates or comes to fruition, that's only time will tell. Because one, the UFC has to like me enough to sign me, and two, I got to win fights. So I'm still far away from that goal, but that's still a goal that I probably won't be comfortable about unless I get the opportunity to at least go for it.
Will you feel like despite all the money and the championships and all that, will you feel like your career was somewhat incomplete if you at least don't get the chance to go for it? Maybe not. Ultimately, you don't know if you win it or not, but at least like get in the door there.
Yeah, I feel like, I feel like I've done enough outside of the UFC to be able to give myself a shot or a fighting chance. And obviously, as far as fight pay goes and stuff like that, I know I'm not going to make what I was making in PFL. And that's something that, and I wasn't making a crazy amount compared to what these new signees are getting. So it's not really out of the question to get somewhere near what I was making per fight. But for me, it's more about the actual fights itself. Like the journey of being a fighter is not always just about the money and just about the fight purse. I mean, yeah, like you said, I've made good money, but I don't feel like it'll be complete unless I at least get the opportunity, or they give me a chance. Even if it's one fight, I'll take a one fight deal.
Yeah. All right. Well, I wish you the best. Congrats on a great run up until this point, and hopefully this free agency period proves to be worthwhile and fruitful for you, and hopefully you get what you want. And I think longtime fans would love to see you get that shot in the UFC and see how you stack up with those guys. You'd be a great addition to the Bellator roster or the UFC roster. So good luck. Keep us posted, Lance, all right? All the best to you, and
I will, for
thanks
sure.
for coming on.
It was good talking to you.
Yes,
Long
sir.
time no talk. I'm glad we got to chop it up.
Absolutely. Stay in touch, my friend.
Will do.
All right, there he is, Lance Palmer, former PFL tournament champion multiple times, 2018, 2019, and former WSOF featherweight champion as well. I think there was a period there for a long time where people were like, oh, how would he stack up with the UFC's best at 145? And obviously was around the alpha male squad for a long time. And I know he's been unhappy for the last couple of years. So now he is officially a free agent, and maybe someone that a one championship would look at if they're coming to the States. I think he would be a nice addition to the Bellator roster, UFC roster as well. So keep an eye on that developing story. All right, let's check in with the guys in a moment. We have to check in with them regarding this weekend's activity, and a reminder that at 5 o'clock, we're going to be joined by Alexander Volkanovski, the reigning defending UFC men's featherweight champion, who is the backup fighter at UFC 280. Speaking of featherweight champions, Volkanovski, Palmer, interesting, they're both kind of like stocky, tough guys. He's fighting next weekend, but he's going to talk to us. It's early morning over there in Australia. First, though, quick word from our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. I don't know if you guys heard the news, but I was at an NFL match this past weekend. Did you hear about this, Frank?
I did.
Yes, it was a lot of fun.
But I couldn't see you when I was watching the game.
Did you look for me?
I did.
Wow. You didn't see the family dressed in Bills
And one thing to clear up. So you were saying that in Canada, it didn't look like there was as many Bills fans, right?
Well, where I was, there weren't a lot of Bills
Because I
fans.
saw like the tailgaters. One of them had like a Canadian flag, where instead of the Maple Leaf, it was the Buffalo.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool.
That is cool. But, you know, everyone were Cowboys fans. They were Niners fans in the early 90s. After the first couple of Bills Super Bowl appearances, people started to get really annoyed with the Bills, and they were like, oh, please don't show up to the Super Bowl again. We don't want you guys to ruin the Super Bowl. We don't want you guys to lose. So it wasn't actually very cool to be a Bills fan. I don't know if you know this. But your wife is from Buffalo. Have you ever been to a Bills game?
I've never been to a Bills game.
Have you been to Buffalo?
No.
What kind of a husband are you?
Yeah, that's a point of contention.
You've never been to Buffalo?
Never been.
One of the great cities. It's the Queen City. I don't know if you know this.
I mean, seems all right.
No, it's great. They've got great wings there, let me tell you. And be sure to get the blue cheese.
I don't know how to tell you this, but there are good wings.
No.
A lot of
No. Nothing. You've never tasted wings like this.
Had wings last night.
They're called
She
buffalo
approved.
wings. They're called buffalo wings for a reason, because they're from Buffalo.
They actually call them chicken wings in Buffalo.
Yeah, why do they call them buffalo wings here?
I'm not sure. When I was living in Dallas, we called them cowboy wings.
Get out of here.
During the Super Bowl. Yeah,
Serious?
Not no joke.
That's just rude. Anyway, as you know, the NFL action is in full swing at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Check this out, guys. New customers can bet $5 on any NFL team to win, and you get $200 in free bets if they do. By the way, Patrick Mahomes, underdog, 7-0 in his career as an underdog. I saw this. My guy John Ewing tweeted this out. Bills are the favorites against the Chiefs this weekend. How do you feel about that, GC?
A little nervous. A little
You're
nervous.
No.
7-1 after this weekend?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we have injuries, but some guys coming back, Tre'Davious White, practicing, so we'll be okay. He's not going to play, but we'll be okay. In addition to the usual bets, everyone can boost their winnings with DraftKings stepped up same-game parlays. To make things even sweeter, you can throw down on stepped-up same-game parlays once per game all season long. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code TheMMAHour to get $200 in free bets if your team wins when you place a $5 bet on any football game. That's code TheMMAHour only at DraftKings Sportsbook, 21 and older in most eligible states, but the age varies by jurisdiction. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Bonus issued as free bets. One boost per eligible game. Opt-in required. Parlay and wagering restrictions apply to eligibility and terms at DraftKings.com/football terms. Yeah. All right. Let's talk to the boys. Oh, there they are. Hey guys, how are you? New York Rick always comes on with a look like he's being forced to be here.
It feels like he can't hear us right now.
Oh, can you hear us?
Yeah, now I can. That was it. I'm sitting there, and up to the last possible second is when they start sending me audio. I have no
what you get.
Why is that, Frank?
Classic Frank.
Of what's going on.
Frank, why is that? Why do you wait till the last possible second? It was all Frank, yeah. I know. That's why I said, Frank, why do you
I love how we're starting that. No, today I felt like you could wait.
Okay. By the way, the look is coming in nicely. I like the level, like we're at here, the length, the beard. No? You don't like it?
More beard.
I think this is
more hair.
This all feels very uniform. What do you think, GC?
Yeah, I think he's starting to look good. I think he looks similar to someone else on.
Wait a minute. What do you mean? What do you mean
current stage?
Who's that?
What do you mean?
Me?
What do you mean start? What do you mean starting to look good? What does that mean?
Yes, this is very much. The hair is actually longer than I like it, but the beard length is pretty.
It looks like he's doing an Ariel Helwani impression right now, with the beard length.
It is weird.
Hair length. It's
how dare you?
Wow.
How dare you?
It's spot on.
But this will not stay. There will be more hair to come for sure.
Right.
Let's hope so.
Nice jersey.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
About to get going.
The Bravos, yes.
Delayed right now. A little rain in Atlanta.
Oh, a little rain. Okay, all right. Wish you guys the best. I'm not watching the baseball playoffs anymore. I'm not sure if you heard. I was very appreciative as I was at the game. Or actually, I was leaving with my kids, trying to console my kids. New York Rick sends me the graph, the 99% graph. That's it. That's all he sends me. I'm like, oh, thanks, bud.
No, that's not the conversation. We were texting about something else. You say, oh boy, you know, and then you mention the Blue Jays, right? So you bring it up. And then I'm like, yeah, I wasn't really going to say anything.
Did you have to send the
why
graph?
don't you take a look at this?
Oh,
yeah,
geez.
I did. I thought it was great.
I was watching live, was thinking of you.
Thank you.
Didn't text on purpose, didn't know the mood, how you were feeling, so didn't want to rub it in.
I feel like a little bit ago we had a debate about this. I forget what sports team this was about, where it was like, do you text or do you not text?
Or was it the Frank touching the knee after losing the bet thing?
No. It was something other.
I think that's what it was. You console someone after they lose a bet or not.
It might have actually been the Bills. I think it was the Bills in the
Bills-Dolphins game?
Playoffs. No, in the playoffs.
Oh, the playoffs last year.
That was before my Bills fandom.
Yeah.
I think I had a Chiefs.
Now you're all in. I feel like you're all in.
That might have been.
I wake up on Sunday mornings, immediately put on my Zubaz pants, my Von Miller jersey. Jersey curse is dead, by the way, for everyone,
That's
even suspecting it out there. 2 in a row out there. And if I leave the house, I have my buffalo hat with the horns.
You have that?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
I went and picked up wings on Sunday from a Bills bar. They have Bills helmets around the name, Bonnie's Grill in Brooklyn. Shout out to them. Great wings. In my Zubaz and my Bills jersey, and everyone was like, giving me head nods, telling me what's up. I was like, I'm just here for the year, but yeah, what's up?
Blue cheese or ranch?
Blue cheese.
Not even a
Extra
question.
blue cheese. We've had this discussion. Come on.
I also have my jersey on Sundays. So
which jersey?
Yes, Frank got a jersey. I forgot.
Yeah.
Which jersey?
My wife got me an all black Allen jersey.
Wow, all black.
All black.
Little alt. They don't wear it. I like that.
How countercultural of you, Frank?
Yeah.
That's Frank's style. He only wears black, though.
That's true.
We work in production. Anyway.
Him and Rick, yeah. Him and Rick.
That's true. By the way, speaking of haircuts, I heard that Frank is very particular about his haircuts.
Oh, I thought we were going to get into the commenting on everyone's haircuts. Yes, he is. He can tell you more about it.
Frank?
Yeah, get a haircut.
He needs to hit this parlay, or he's not going to be able to get.
How much do your haircuts cost on average?
It doesn't matter, but they're $175.
$175? There's no way they're $175. And where do you go?
The tweeners. Don't forget he gets the tweeners in between the main haircuts.
What does the tweeners mean?
I do just a fade for 80 on
just a touch up.
Yeah.
Get things right.
How many people work on your hair at the same time?
Really, it's one.
It's not a multiple team effort.
Why are we doing this?
I heard about it. I kept it in the back pocket. I felt like people needed to know.
Yeah, he had been drinking.
Now
one
that I
night
know
and he gave me a full
Costa
breakdown.
could do haircuts for free, I might just go to him.
Wow, you would have never let Costa do that to you.
Absolutely not.
No. Wait, so one day he spilled the beans on the hair?
Yeah, we were actually watching a Bills game, that Monday night game against the Titans.
Oh, right. And he just told, and you were blown away.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I go to a place in Brooklyn, not much to cut, but they spend a long time on it. It's only like, $60 after tip. So
yeah,
his cost was pretty drastic. Sometimes I'm not ashamed to say it. If I'm in a pinch, I'll go do the $15 special at the Great Clips.
Yeah, but sometimes that could be, detrimental.
Oh, it's dicey.
Yeah.
It's dicey for sure.
I mean, it could take months to fix that mistake.
I don't have good enough hair.
There's a middle ground though between Great Clips and $170 haircut.
Yeah.
There's somewhere in between there.
I think that's where I fall now. A nice barber in Brooklyn.
Guys, I don't know if you know this, but Alex Volkanovski joining us in 9 minutes here. So
should probably get on with this parlay.
Yes. Enough haircut talk out of you, Frank. What do we got? We got UFC. We got a little boxing.
Deontay Wilder is under the minus 1,000 threshold.
Here it is.
Yes, here we go. Let's hit the randomizer here.
Has it been fixed?
Wow. Rick, Ariel, Frank, Connor, there is your order.
Did the guy hit you up after?
He did. He did. He said he was very complimentary. Thank you so much for doing it. Loved seeing it on the show. He says he's working out the kinks. Busy man.
All right.
Hattie. He said it's pronounced like Caddy. So shout out to Hattie. So Rick, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Gonna keep it simple. We're going with Pete Rodriguez here.
You can't do that to Mike Jackson.
Yeah, I definitely can do that.
Do
I definitely can do that.
you think this is the end of the Mike Jackson era in the UFC? lasted probably 5 years.
I'll be honest,
longer.
I can't believe it's lasted this long.
What an era it was.
It's amazing that he's still around. I think it's incredible. I'm actually openly rooting for him. I think that's allowed. He's a media member. I'm allowed to root for him.
Yeah, I think you can support him for sure.
One of the craziest things, and I can't. I talk to GC about it all the time. I don't think he even like cares anymore. But every single time I see him, I think about the person who parlayed Chris Cyborg and Mike Jackson and won a lot of money. I think about it every single time I see GC because it's the craziest thing of all time.
And put a lot of money on it too.
We're going with Pete Rodriguez. That's the pick.
Good job.
That's the pick, huh? All right.
Yeah, this had already been spoiled for me.
By the way, that good job from Frank is like his involvement in our text threads. Like it's like 3 minutes later, and it's just sort of generic. Good job! Exclamation
I have a thumbs
point.
up right now that you can't see.
Do you have a sunglasses emoji face?
That's the best one because it's
Frank,
like, what is the actual expression? It's hidden.
I've also hung out with Frank numerous times outside of the show. I don't think I've ever once seen him wear sunglasses.
It's amazing. I guess I'm next, and I'm looking at some of these boxing odds. Clarissa Shields minus 136, Michaela Mayer minus 320. I'm allowed to go boxing, right?
Sure. If you please. Katie Taylor minus 6,000. That's not for a couple weeks though.
Yeah. Sky Nicholson minus 8,000. There's also Deontay Wilder. You said you recommended Wilder, huh?
I think he's gonna win.
I don't know if I like any of these UFC ones, to be honest with you. The one I was looking at was
the champ in 6 minutes.
Joe Anderson Brito was the one I was looking at.
Okay.
You like that one?
I don't know.
Is this your pick?
Short notice. Lucas Alexander, short notice. Don't know too much about him.
I'm going to go with Michaela Mayer. Michaela Mayer is fighting overseas.
Wow.
Minus 320. Why are you laughing?
I'm seeing minus 280. I'm blown away at how low the odds are for you.
Plus 230. Alicia I think Mayer wins.
Yeah.
Rick, your thoughts?
I dig that. I dig that. And I like you going to boxing. I dig that a lot.
Yeah, there it is. Michaela Mayer. All right. So
Nice.
for all you people who say I only pick super duper favorites.
Minus 280.
You thought it was lower.
Yeah.
This is going to be a victory lap type moment for you if she pulls off the win. All right, Frank.
All right, so last time I picked the first fight of the prelim, and it didn't go well. So I decided this time I'm going to pick the second fight in the prelim. Go with Supernova himself, Tatsuro Taira.
Wow.
Love that pronunciation.
That was incredible.
I just want to mention he's undefeated.
Yeah.
Only one fight in the UFC.
Frank loves the O. Frank definitely loves the O.
Wow. Okay, there you have it. And what are the odds on that one?
Minus 240.
240. Jeez.
Right now,
the CJ Vergara.
Right now the parlay sits at plus 120.
I feel like this could be our highest one ever.
I'm probably
Because
about
you didn't
to,
pick him.
Yeah.
I'm about to take a giant chalk, but
you are?
Yep.
Burrito?
Nope. You know what? But I'm actually switching it up to keep us a little bit lower. I'm going to take an alternate round total here. DraftKings Sportsbook has all the odds up. I'm going to take Jordan Wright, Dusko Todorovic under 2.5 minus 525.
Wow.
Jordan Wright, hammer, nail. First round finishes galore with this guy. Same with Dusko. I like this fight to end pretty quickly.
Sick.
Thank you, Frank.
I
That
feel-
gets us to plus 162.
Wait, what is it now?
Plus 162.
Plus one. Is that with the boost?
No, we don't get a boost. It's just a fight night. We're back to boost next week. 280.
Yes.
What
What would that have been with the boost? Can you do that math, or is that too
Yeah,
hard?
probably like 200. We've had a few like plus 250s.
Yeah. Okay.
I like it.
I have to say, you look at the odds for this UFC. There's not a lot of sure things. I'm kind of surprised no one took Brito.
Well, I think it's just because of how short notice everything is. Like we didn't get odds on it till last night.
What about Victor Henry against Assunção? I don't trust that one. Do you, New York Rick? I mean, Assunção's a wily veteran.
I think this is Henry's fight to lose for sure. Like no doubt that they're at different inflection points in their career, but I don't think it's this is dog or pass for me. I like the line more on Assunção than I like it on Henry, but I don't love either, if I'm being completely honest.
So I haven't made the bet yet, but I have found out that Rafael Assunção fights out of Alpharetta, Georgia, the 30004.
That is true. Yeah.
Born and raised.
I feel like
that is my hometown. I mean, I feel like I'm forced to bet Rafael.
Are you?
The merch will be here by Friday.
I haven't laid it. Yeah, I might have to get some Ascension MMA, Alpharetta, Georgia Ascension MMA T-shirts in the house.
Oh my gosh.
I haven't done it yet. I think that line's just going to keep on moving up. I think people are just going to keep parlaying Victor Henry up. So I might check on it Saturday morning, see if I can get like a plus 350 on him.
And by the way, shout out to the YouTube chat that realized that I took my shoes off for a brief little breather there.
No wonder you needed the shoes off, but you still haven't gone to the bathroom. I still haven't gone to the
bathroom.
Mind-blowing.
Now it makes sense why MJF came in and said it smelled so bad in there. Now it finally has been revealed. I get it.
I actually was thinking of that when Chatri was in. I was thinking, man, I said after the MJF interview that we should put the AC on when we have in-studio guests, and I was wondering if he was hot, but he was wearing a T-shirt, which was a bold move in mid-October in New York. I mean, nice day today. I think it's 22 Celsius, not bad, but still, I thought it was a bold move on his part.
Hot coffee, too.
Hot coffee, huh? I like that.
Hot coffee with him. Hey, speaking of the YouTube chat, one funny comment when you were talking about your kids going to the bathroom, they were like, I guess they didn't inherit the iron bladder you have.
It's weird. It kind of just shuts off between 1 to 5:30, but otherwise, I mean,
it's mind-blowing stuff, you know. You and Scott Hansen in the same realm here.
All right. We're going to check back in with you with your actual official picks, also wrap up on the nose. But I don't know if you know this, guys. We have royalty joining us now, all the way from Sydney. I mean, he made massive news in, there it is. He made massive news on Monday. It was Thanksgiving Monday. And we found out, and I love this. I loved everything about it. As I said, he broke his own news, as it should be. Take matters into your own hands. It's your story. It's your career. Drop a little video blog. Get the views up. Get the subs up. Make it all happen. But it kind of came out of left field because we found out that Alexander Volkanovski is going to be the backup fighter to the vacant lightweight title fight at UFC 280, October 22nd. That's next Saturday, not this Saturday, next Saturday in Abu Dhabi. Shades of 2019 when he flew from Australia to Edmonton just to be the backup fighter for the 145-pound title fight. Didn't get the fight, but secured his spot and then won the belt in the next fight. Doing the same with this one. Kind enough to join us here for a few minutes to talk about it all. There he is, Alex the Great Volkanovski. Hello, Alex. How are you? What a legend.
I'm good, mate. I'm good. How are you, Ariel?
I'm doing great. This is unbelievable. This is Alex, the last time we spoke, you had a cast on, and it wasn't that long ago. How long has this been in the works for?
Yeah, man. It's it's funny, like, because I was in a cast. What was it, about maybe 5-6 weeks ago? I was still in the cast, maybe 6 weeks ago. But I knew about this fight, like it was pretty much locked in for us over a month ago. But I was training, even in the cast, I was training because, again, I wanted to make sure if it does happen, I was going to be fit enough, you know what I mean? And I'll, at least be in half decent nick before I get involved. And it was good. So as soon as I was out of a cast, I'm obviously in a splint for a bit, but I could do that a little bit more, and then started to wrestle. And that probably been doing over a month now, been able to do like full contact training. So it's been all right. I mean, mate, I'm fit. I'm strong. Like, you know what I mean? Again, I'm a professional, Eric, you know that. So I'll do what I need to do. Mate, I'm doing 5-round meat grinders. Well, that's the shark tanks that we do. And man, I'm feeling good. My fitness is where we wanted to be. So even though it seemed like everything was jam-packed together, we've made it happen and got me in good enough nick for if we need to step in next week.
Are you getting maybe some deja vu of 2019? Does this feel like 2019, or because you're already champion, circumstances different, your life is different, it feels nothing like 2019?
Nah, it doesn't feel like 2019. Nah, it definitely feels different. But to be honest, my camp's probably better this time than it was for the last one. I probably wasn't prepared enough for that last one. So I'm, luckily that fight didn't go through. Luckily, their fight did go through, and I didn't have to step in because I probably wasn't ready, to be quite honest. But again, I just didn't want anyone to take that opportunity away from me. But this time, we put the hard yards in. Joe Lopez is making me work and making me, do what we need to do. We flew in my wrestling coach, Frank Hickman. Craig Jones is here now with us at the moment. So we're taking this serious. I want to make sure that I am ready. You know what I mean? So we're doing the hard yards. It hasn't been easy. We've been training really hard. So it feels like a real camp.
When did you find out 100% that this was happening, that you were going to be the backup fighter?
Well, actually locked in. It was like we probably knew about this a month ago, that it was like definitely going to, that was definitely the guy, or like around that anyway. Like we were talking about, sweet, we'll see. And then it was locked in maybe about a month ago. But I was preparing a little bit before then, just because it looked like this was what was going to happen, especially when I told him that my hand's going to be fine. Our doctor gave us said that we'll be cleared. Our medical will be cleared for, before the fight. So, so once I knew that, I started getting stuck into it. And, we talked to the UFC and they said, all right, it's done. So, so we're locked in.
And when you talked to the UFC, did they say, if this fight doesn't come to fruition for you, your next fight is 155 for the belt? Like, is this locking it in that if this doesn't happen, October 22nd, those two guys fight, you're fighting the winner sometime next year for the belt?
Oh, well, I don't know exactly how the conversations went, but I mean, that's where we're going with it, right? Whether it depends on how things go, is whether it's going to be next, or am I defending the featherweight, or am I fighting for the lightweight? That's sort of what we're going to have to wait and see, you know what I mean? Because again, I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't want to be active, right? I want to be active. So, if someone wins and they can't fight for too long, I'll defend that featherweight, and then I'll wait till that lightweight's ready. But definitely puts me in a position to be next to the lightweight title. So, I think it's pretty obvious and pretty clear that that's what's happening, and that's why I'm doing this.
The reason I ask that is because obviously this is something you want. You've been talking about it for quite some time. And so I wonder, like, to go through the trouble of training, making weight, flying over to Abu Dhabi, there has to be some sort of guarantee on their end, right? If this doesn't work out, we're still going to give you the title shot. So, yeah, of course, if someone gets hurt, but if everyone is healthy and good, would it be fair to assume that the next fight that you're going to have is at 55?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, definitely. And it just, again, it depends on how the fight goes as well.
Sure.
It depends who wins. I know Charles wants to be active. I don't know. I don't know about Islam, how active he wants to be. And obviously you got a Rio card that whether Charles can even make that, I don't know. But an Aussie card in February. I'd love the lightweight title to be there. That'd be incredible. But I definitely want to fight on that Australian card. So again, depending on what happens, put it this way, October. Next week we'll have a clear understanding of what we're doing.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you about that because I could see a scenario. Charles wins and he's like, hey, I want my big homecoming on the Rio card as champion. I haven't had this opportunity. But then you're waiting in the wings and the big fight to make is you versus Charles. 2 weeks later or 3 weeks later is the Perth card. Now we're stuck in a real predicament because you got to be on the Australian card, I would think. You're the face of Australian MMA. What happens? What happens if they say, hey, if you want that title shot, you've got to fight in Brazil?
We'll fight on both. We'll fight in Brazil and Australia. Well, why not? You know what I mean? We'll see. We'll see what we can do. That's what I mean. We need to obviously see what's happening, but I don't know exactly what's going on with that. So that's what I mean. I'll have a clear understanding of what's going on next week. I can't really give you much more information than that. But obviously, I'd love to defend my belt or fight in Australia. You know what I mean? So and the timing sort of works as well for that lightweight fight. So it's either featherweight, defending that belt, or fighting a lightweight. But again, I want to fight soon. You know what I mean? I don't want to wait. So we'll see what happens.
And this thing that you did like on Monday where you announced the news yourselves, that's not common, right? Was that a part of the hey, UFC, I want to do this on my own? Was that something, or you just did it because you're an outlaw, because you're the freaking champion, you could do whatever the F you want? How did this go down? Because I loved everything about it.
Yeah, just we wanted to announce it. Again, I don't even know if they usually do announce it stuff, but I wanted to make it clear. Obviously, there was some confusion. Obviously, I touched on it and put hints out there. That's what I wanted to do. I just want to let everyone know that that's what's happening. Again, like and I wanted to do it myself. Yeah, so it was something that obviously I've got my YouTube channel, and really enjoying that, and things are going good with that. So I thought may as well release that on my YouTube channel and on my platforms. And again, just to get that out there, get people talking, and it definitely did the round. So that's cool. So I want everyone to know exactly what because I tell everyone what I'm all about. I just realized I still got to.
I was wondering about that. I was wondering if that was part of the recovery process.
Yeah, so I was just seeing that in my. Yeah, no, it's just a sticker. Keep smiling. No, what is it? Keep on smiling. That's it.
Respect.
Yeah, so I just wanted everyone to know is what I'm all about. I told everyone that I'd be able to do it. I don't think many people in my position would do what I'm doing, but and I wanted to get that story out there. You know what I mean? I didn't want to just rock up and then people be like, "Oh, what's going on?" I want to let everyone know that anything happens, I'm going to be there to save the day, or I'm going anyway. So it's either I have to step in, or I get to watch some good fights at UFC 280. We'll see what happens. But again, just to let everyone know that I ain't lying. Like we had that chat last time we talked, and I told you this is probably what I want to do. I was trying to do the dates. I'm like, I reckon it could happen. You know what I mean? So, and I just want everyone to know that I ain't lying. I take this stuff serious. I tell you, I want to be active. I tell you, I want to be active in both divisions. I ain't lying, especially when you see me do things like this. I was in a cast maybe 6 weeks ago or something like that, and I'm here in camp to back up. Number one pound for pound fighter in the world, put myself in this position to make sure no one takes that opportunity. So I'm serious about this. You know what I mean? It's just something that I ain't just saying. A lot of people will say things, but they don't follow through with it. I'm showing you that I follow through with these things, and I want to be active. And even if I'm holding 2 belts, I'll still stay active in both divisions, and I promise you that.
I'm happy that you laid it out like that, because there's something very special about what you're doing. Number one pound for pound fighter, yet no ego whatsoever. Most people, if not all people in your position, would say, no, you're going to give me the title shot because I'm the number one pound for pound guy. I'm not going to fly over to Abu Dhabi. Even if you give me more money, I'm going to sit on my throne and wait for you guys to come to me, and I get the ability or the opportunity to fight for both belts because of who I am and what my resume states. Yet you're putting the ego aside. You're going to be the backup fighter for guys who are below you in the rankings. And to me, it's like, that's why I said on Twitter, like, they don't make them like you. And so I'm wondering, like, there's no ego involved. There's no part of you that says, F that, I shouldn't even have to do this. I should get the title fight because of who I am and what I've done thus far.
Not at all. I told the UFC, if anything, I didn't tell them I want to wait. I ain't doing this. You just give me that shot wherever. I told them I want to be backup. So they didn't tell me to do this. I told them, I'm like, they listen. They're going like, oh, how's your hand? Like, obviously we wanted to see how the hand's going to do. A lot of people didn't think it was going to be doable, including the UFC doctor. But I was like, no, we'll make it happen. And then then they found out that I got the clearance, and they're like, all right, sweet, let's do it. So so that's I wasn't forced into this. I put myself in these positions. You know what I mean? And again, I don't know. I'm always just going to have that mentality. That's just my mindset. I guess it's. I'm glad this is how I am, because I'm still, I'm probably more hungry than I ever was. Like, I don't even know how that is possible, but I'm still just as hungry. You know what I mean? Like, I love what I do, and I want challenges. Even just being able to be ready for this fight is a challenge that I'm like, oh, let's see what we can do. You know what I mean? And it wasn't that long ago where, like, obviously you're getting into it, and then Joe's like, oh, what do you reckon? How you feeling? Should we, you want to do this? I'm like, yeah, well, give me a couple of weeks, see what happens. And then obviously a couple of weeks later, Joe's happy, I'm happy where we're at, and we're ready. So it's I love the challenges. I love putting myself in these positions because it keeps me keen. It keeps, that drive that I've always had, like I still got it. And it's good for me to, I guess, experiment with it as well and put myself in these positions. I don't know. I want to be in these positions. I'm glad I do, because it fires me up. It gets me ready, and it gets me staying competitive. And that's why I want to be on top for a long time, and that's why you can see that. And I'm not getting any younger as well. So let's be honest. We need to be active. I need to put myself in these positions so I can get as many fights, make as much money while I can. There's a few reasons that make me do this, but it's just that mindset that I have, man, and that I've always had. And I've got a real understanding of what makes me now, You know what I mean? Before I just, it was hard work. That's all I knew. Now I really understand what I'm all about, and I love it. So I just keep pushing the boundaries. I love to do that.
What about this Beneil Dariush backup stuff? Was that never a thing?
I don't know. Look, obviously I've seen something about that. Like, he's you think maybe I'm playing games or something like if he's watching, I'm not playing any games. I don't know if they did. Maybe they did tell you that you could be very early. Whether this was a couple of months ago, whether his manager just had that conversation, said you will be, and he just assumed he was and hasn't looked into it since. I don't know, but mate, I've got my corners getting flown over. We've already got our flights. I'm getting paid for this. All that type of stuff. So it's locked in. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not playing any games. I don't know what's going on with them, but I'm sure now that it's announced, I'm sure they've had that conversation now.
By the way, whatever you get from the UFC as a backup fighter, is the pay different now than it was back in 2019? Is it a higher amount?
Oh yeah, it's obviously going to be a higher amount.
Oh, that's good.
But again, you've got to remember, I chose to be in this position as well. So it's good to get paid for it as well, though. But I mean, I'm it's good to get paid knowing that I'm doing a proper camp. I'm still spending money into this. Again, flying wrestling coaches in and jiu-jitsu specialists and things like that, and training partners. So I'm taking this serious. I'm glad I'm getting paid for it. But again, it's more than that. It's just put me in that position where again, I can't have anyone taking opportunities away from me, and that's that.
Is this one of those
things? Because again, if I don't do it, think of this, Ariel. This is why. Let me explain this to you. So this is what I mean by, if I don't do this, someone else is the backup, whether they are or not. Like, there's a chance of them being next as well. But not just that. What if, say, Charles or Islam gets injured, then this other person steps in, then the person who originally got injured, say if it was Charles or Islam, they have to run it back. So further down the track, they're running it back. And I'm like, then I'm waiting two title fights now.
Right.
So, you know what I mean? You get what I'm trying to say? It's like, I don't want that. So I'm like, I'll put myself in that position that if it happens, I'm next, as in like I'm next weekend, or I'm the next fighting for that lightweight title. So I'll put myself in a position where I don't have to wait an extra fight. Because again, I want to be active. I don't want to be waiting around, and I don't think the one division can keep me busy enough. So, and again, obviously, you talk about legacy and you're leaving a good legacy behind. I feel like these are the things that you've got to do. I guess I'm not just doing it for the legacy. I want to do it. I love it. I love a challenge. So bring them on.
Is this one of those things, though, where you try to be prepared, you do everything, you fly over, you cut weight, but in the back of your mind, there's a party that's hoping it doesn't come to fruition because you want like a true proper scenario and build up for the fight? Like, are you like you want to be there, you want to secure your spot, but you're hoping that it goes ahead so that you can have your moment maybe in Perth next year?
A couple of weeks ago, I probably would have said, I'll just make sure I'm fit enough just in case. But let's hope we have a full camp. But where I'm at now, like with my fitness and stuff like that, I'm like, all right, if I have to step in, I'm more than happy where I'm at. I still got a few more hard sessions to go, and that'll get me in pretty good condition. So I'm pretty happy where I'm at. So I feel like I've had a half decent camp. It was very jammed. Like it honestly seemed like not too long ago. I was like, all right, we really need to work to get myself ready. Am I going to be ready? Then a couple of weeks later, or not even, I was like, all right, we're ready. You know what I mean? So it's good. It's good to know that I can do this as well. Like I get myself ready to go 5 hard rounds if need be. You know what I mean? Look, I'm doing the Shark Tanks that I'm doing, the sessions that I'm doing them with like 85, 90 kilo wrestlers and, Craig Jones. I'm fighting from all bad positions with guys like that on me. You know what I mean? Like it's a fight gone bad Shark Tank with these guys being fresh and just attacking me. You know what I mean? And I can go 5 rounds with them, and I'm just as strong at the end as I am at the start. So it's we're ready. You know what I mean? Again, like I'm very happy where I'm at. So if I have to step in, I'm going to be more than ready. So if I do need to step in, cool. You know what I mean? Again, that gets me a good paycheck. I believe I can win. So that means I get this double champ status that I've been talking about, be a champ. a lot sooner than really expected. And then I get to, we'll see, defend that belt or the featherweight belt in February. Like, you know, I mean, look at the options I'm going to have.
That's crazy.
So if I need to step in, I think I'll be more than happy with that. I think that I'd probably prefer that now.
If you had a preference, who would you kind of hope to face if one guy falls out? Like, what's the scenario? Who do you like as an opponent better?
If someone actually falls out,
yeah,
then I'm going to be straight up and be honest. And I think Charles. I'd say Charles would be the better opponent. People say stylistically, yeah, but obviously there's a lot of hype around Charles. You know what I mean? Everyone considers him the champ. So, you know, if I beat him, then everyone's going to consider me the champion. If I was to face Islam, I'm sure people still say I'm champ, but I'm still going to have to beat Charles. Where this, you know, you face Charles, it's a bigger fight because he's got a lot of hype on him. So I'd say Charles probably. And then even if who would I prefer to win? If they were to fight and I fight later, again, when I look at it as a competitor that wants to fight active, you know, I think that's Charles as well, because I know Charles wants to fight very regularly. He wants to be active as well, which I respect that a lot. And I'm not saying Islam won't, but I know Charles is very active and wants to be active, and he's even considering fighting in January. Wow. So you know, that's really good for me because again, I don't want to wait. So so that'll be good. But again, you know, I'm very prepared for both. I think my style, like just my style alone, like I can just go and do any camp, and I feel like, and that's no throwing shade on Charles Oliveira. I think my style alone is a good matchup for Charles. With Islam, I need to train. Like, so right now, I had to bring wrestling coaches just so I'm ready for that takedown defense. I'm very hard to hold down, but I need to be ready for a couple of rounds of a strong wrestler. And I got a lot of respect for Islam. You know, I'm expecting him to still get a hold of me, but I guarantee I'm getting back up. I guarantee I'm going to be getting free, and I guarantee I'm going to be landing hands. But I need to, you get what I mean? I had to not change the camp, but I had to sort of mix the camp up a little bit to prepare for that. With Charles, I think my style works really well with him. My style works well with Islam, but it just needs more work in certain departments.
How does that work, by the way, as you prepare? Do you guys say, like, your head coach, Joe Lopez, like, today we're doing Charles Day, tomorrow we're doing Islam, or this morning we're doing Charles? How does that work? Because they are quite different.
Yeah, it's we don't do them day by day. We do them round by round.
Wow, that is wild.
Even when I'm doing pads with Joe, even when I'm doing round. Look, man, again, look at the position that I'm putting myself in. If there's any fighter that could deal with this on 24 hours notice, chuck someone in front of me, like, I'm the man to do it. Like, I can make adjustments like that on the fly. You could tell me a minute before I'm about to fight someone, and I can be strategically ready or have a game plan ready and be able to do that game plan then on the spot. I'll be able to do that. I can do that. That's why I love sparring different bodies and different people I've never sparred before, because I love figuring them out. Takes me a minute, I figure them out, and there we go. You know what I mean? I love that. I find that a part of a challenge too, you know. But yeah, if there's any fighter that could do that, I think that's me. So even when I'm doing these Shark Tanks that I'm talking about, the meat grinder that we call it, we're doing rounds. Each round I'm doing the 5-minute rounds. You know, Craig Jones and this wrestler I've got will sort of, yeah, even the sparring guy that I got, or even Joe on the pads, because I've got to do all of them in these rounds. They all will mimic Charles one round.
Wow.
The next round they're mimicking Islam. So they're mixing these while I'm fatigued on the fly. So just, you know what I mean? No surprises come fight night. So that's how much we're doing it. Where, again, if there's any fighter that can do it, I think it's me.
Has the UFC given you or your team any indication that they're worried about either guy making it to the fight?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think. Look, I think they both. This is a big opportunity for both. I think both are going to turn up. But again, we just need to prepare and mentally prepare that you know there's a good chance that we are stepping in, because they're both they've both had problems, like, in the past of like either missing weight or maybe or being injured, right? So, there's still a chance that I could be getting in, and like that's why I think the UFC definitely wants someone there ready just in case, because there is a chance. Again, I'm not throwing shade on the guys.
No.
I've got a lot of respect for the guys, but it could happen.
By the way, in May, Charles misses weight, so then the title fight was just for him, right? Excuse me, was not for him. He was ineligible to then, he got stripped and then he couldn't win the belt. He ended up winning the fight, but he couldn't win the belt. So then you have a situation where, let's say next week, let's just say for the sake of the discussion, he misses weight again, but says, hey, I can fight. But now half the fight is ineligible to win this vacant title. You don't want a situation where, again, it's a vacant title. Do you get called in at that point? Like, basically, what are the circumstances of you getting called in? If you make the 145 and he makes 146, are you the guy who gets in?
Well, yeah, I think that you miss weight this time because no one's a champ right now. Obviously, we consider Charles a champ, but right now it's a vacant belt. And if you miss weight, that opportunity is taken away from you.
Wow.
I guess, and I step in.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Like, so it's not just miss weight. Like, it's not just someone get injured or has a bad weight cut. Someone misses weight, I'm going to be in. You know what I mean? Again, like, what's the point of doing that? And then, if that person that missed weight wins, and then the belt's still vacant. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I haven't I don't know if it's in the contract or what. I don't know. I'm not sure. Again, I'm just focusing on training and I'm busting my ass. But I think it's pretty clear that if someone misses weight, that opportunity is taken away from them. Because again, you're lucky enough to be in this situation as it is. Again, I consider Charles a champion. I don't know the full story with it, but I know there was a bit of a hiccup with certain things. So, we all still consider Charles a champion. But again, I don't think it'd be fair to just let someone miss weight and still let them fight.
How do you trick your mind into thinking that you're going to fight next weekend when in reality it's not an actuality? It might not happen. Like, how do you actually, because you said mental, like, how do you actually get your mind to believe between that flight, all the weight cut, that you're actually fighting when in reality you might not fight?
I don't tell you how I do it. I just do it. I just go like I'm the type of guy that I just play what's in front of me. I got a schedule. Each day I'm going to be going through each day as it is, just like I would fight week. I don't know. I'm doing it. Like, you should see some of the sessions I'm doing, Ariel. If you were here, and for me to be able to get through them, stay keen and want to do what I'm doing, you know what I mean? There's it's either something's not wrong up in here in my head, you know what I mean? Like, it's just how I'm built, man. Like, it's like because I'm committed, just purely the fact that I've committed to being in this position, bang, that's more than enough for me to be 100% prepared and committed. Like, that's just how I am. I've told myself I'm going to do this. Last thing I want to do is not be prepared. So next week, while it's fight week, it's going to be a normal fight week for me. Yeah, here and there, once I've finished training and that, I might be like, having them conversations, it might not happen. But put it this way, when Joe's in front of me holding them pads, I'm fighting that weekend. That's how I'm feeling. While I'm losing weight to make weight next Saturday or Friday, whatever it is, I'm telling myself I'm fighting the next day. You know what I mean? Like, that's just how I am. When I'm in my zone and when I'm doing my thing, I don't know. I could just do it. You know what I mean? I've like I said, I've committed to this and that's that. That's more than enough for me.
And when do you head over there? Because I believe they're there already, right?
What's that, sorry?
When do you head over there?
I head over Sunday.
Okay. All right.
I head over this weekend.
Okay. Yeah. Last thing for you, and it's kind of like a three-parter, if you will, because you've been hobnobbing, as we say, with a lot of famous people lately. Number one, the great Hasbulla. I saw you and Hasbulla all over the gaff. I mean, you were everywhere. He's throwing hamburgers in your face, and I actually think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you were actually struggling with the chili in your eye. You mentioned the chili, and you were kind of playing it off, but then he rubbed it in even more, and you were like, wow, you're such a tough guy. I think you didn't want to show that it was actually really, like, I would have crumbled, probably fetal position, crying. It was a rare sign of weakness from what was Hasbulla like, and did the chili actually bother you when he smacked that thing in your eye?
Look, man, I'll be straight up with this. Everyone does the Hezbollah thing, and then obviously gets punched in the face and all that type of stuff. Like, so this was actually planned.
Okay.
I planned this, you know what I mean, just for a bit of a laugh. So, but the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I think he ended up copping a little bit about it, especially I think maybe whether it is with his religion and wasting food and all that type of stuff. It was and things like that. So like I felt bad because I sort of I put him in that position. I told him like with my burger can hit there, and I ended up eating the burger, so it actually did go to waste. Right? If you actually see me in the video eating that burger, so but I mean so I think a lot of people obviously thought it was real because of my acting skills. So
got it. Okay, all right.
I play. How good was that? Right? It was.
Yeah. Good job. Good
everyone's
job.
like, "Oh man, how'd you take that?" I go, "Nah, it was planned." You know what I mean? So sorry to ruin it for everyone, but I wanted to sort of touch on that because again, they're like when we're dealing with Hezbollah and his team, and that they're really cool, and yes, I appreciate them doing that, and I apologize for them copping a bit of hate about it.
Good bloke.
Yeah, good bloke.
All right.
Busy. They were busy. They were really busy.
Yeah.
So we ended up very, very busy. So I was meant to be in a rap video with him, but with the HP Boys. It's actually a really good song, actually. So go check that out. HP Boys, Whack the Wick. Is that all right? I might have to go check that out. But HP Boys got a new song out, and we're in the film clip. Hezbollah didn't make it, unfortunately, but I was in the film clip. Yeah, so it was cool. It's a cool little clip too. Go check that out. Actually,
is that out?
Incredible. But yeah, so it is out. It is
okay.
Out.
Wow, look at you. The other one, you're rubbing elbows with Canadian basketball legend Jamal Murray. I love Jamal Murray of the Denver Nuggets. What was that like?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. He's a man. Hey, it was unreal. It was cool because he was out down this way, and yeah, I think he was meant to leave, but then I think the UFC might have got hold. But then they were like, "Oh, yeah, he wanted to come down and watch us train and stuff like that." And I'm like, "Yeah, man, that'll be incredible. Let's do it." So, yeah, cool dude, man. Like now I'm a massive fan, and yeah, we catch up. Pretty much. Again, I'm a friendly bloke, so I call him my mate now. He's my mate. So I'm a Jamal Murray guy, and I'm a Denver Nuggets guy. So that's it. You know what I mean? I'm a loyal dude. I'm committed now. That's it. I'm committed.
And then the other one, everyone made this whole big deal about Mark Zuckerberg at the Apex. Meanwhile, you're hanging out at his house on the deal. You're just out there. I don't know if you're cooking for. What was that all about? How did you end up at Mark Zuckerberg? You're mates with Mark Zuckerberg, right?
Yeah, he's a mate. Like he's actually like I knew well before he made the appearance at the UFC that he's a big fan. He loves the sport, and yeah, I do consider him a mate. You know what I mean? Again, he's a cool dude. We get along, and I'm actually catching up with him a bit later on in the year. But yeah, man, cool dude. Very and he's mate. He knows his stuff, man. He knows the UFC and all about it. So I think we sort of got started talking. It was after the Max Holloway fight, when he found out I broke my hand. You know what I mean? And again, he's just like, how do you get through that? You know what I mean? Like and things like that. It's just so we have, just talking about mindset and all that. That's sort of how it started. And then we caught up in that. But I mean, yeah, he's a top bloke, and I'm catching up later with him. And stay tuned for that.
Nice. Maybe on the video blog, Alex Volkanovski, check that out on YouTube. A lot of good stuff there. The one that you dropped announcing this was fun, going to see you at the doctors. Even seeing Joe say, your head coach, Joe Lopez, saying, I don't really like this sort of thing. This is not like how I do stuff, but Alex says he wants to do it, so I'm going to listen to him and we're going to do it. It's a very unique situation. Pound for pound greats don't do this sort of thing. I hope everyone recognizes this. Could I ask last thing, in your crystal ball, who are you fighting in Perth for the belt at 155 pounds in February? Well, how does this all play out in your mind?
I think Charles Oliveira in Perth, February, fighting for the lightweight title.
Let's go.
That's what I see, and that'll be massive.
That would be massive.
How good would that be, Ariel?
It would be big. It would be massive. It would be gigantic. Australian MMA fans deserve something like that. It's been a very long time since there was a big event there, and you got to be on that card. So good luck to you, my friend. Well done on taking this shot, this opportunity, planting your flag. I appreciate you, as always, coming on the show early in the morning to talk about it all, and safe travels over to Abu Dhabi as well.
No worries, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, keep on smiling.
That's right.
I'll see you later, mate.
Peace out. There he is, Alex Volkanovski. It's a great motto. Keep on smiling. I thought actually that the sticker was something, you know, like for the hand, you know, like, I don't know, a compression. I don't know.
Think of stickers as like
I thought it was like a thing, you know, like, oh, maybe this is keeping the swelling down.
Well, I'm glad that you now know that that's not the case.
Yeah. All right. Well, that was a lot of fun. UFC 280. What do you guys think? You think he steps in, or do you think it's? You think he does?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow.
Know, right?
Wow.
How do we get there, Frank? How does he end up stepping in?
He's got to fight someone.
Wow.
Well, it's got to be Charles or Islam.
That is amazing. What do you think?
I think it's a low likelihood, but it would be crazy if he did. Be crazy if he did. I saw they put out like just in case odds, and like if it were to be Islam, I think it's like Islam minus 400. Best believe I would be taking Volkanovski at plus 300 against anyone.
Wow, that is amazing. Well, so could you? So yeah, I guess the thing is the amount of pressure on these two guys, right? Like, if you're off by 0.1, this dude's just like, you know, you were joking about that meme with the Undertaker and all that?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's literally like the boogeyman in all of this.
So, just to clarify on the rules of this, if what happened at 274 with Charles missing by a half pound, if the same thing happened again, Volkanovski will step in.
Yes.
Wow.
Isn't that incredible?
That's crazy.
That is amazing.
Those are going to be some high anticipated weigh-ins.
Yep. That is amazing. By the way, I see on Twitter all the wrestling fanboys very mad about my comments on AEW and my Tony Khan. They're very upset right now. They're quote tweeting. They're all capsing. Very upset. All of them are really mad. What should we do about this? At least, I mean, if you're gonna like quote tweet and all that stuff and use, you know, clips from the show, could you at least like post a link to the show or something like that? Or at least like give us what can we do? HT, what should they do? They're very upset right now. Everyone's very upset. Listen, as they once said, the truth hurts, my friends. The truth hurts, okay? I'm sorry that you're unhappy with my feelings on what was a subpar interview. And by the way, maybe I'm the reason for the subpar interview. And I'm sorry that you feel like the product is maybe not up to snuff, or maybe you feel like the product is better than I'm saying. These are my opinions, okay? You can have your own opinions. And guess what? If you don't follow me already on social media, you don't get to have an opinion on my page because you don't care about what I think because you don't follow me already. So what do I care? And why should you care what I think about any of this? You shouldn't. But you can't watch that interview and say, A, that was entertaining, B, that was good, C, that was like a 4. Even Chatri was answering questions about if Tony Khan was sitting here and I was asking him about their financials, even though Chatri didn't really answer much on that, I mean, he danced around a few things here or there, he at least answered it. He didn't do the, I'm not going to answer that. You know what I mean? There's a difference. Is there not a difference? Do you agree? What do you guys think? If the guys are back. Are they back? There's a difference, right? There's a difference between dancing around and just flat out not answering. Chatri was being asked way more sensitive stuff than I asked Tony Khan last week.
So I guess are you saying that one is more significant or valid than the other?
I appreciate at least this approach. At least you're giving me something here. You're giving me something to parse through as opposed to just, you'd rather just know rather than something that could be perceived as BS?
Like, I guess it's fundamental, right? It's like, is a no comment better than spin? You know, is saying nothing better than... I'd almost say, though, there's a difference between like a complete shutdown and a like, I'd rather not talk. about that. You know what I mean?
Listen,
I don't even know.
If you want to say
shades,
if you want to say, I don't want to talk about financials. I don't want to talk about the business. I don't want to talk about suspensions. Fine. If you want to say, I don't want to talk about feelings, thoughts, things of that nature, whack.
I think that's fair.
That's an interview. Why are you agreeing to the interview? By the way, I forgot to mention this, so please clip this off as well. Jabronis, when you clip off all our shit, they reached out to me for this one. I said I'm not reaching out anymore. They reached out to me. Why are you reaching out? Because you have a 3-year anniversary show? Fair. And I think just like when... by the way, do you think I want to talk to Shawn Michaels for 30 minutes about NXT? No. I'd rather talk to him about the screw job and all that stuff. But when someone comes on, they pitch me to have him on. You got to play the game. You got to do the dance. You promote what they want you to promote, and then you squeeze in a couple others, right? And so that's what I was doing. I asked him about 3 years. But hey, there's a lot of big things happening in their world. And if you're not going to answer any of them, or at least not be willing to talk about any of them in any kind of way, any sort of connection, feeling to any of it, why do the pitch? I'll tell you why. Because he's used to doing interviews with fanboys who are like, well, boss, the product is so great. Like, it's like the same dudes that Dana does interviews with. That's what he wants. Well, you ain't going to get it here. And I think I do it in a very respectful way, like I did with Chatri right here.
Yeah. I think
I'm not trying to give myself the old pat on the back, but like there's
no, and I think what's at the heart of what you're kind of like touching upon or getting to is like, you have to anticipate that these questions are coming, right? And so to pretend like you didn't expect it, don't want to talk about it, have no
it was whack as
input
hell.
At all.
Also, he had an axe to grind. He had I don't know if you guys saw it. You probably don't. You have no idea what I'm talking about. But the people out there know. He had an axe to grind. He tried to get in some shots. He made me read the stupid tweets from the Barstool guys who were crying that their show got canceled. Like that has anything to do with anything. And who knows if even that's true. But if it is, welcome to the world of entertainment. I don't care, and I don't know, and I don't have anything to do with it. But he was like, oh, read the tweets. Go ahead and read the tweets. Like that was some big victory to have me read the tweets that Nick Khan was a snake. Oh my God, I read the tweet. Like it was all very childish and silly. And I don't know. I didn't enjoy it. I'm sorry. Do you want me to lie? It was up there with my Sasha Banks, who's a WWE or former, or I don't know what she is. I've said it. That was my worst. This is up there.
I'm looking forward to watching it when I get home.
Yeah, I guess I'm just selling it really good right now.
Yeah, I'm
There's been a lot of shitty interviews over the years. They can't all be 5 stars. I'm sorry.
How long is this one?
This was like an hour and a half. The thing was, they told me I had 45 minutes, so I kept saying, okay, I'm going to wrap up, I know. And he kept saying, all right, he's going to give me more. So I was like, in my mind, all right, maybe more is going to come out. But it was just, I don't know, it wasn't.
I have a confession. I'm not as bad as Jisoo, who doesn't consume any of them, but I only listen. I don't watch.
You only listen?
I only listen to.
Did you listen to that one?
To the interviews. Yeah, of course.
Oh, you listen to every single one.
I honestly didn't come away thinking it was as tough as maybe you felt, but I definitely understand the frustration of.
He didn't give us like a thing.
I get that 100%.
And by the way, there's like
100%.
There's like gargantuan things happening right now in that company, like gigantic. And by the way, 24 hours later, another thing happened. Another fight in the locker room that obviously I didn't ask him about because it was 24 hours later. So what? We can't talk about any of this?
Well, to your point, if you don't want to talk about the biggest things possibly happening, then there's really not a point to it. I understand your frustration. I get it. But
I don't even know if frustration is the word. Someone just asked me the question. I wasn't coming. I actually forgot about the interview. But I'm just, if someone asks me, what do you think of the interview?
Yeah.
I kind of moved on from it. I never really talked about it. It was a pretty whack-ass interview.
Yeah, I didn't feel like, and there's interviews where sometimes you have to pull blood from a stone where it's like you can't get even like the tiniest bit of charisma. I didn't feel like that coming away from it, but I get, he was shutting down the important topics that you wanted to talk about. And I came away with that same impression, certainly.
Yeah. And by the way, I don't think it's any indication on him as a person. I've never met him as far as like shook his hand. So I just want to say, like, I've given bad interviews too. So I hope no one's taking this personally. They probably will. I just didn't like the interview,
The one thing
moment,
I could say.
In that 90-minute, whatever it was, conversation.
The one thing I could say to play devil's advocate would potentially be because there's potential legal repercussions to not be able to speak on it. Now, that doesn't counter your point about, okay, you can talk about the environment.
What were you thinking in that moment?
How did you feel? You can 100%. but maybe fear of legal repercussions.
Do you have any interest
That's all I'll
in
say.
signing MJF? How do you feel when he talks about his contract situation? What did you think when you saw Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania? Like, those aren't legal questions. I'm sorry, bud. Those aren't legal questions. And I see the supermarks out there being like, oh, didn't you interview freaking Triple H and not ask him about Vince McMahon? Didn't think that in that moment, I'm going to ask him about, what am I going to ask him about? The investigation into Vince McMahon? He has nothing to do with that. He's the guy that got the job as a result of Vince McMahon leaving. Asked him about the atmosphere, asked him about him leaving, asked him about the philosophy. So all y'all can suck it. The point is, everyone has a different role. This dude runs the company. By the way, if I talked to Vince McMahon, I would ask him those questions. But you want me to ask the guy who got the job as a result of Vince leaving? I don't think that's fair. You don't like that? And by the way, didn't get paid for the WWE voiceover thing. Didn't want to. That was all just out of the kindness of my heart. And by the way, I've appeared on AEW shows too. I did a thing with Moxley, and when Moxley went up against, who did he go up against? The beginning of the pandemic, I did like a prediction thing because I like Kevin Sullivan, who's a producer over there. So these people are just crazy, man. They're crazy. I feel like
you're getting a very warm introduction to the into the wrestling scene here.
Listen, if I want to go over there and run that game too and dominate that world, I could do it also. No problem. Trust me. I've listened to the wrestling podcasts out there. I text you about them every week. All right. You know, if they want me to go over there, if this is their way of calling me over, I'd be happy to give you my brand of quote unquote journalism, whatever you want to call it. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, you can't beat that.
That's right. Fact. So it sounds like I'm going to set aside nice 3 hours this weekend. I'll do the Tony Khan interview, followed, a nice palate cleanser, followed by Wrestling with Shadows.
Oh, yeah. No, forget By the way, forget the Tony Khan interview.
No, kick my feet up 3 hours, popcorn, sodas.
Don't even put Wrestling with Shadows.
Nice little palate.
No, please.
Just more fuel for the fire here.
I'll watch it double speed. See, by the way, we better at double speed.
We left this show on Wednesday a couple weeks ago, went straight to Arthur Ashe. We were in attendance. We had 2 hours worth of AEW content a couple of weeks ago on the show. So you can say whatever you want. And by the way, we've dealt with all of this. Oh, you're in UFC, Mark. You hate the UFC.
It's almost like you can't win. It's almost like you can't win. But
like you can't. Well, it's just annoying because I literally just pulled up my tweet deck and it's like tweet after tweet of people quoting, not even a clip from the show, like not even something that you tweeted or. I mean, if you're gonna retweet someone who rips off clips, at least do a retweet of Jeddah. You know what I mean? At least do an approved ripper offer, who we like around these parts. But I don't know who these people are. Who are these people? What's going on here? What is all this nonsense? Anyway, how did I get on that tangent? You have some picks, GC, for us?
Yeah, I got a few picks.
And I still have to answer the rest of the questions. Golly.
5:45.
Sorry. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, all right, let's rip through them. Mike Jackson, Pete Rodriguez. I'm going to take the under 1.5 in this one. Mike Jackson, I just can't really rate him as a UFC fighter. Pete Rodriguez, he might not be UFC caliber as well. Went up against the buzzsaw and Jack Della Maddalena on a short notice debut, but he at least does have some fighting acumen. He has been in professional fights, and he has got a lot of first-round knockouts. 10 of his 11 wins are by first-round knockout across pro and amateur. So I like that fight to end early. Keep it rolling. The flyweight unders. You talked about it earlier in the show. I'm just going to keep riding this train until the wheels fall off. I'm not going to give you a ton of reasoning here, but because across 3 UFC fights, these guys have gone to all decisions, but they do have finishing capabilities. Vergara, before the 2 decisions, 6 straight finishes, and then Tatsuro Taira, 11 wins, 7 of them by first-round finish. One thing that is a little sketchy, though, does worry me a little bit. I had already placed this bet at plus 160, doing some research. CJ Vergara, Instagram.
Oh.
Go to his bio. Look at that last line there. Let's get a little zoom in on that.
Wow.
Bet the over while you can. A little nervous about this bet now, if I'm going to be honest with everyone here.
That is how did you find that?
Got to do the research, man.
Honestly, you stumbled on that by yourself?
I usually go to everyone's Instagram page the week of the fights.
Bet the over while you can.
And I thought so. I actually saw it last week. Like I bet it as soon as the prop dropped, but then I was doing some further research and I saw it last week, and I was like, oh, he's probably going to take this out. As of today, it's still in there. So Vergara thinks this one is going to go long. Or maybe he's just talking about something completely separate. I don't know, but definitely concerned for that bet now.
Don't be.
Wow, yeah. That is weird.
Frank. I appreciate that. All right, let's keep it rolling.
That is quite the find.
Let's keep it rolling. Dusko Todorovic, Jordan Wright. I'm taking under 1.5. I took the under 2.5 in the parlay pals. I just don't see this one lasting long. I mean, these are two killer be killed fighters, especially Jordan Wright. Whether he's the hammer, he's the nail. He's been the nail of late. Jordan Wright, he has never been over 1.5 in his career, and 12 times he did not even go over a half round, not even 2.5 minutes passed in 12 of his pro fights. Dusko, he has been in decisions before, but 3 of his last 4 fights have ended in the first round. Overall, 12 of his 14 fights have not reached the third round. So I like this one to probably end in the first round. I think this one is going to be short, and both these guys could be fighting for their UFC careers. So don't think it'll last long. Another under here. I'm on a lot of props this week. Not many straight bets for me.
I like it.
Manny Martinez, Brandon Davis. I have it. Fight does not go to distance. I'm not going to have as many numbers to back this up as the previous ones. It's just kind of the style that they fight, similar to the John Castaneda-Daniel Santos fight where I had doesn't go to distance a few weeks ago. Just the way that these guys come in, I don't think either are afraid to get into a brawl, especially Brandon Davis. And then Manny Martinez, man, he has got power for this division. I mean, if you go back and watch that Ronnie Lawrence fight, he got dominated the first 2 rounds, comes out in the third round, drops Ronnie Lawrence twice, almost gets him in an arm bar. Like, it looked like he was going to get the finish. I couldn't believe that he didn't. Had Lawrence seriously wobbled, so he doesn't quit. He's got the finishing capabilities. Davis, coming off that knockout to the non-back roll, don't know how the chin's going to be holding up against someone with power like Manny Martinez. I just think these guys are going to come in looking for a scrap, and I won't be surprised if someone gets finished. So I like the price at -110. Keep it rolling. It's another under. A lot of unders this week as well. If you haven't picked up on it, hopefully the Apex doesn't kill me not being in front of a crowd. But a lot of guys that just do not go to decisions on this card. Misha Serkinov has kind of fallen off of late, to say the least. But 10 of his 12 UFC fights have finished under 1.5. Only been to a decision against Krzysztof Jotko, who that's kind of his brand in the UFC fights. 16 of his 23 career fights have ended in the first round. 20 of the 23 did not go to a decision. And then Menefield, not as great as numbers, but 4 of his 8 UFC fights have gone under the 1.5. 9 first-round finishes across 15 fights. I mean, he's got power. I just see this one being a pretty chaotic fight. If Serkinov can't get it to the ground, I see Menefield finishing him early. If it does get to the ground, Serkinov might have the advantage, but I doubt this one is going to go long. So I like that there. And then the man who was on the show earlier, another flyweight.
Let's go.
Askar Askarov, Brandon Royval.
What is it?
Under
what is
2.5.
It?
It's under 2.5. I took the under. So this goes one of 2 ways. Askarov makes this fight boring. He kind of grinds on him over the course of the 15 minutes. Or Brandon Royval, one of the most exciting fighters, not just in the division, but in the entire UFC, makes this a chaotic fight, constantly looking for submissions, getting crazy scrambles and grapples, and someone ends up getting finished in the fight. I'm going to go with the latter. I'm going to keep riding this train till the wheels fall off, like I said. Askar Askarov, sure. All of his UFC fights have gone to a decision, but prior to that, 11 wins by finish, and then Brandon Royval. 5 of his 6 UFC fights have ended inside the distance, the only one being that Bontarine one, even though it looked like there was a tap there. It looked like there was a tap, but it did not get called. So I think I'm going to take the plus money here. I'm going to hope that Brandon Royval can make it chaotic and get a finish here. And then last but not least for the singles, I wanted some action on the main event, so I'm taking Alexa Grasso by a decision. I just think if you look at this, 2 tough girls. I mean, go back and watch the Araujo-Andrea Lee fight. She gets dropped within the first minute, comes all the way back, ends up winning the fight. Alexa Grasso does not get finished off, and the only one who's finished her is Tatiana Suarez, who's obviously a phenom. It's not easy to get either of these girls out. So I think across the 25 minutes, both of them will last. And then I just think Alexa Grasso is the better boxer. Viviane Araujo gets hit. 5 of her last 6 UFC fights, she has been outstruck. And I think Alexa Grasso is going to do the same here and win a fairly close decision, because I do worry about the takedowns from Araujo, but I think Alexa Grasso gets it done. And I will say it's by a close decision, so I took the plus money at plus 120. And then
I should have taken that. Damn it.
The decision or Grasso period?
Grasso decision.
And then 3 quick parlays, all prop parlays. I mean, I'm just heavy on the props this week. I guess I'm just not getting too crazy before 280. The over 1.5 in the main event, over 1.5 in Maximov Malkoun. 6 UFC fights for Maximov Malkoun, not counting their 2 early finishes. They've attempted a combined 90 takedowns. So I can imagine someone's going to shoot for a takedown there. I think there's going to be a lot of wrestling, and that one goes long. A fight doesn't go to a decision. Added in Wilder and Helenius. I think that one ends early, and it's probably going to be a Deontay Wilder knockout. Yeah. And then lastly, just for the hell of it, just in case if we keep the train rolling, I took a flyweight under parlay.
There it is. Askarov, Royval. All right.
Those are the picks. UFC Apex. 60.
And of course, check out
No Bets Barred.
Up.
We've
been on so long, it's got to be
believe. It's got to be up. It's got to be up.
Golly. All right. Let me answer these questions. Thank you very much to you. We may hear from the boys. New York Rick's probably going to make dinner. But let me answer these, and I'm actually all kinds of fired up. So, Frank, hold on to your hat right now because things are going to happen here, okay?
You do it.
Thank you, Frank. Lewis. Stephen A. Smith from ESPN was a guest on an episode of BS with Jake Paul where UFC revenue split was discussed among other topics. Jake brought up the 15% revenue split, which Stephen A. didn't dispute, but mentioned he never heard that before based on reporters that he has spoken to that cover the sport. Do you think this unawareness of the revenue split is surprising? And do you have any other thoughts about the episode if you heard it? I did not hear it. I saw that clip. I actually retweeted the clip. And I did the little thinking emoji thing because, no, I have never talked to Stephen A. Smith, to the best of my knowledge, about the UFC revenue split. I do, however, think that Stephen A. Smith is a great broadcaster and a very smart man, and I'd be surprised if he's never heard that before because he does his research, believe it or not, and is well-versed in everything that he usually chimes in on. So what I mean by that is if he's going to talk about Viviane Araújo versus Alexa Grasso, he's not going in blind. He's going to do his research. Is he watching every fight of theirs? Probably not, but he's going to do his research. So, is he scouring through the internet to find out, who's talking about what, who's covering what? No, but I think by now it's pretty well known that the revenue split isn't close to what it is in, the NBA, the NFL, Major League Baseball. And so I personally had a hard time believing that he had never heard that it was quite low. But I've never actually spoken to him about it. And I thought from what I saw, it was an interesting conversation. And I give Jake props for, pushing him on that. And by the way, credit to Stephen A. Stephen A. says, I'm friends with Dana White. He says I'm friends with Dana White. And I may be biased when I talk about Dana White in the UFC. One thing that I disagree with him on consistently is he always talks about how the UFC is better than boxing as far as financials and promoters, this and that. And he often says this to the guy who is doing the same type of stuff that they did in boxing. Promoters are promoters. So I feel like he kind of looks at the UFC with rose-colored glasses and, he's allowed to if he's a friend of Dana White's. He doesn't cover the UFC. He's not a UFC journalist. He's not an MMA journalist. So I don't expect that kind of coverage out of him. Let's see, if he reads up on it, is now educated the next time he speaks about it because it comes up from time to time. But I have a hard time believing that he didn't know that. Mount Sinai. Maybe he didn't know the precise number, but he had to have known it's less. He had to. Mount Sinai says, Shalom and Alei Shana Tova, Ariel. I have a massive job interview today, and I'm wondering your go-to advice on prepping and keeping the nerves calm. As someone who has talked about anxiety and stress and speaks in front of millions of people, what is your go-to way to relax and not get too nervous before something like this? That's a great question. I try not to overthink it. I try to get a good night's sleep. I try to remember that, we only have one life and what's the worst that can happen. And even if the worst situation plays out, what's the worst that can happen? As long as I trust myself, I believe in myself, I'll show up. Once the moment commences, once the moment happens, it'll all work out. Maybe beforehand I'll be super nervous, but once I'm in the chair and once it's rolling, that nerve or those nerves, that anxiety tends to dissipate. So it's all about how you feel leading up to it. Did you do your research? Are you prepared? Are you, whatever makes you happy? Did you go for a run in the morning? Did you go for a run the night before? Did you have a good dinner? Did you have a good breakfast? Maybe you don't want to eat breakfast. Did you do something that you like that maybe takes your mind off of it, that puts you in a better place, that makes you happy, that makes you calm? Are you confident? Did you prepare? Did you, I don't know, wear your favorite suit, wear your favorite shirt, your favorite shoes that make you feel good, that make you feel confident? All these little things help. You walk in there, trust me, I've been in situations where I've been so nervous. When I did the NBA game on Christmas Day, I had to do they told me literally 3 minutes before, coming out of this first commercial break, you're going to bring us back in. You're going to go on the sidelines. You're going to bring us back in and talk about basketball in Canada. I was so nervous that it felt like my heart was going to come out of my throat. My heart was beating so fast that it felt like it was going to pop out of my throat. You do it. Did I love it? Probably not. Do I wish I could have done it better? But this is life. And if you ultimately believe in yourself, you will be confident, you will be relaxed, you'll be calm. And once the plane takes off, you should be good. So recognize that everyone gets nervous, everyone gets anxious, everyone deals with it their own way. It's okay, it's normal. Try to do things that make you feel better. Try to put yourself in the best position possible, and then just get through the door, just make it there, and then you should be good to go. I wish you the best. Steven, hope you had a good Canadian turkey weekend, Ariel. Thank you. It was great. I'm finishing off visiting my family in Toronto for the Jewish holidays and going to head back to Thailand to continue training. Wow. I was wondering, as you seem to be someone to have been a bit shy in your early days, how did you manage to network with fighters? Sometimes I find it hard to initiate a conversation when I'm training at Tiger with other fighters, as they are much more intense. I don't look like a fighter and they hang in packs. Would love to hear how you broke the ice with fighters earlier in your career when you weren't famous yet. Thanks in advance for all the content that I'll listen to over my 29 hours of flying. This is the reason why the show's so long, because of Steven, 29 hours. MySpace helped me out, believe it or not. That's how old I am. I reached out to a lot of them. And once the conversation got going, we're behind a microphone, I felt a lot more comfortable. I have a lot more confidence, and I'm a lot more comfortable doing this like this than if this wasn't here. And I don't know if that makes me weird, whack, phony. I don't know what it makes me, but I have a lot more, like Chatri sitting here with this and those cameras, I'm a lot more comfortable. Chatri sitting here with nothing, I'm probably a lot less comfortable. I'm not like some weirdo, unable to carry a conversation. Me and yesterday, when I saw John Schneider of the Blue Jays, I was like, should I talk to him? Should I not say something? Should I say something? I was nervous, believe it or not. And I got a nice message from his brother afterwards. So yeah, it's a weird thing, but they're just like you and I. They're normal human beings. And maybe you're training, you ask a question, but it's hard. It's hard to break the ice. It's hard to reach out to anyone in any walk of life. So I get it. For me personally, reaching out to them via social media, MySpace, certainly helped a lot. Hugo knows. Ariel, my friend, it brought joy to my heart how much of a proud father you are to your kids, in particular your sons, which resemble the Italianos from Kicking and Screaming. Enjoying football with them reminds me of my dad when he would take me to my club tournaments and college showcases. I hope one day to be the same as you men and do the same with my children. Real quick non-MMA related question for you and the crew. What is the best way to cut a sandwich? What? Diagonal or horizontal, and what is in it? Have a good one, fellas. How do you preface that question with such a nice sentiment about being a dad? That's incredible. Thank you. My kids are getting into soccer big time, and it's a lot of fun, or as you put it, football. It's obviously, okay, I'll say this. If it's a sandwich with bread, it's horizontal, 2 triangles. If it's a bagel, it's in the middle.
Did you say horizontal with 2 triangles?
Yeah, wait, horizontal would give us 2 rectangles.
No.
It's been a long show.
Diagonal?
Diagonal.
Yeah, diagonal gives us the triangles,
I meant.
which is clearly the elite way to cut a sandwich.
Okay, so diagonal, 2 triangles, bagel though in the middle, horizontal, correct?
I don't think there's a way you could cut it diagonally with a bagel.
No, I think you could overcompensate.
I think a bagel is a diametric cut.
I don't have
not if you're cutting it in half. If you're cutting it in half, there's nothing you can do.
Oh my God. Yeah, I guess you're right.
But even a wrap or a burrito, I like a touch of diagonal.
I do. Yeah, a burrito is weird. It's nice when you open it. It's like, oh, they actually took the time to go
a little bit of that diagonal.
You don't cut your own burritos?
No. Well,
this is about when you were cutting a burrito.
I'm just saying, it's a nice. I get a better feeling when the burrito's cut diagonally as opposed to horizontally.
It gives you a starting point.
Here's the question. Who are the crazy people, probably the same people who are mad at me because of my Tony Khan comments, that cut the sandwich in the middle like that?
I do it in the middle sometimes.
You're kidding me.
I mean,
it feels very childish.
It's very peanut butter and jelly.
Yes.
What's wrong with
that?
Going to kindergarten.
Yes.
PB&J. Have
nothing better though. On white bread, I mean, there's few sandwiches better than that.
Glass of oat milk.
I don't know about that.
Refreshing oat milk.
You mean, what do you say? Dirty water?
Dirty water.
Yeah.
Disgusting. Okay, so we all agree? Diagonal.
Oh, yeah, I'm diagonal.
Situational.
By the way, when you put cream cheese on a bagel, both sides or one side?
Both sides.
Wow. GC?
Whatever it takes. I don't cream cheese my bagels too much. I usually don't have them at home that often.
I have a problem.
You ever do cream cheese and butter?
I've done it before, like on each side, like butter on one, cream cheese on the other. Yeah. Do you still eat it as a sandwich or do you eat them as halves?
I've never done it.
Ooh, that's a question. Do you eat your bagels sandwich or halves?
100%. I hate biting into it. No, I eat it as a sandwich. I hate biting into it, and it's like, you're like, what is that?
I don't know. Before I asked the question, I could see you eating it as a half.
No. And by the way, this whole open sandwich phenomenon, very weird to me. Tuna, like I don't want to bite into the tuna like that.
Nah, give me the sandwich. I actually, I've come across a nice little gem I found here living in New York. I do bacon, egg, and cheese on a bagel, get cream cheese on the side so it doesn't get melted, and add it bite by bite.
Wow.
A little savory, a little,
Do you eat your lox as a sandwich?
Love the lox.
Oh, you have to.
With capers?
By the way, I don't hate capers. Disgusting. Hate onions. Hate them.
What? And onions?
Hate them. If I get cream cheese and lox, I just want the bagel with cream cheese and lox. Here's the thing. Hate lox without the bagel.
Yeah. Okay. So you don't eat smoked salmon by itself?
No. I'm okay with that. I actually had it for, but I don't like does anyone have cream cheese lox with bread?
No.
Okay, that's
no.
weird.
No.
I feel like there's some people who do that.
To leave.
Yeah. All right. There's another thing that I wanted to bring up. This morning I was making a bagel for my daughter, and I realized that I put the cream cheese on the top half, not the bottom half. Something felt off about that. I felt like it wouldn't.
The top half is where it's at.
I always put the bottom. How'd
you respond?
I just went with it. I'm like, the chances of her even. Well, I don't know. I'll ask her later tonight.
Yeah, very important to hear how her day went after that. Honestly,
I mean, I'm lucky if she eats a quarter of the actual bagel, so I feel like she's just going to be, she'll be okay with it. All right, we move along. Ryan, Ariel, welcome back. You've truly been missed. What happened to Triller's MMA fighters versus boxer events? I could have sworn Andre Ewell and others were booked on the second event, but it never happened. Any idea what happened there? I don't know. I think they're going through some issues, although they had a hologram press conference with Manny Pacquiao today. Do you see that? That's crazy. I don't know. It's all crazy. Everyone's getting booked, canceled, postponed, canceled. You're talking about the triad stuff. GC loved the triad, right? Didn't you love that?
Oh, yeah. It was Thanksgiving break last year. I bet on it.
Yeah.
I lost money on
Thanksgiving. That's right. Wow. Time is flying. Persian apothecary. I butchered that. I don't have the patience or the effort. Dear Dr. Helwani. What is it? Apothecary?
Apothecary.
What does that mean?
We covered this before.
Did we? All right. While reading ample info on the upcoming fight between Charles and Islam, I came across a comment that I would love to hear your thoughts on. When Charles butt slaps Islam back to the shadow realm, what will Bruce Buffer announce? Will it be and new or and still? Hope you're well and hope you had a happy Sukkot. Happy Sukkot, by the way. It's still going. It will be and new. We consider him and still around these parts, but it will be and new. Tomlinson, 888. Ariel, hope you're well, my man. Quick couple of questions for you today. What's the process of getting a big star such as Conor on the show, and how has it changed as his fame has evolved? Love the show. I mean, again, everyone is different. I'm not going to go into the specific process with Conor per se, but those are the interviews that you it's almost like you plant a seed and then you keep watering it. And you know when you are initially planting that seed, it's going to take months. It's going to take it's going to take 5, 6, 7 months for it to come to fruition. And so you check in, you plant the seed, you stay in touch, you talk, that sort of thing. But yes, there was a time where you would just Twitter DM him and he would come on. Times have changed. That's why I always make those jokes. Oh, you're so big time now. Kevin Holland, you're so big time. People love that. I actually did that sort of joke with Tony, and I don't think he appreciated it. Aaron, Shalom, Ariel. I'm glad you had a wonderful time with your family, and I hope you recharged your batteries because we need you in our life. Wow, that's so nice. The Conor Khabib fight took place 4 years ago last week. Wow. Assuming McGregor will never get revenge for his loss, do you think the UFC will book him against Islam if he'll get past Oliveira? Wow. Off the bat, no. Down the line, sure. But off the bat, no. I mean, Volk, all that stuff. Off the bat, no. Down the line would be gigantic. I mean, him versus anyone coming back at this point would be gigantic. But also, if Islam wins, that opens up Dustin, that opens up Chandler. All these guys that lost to Oliveira now are back in the mix. Don't forget that. Gary, shalom, Mr. Ariel. A lot of shaloms today. I appreciate it. Hope your first Bills game was a great success. Selfishly, great to have you back. Thank you. I just wanted to get your thoughts on the stuff that's been going on between your favorite manager, Ali, and Fernand Lopez regarding this undefeated heavyweight fighter, Slim Trebelsi. Oh, God, here we go. Have you seen the story in Ali's comments? Just wanted to get your thoughts on the whole thing. Understand if you don't want to answer. No, I'm happy to answer. The whole thing is very strange to me. First of all, I would venture to say that most people out there are unfamiliar with Slim Trebelsi, or what is Slim Trebelsi? I'm unfamiliar, just for the record. I'm unfamiliar with Slim Trebelsi. I find the interest in Slim's issues to be very interesting because the way he's being covered, you would think that he's, some massive prospect that everyone's been talking about, like a Paddy Pimblett or Roberto Saldich. I'm going to try to use my words wisely here. I think that there's two sides to every story. I think that this type of thing happens all the time in MMA on both sides of the equation. I see some people saying this is a heartbreaking situation, yet I don't hear much when a Cage Warriors does the exact same thing. And I hear people saying that, hey, this is why promoters shouldn't be managers or vice versa. Well, we have a ton of those in MMA, including the aforementioned Ali for a very long time with World Series of Fighting. This type of stuff was happening all the time. I saw some of the back and forth. Don't feel comfortable about that. I don't think anyone claiming that they own MMA media, is telling the truth, A, and B, I think that should be a red flag for MMA media, and it should be perhaps eye-opening, and it should be a reminder of how some people think of us and how they think that they can handle us and deal with us. And I think that because of his relationship with the MMA media, you're seeing a lot of pro-dominance coverage of this story. And again, I think there are two sides to every story. I personally, full disclosure, haven't looked into it. Why? I don't want anything to do with it, if I'm being honest. My goal in life is to stay as far away from Ali as possible. I want nothing to do with him. Do I have to talk about him at times? Do I have to cover his fighters? Absolutely. But in terms of this nonsense back and forth, I'm going to ruin your life, I'm going to do this, I want nothing to do with it. Life is too short for this nonsense. And I think that people are jumping to tell his story because I don't even think that he was involved in this man's career for a very long time. I think that sometimes this sort of thing happens. I'm not saying it's happening specifically here, but sometimes this happens where the UFC wants to get a fighter for a specific card and they will send someone to go get a deal done for them, even though that fighter is not working with that manager. This happens all the time. It's just the nature of the beast. It's a weird sport. Coaches are promoters, managers are promoters, promoters are managers, promoters are coaches. It's all very incestuous. It's all very mixed together. And I would say anyone that's trying to make this out into a black and white story, like, oh, this is heartbreaking for this guy, you're not doing your due diligence. There's two sides to the story. I'm not saying one guy's right, one guy's wrong, but I think the threats, the comments, all that stuff are in pretty poor taste and should give you some indication of how, MMA media is viewed by some people. So I feel bad for the guy that he's caught in between some sort of situation. If he truly wants to be free and go out and fight for the UFC, I hope for the best. If he has a contract, like, look, if I wanted to leave MMA Hour tomorrow, I couldn't. I have a contract. That's just the way it goes. Now, sometimes in this sport, there are contracts that get ripped up, 2 years before they expire. But, some people like to do it. Some people don't. Some people want to get paid. Some people don't. It's just not black and white. And so to come out and be like, they should just let him go. Well, I don't know. Maybe Fernand has a reason for not wanting to let him go. And maybe he doesn't like the way it was approached, or maybe he doesn't like the way he's being talked to, or maybe he doesn't like, I don't know. I see it from afar. I saw some of the comments. I'm like, I want nothing to do with this. This is craziness. I don't want to roll around in the gutter with this story. So that's pretty much my thoughts on it. But it ain't black and white. That's for sure. Alex, I went to Sasabune. Wow. On Saturday, did the omakase, and it was awesome. A very good experience. In fact, I pitched the idea of going to Sasabune tonight.
What did she say?
It's not going to work out. Because honestly, it's a good thing because it's 6:15 and we're still going here. Considering the ongoing well-done steak shtick, it made me wonder, do you consider yourself I don't get the shtick part, but anyway, do you consider yourself a picky eater? Are you only that way when it comes to steaks? What is your go-to sushi order? How adventurous do you get? It's a very good point that A-Dub brings up here. Yeah, I do love sushi. It's probably my favorite meal, but I like sushi from trusted sources. I'm not an airport. I actually had airport sushi yesterday, but I'll get like a California roll. I won't get the sashimi at an airport. I like it to be from, 5-star Michelin. I'm very picky when it comes to that sort of thing because I hate getting food poisoning. It's like one of my big fears in life. And that's probably why I don't like the raw steak situation.
Quick question though.
Yeah.
Every time I've had Wakazame, they've always given me.
Wait, what did you?
I couldn't remember. Wait, it's been a long day.
Just could you pause?
They give you the wiggle beef,
call it?
and they torch it with a blowtorch for like a second.
No, seriously. What did you call it? Akazame?
Omakase.
Omakase. Oh, someone helped you. That reminds me of my daughter telling her friend on Friday that we were going to Balafo.
But no, do you just like turn your nose at the beef when they try to serve that?
No. But by the way, Sasabune, top-notch, #1 in the world.
Do that?
They don't do that type of stuff. There's no gimmicks there.
Wow. Any truffles?
No. It's
no gold flakes?
Oh, no.
Any quail egg?
No quail egg.
You got to go, Frank. I've been.
You've been? Oh, yeah, you went last year.
I've been to like 3 different places in Manhattan.
Now, technically, it was this year.
That.
Was it this year?
Yeah.
What was the occasion again?
Valentine's Day.
Wow, that was this year. Golly. Fantastic, right?
Fantastic.
Out of 10 stars, what do you give it?
9.
9 stars. What was why didn't he get a 10 on 10? There is no 10 on 10?
Tough to get the 10 on 10.
Yeah. I'm adventurous. I don't like eel.
Wow. Any uni?
No sea
there's
urchin.
probably a lot of uni. Yeah, that's.
Yeah. I do like masago, tobiko, the eggs.
Egg, right. You ever have wasabi tobiko?
That's a good question. I don't know if
they
have.
soak the tobiko in the wasabi so they turn out bright green.
Ooh.
It's quite the experience.
Yes, I've had that. Yeah, I've had that. I could get pretty adventurous when it comes to sushi, I'll tell you that much. But when it comes to meat, for some reason, I'm very conservative. Killian, Mr. Helwani, do you feel vindicated by the impact of open scoring on the Overeem Hari fight? No, because guess what? To feel vindicated, that would mean that I didn't feel like I was in the right to begin with. Let me explain something to you and all the other jabrones out there. I am always right. I always have the best takes. I am never wrong. I have never been wrong. And so when it comes to open scoring or the current state of pro wrestling or fighter pay or managers acting like promoters / bullies / whatever, I'm always right. That's the point. That's what I've been trying to impress upon you. So no, vindicated would seem to suggest that I was kind of wishy-washy. I wasn't wishy-washy. I know it helps. I know it would be good. It's just going to take a while for everyone else to get on board. And finally, without further ado, Newman is last. Hello, Ariel. Hello, Newman. I am so happy to hear and see that you are having Shawn Michaels on the show today. That really happened, by the way, earlier today. Oh, my God. Did you see me marking out for Shawn Michaels? What a day it was. If you recall, I asked a question in the On the Nose segment back in August about how I was a huge wrestling fan in the early 90s, but stopped watching before the Attitude Era. And I wanted your advice on what matches or events I should go back and watch. I took your advice and watched the 97 Survivor Series, aka the Montreal Screwjob. Then I started watching episodes of Raw in chronological order from the start of 97 as well as the pay-per-views. I actually watched the Shawn Michaels versus Undertaker Hell in a Cell match from October of 97 last night. Wow. It might be the greatest match I've ever seen. This is amazing. Michaels took an absolute beating, but came out on top after the incredible first appearance by Kane. Oh my God, it's Kane. Oh my God. My question is, how much of a wrestling match from start to finish is scripted? Is every move choreographed and planned out in advance, or is it more freestyling, going with the flow until the finishing sequence? I can't believe you would ask such a thing. That is absolutely disrespectful. That is incredible. No, you'd be surprised. I mean, a lot of it is scripted, and it's amazing how they remember everything. Now, there are some tricks when they tie up the long hair. They're speaking to each other, believe it or not. There's actual communication. So things are happening. Referee is involved. He has an earpiece. She has an earpiece. You'd be surprised. Moments. Look, I'm not going to pretend like I've booked a wrestling match before, but there's some incredible minds and talent out there that do that and do it very well. However, that being said, you'd be surprised how much is planned. And by the way, that's what makes it all that much more impressive. They're doing it in front of a live audience. It's not like they're doing it on a soundstage. It's not like they're doing it in a closed-off environment. They're doing it in front of 18, 19, 20, 25, 50,000 people. It's unbelievable. And more often, there's been botches, I know, but more often than not, it looks pretty damn great. And you could suspend disbelief and you could tell a little kid, hey, this is real. So isn't that wonderful? Keep on watching. There's some great stuff to come. You're about to enter a really fun time. 98 was fun. Corporate Mankind, I believe. Corporate Rock. Tremendous. All right, guys, we're out of time. Is this officially our longest show ever?
No.
No?
For this era, probably.
Well, yes, I mean, yeah.
Then yes.
You're going to correct me on the previous era?
I was repeating what Joe said.
Wow. I mean, of course. I mean, we sometimes would go until like 8 o'clock. Point is, when we leave you for a couple of shows, we come back with a bang, as usual. For now, though, we're out of time. What a day it has been, my friends. Oh, my gosh. Wow. What a day it has been. A little something for everyone, won't you say? A little something for everyone. We started things off with On the Nose. Then we went to Brandon Royval, Raw Dog, with the NWO. New World Order. Then we went to Aspen Ladd, confirming the big fight, November 25th. Then we went to HBK, who's well aware of JRC. Maybe we could get HBK to walk out JRC to our next fight. That would be something. Then we went to Chatri Sityodtong in studio. Enlightening conversation. Then we went to Kevin Holland. Welcome back. And then we went to Lance Palmer. Good luck to him as he enters free agency. Then we did Parlay Pals. Then we had the champ on. Perhaps soon to be double champ. Then we went to GC's picks. Then we went to more questions. I mean, if that's not a full day, I don't know what is. Back to our regular schedule beginning next week. Monday, Wednesday. We'll be coming off the big UFC event at the Apex. Viviane Araújo against Alexa Grasso. And then we get into the big one, my friends. UFC 280. That's next Saturday. For now, though, back on Monday, same time and place. Until then, I say peace.